Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Ferdinand in number 039:S Ambition. When the news of the Treaty of London reached Bulgaria, it immediately caused a national sensation. Many newspapers have come up with a series of special reports, and the details of the negotiations that needed to be kept secret have all been declassified at this moment. Of course, Bulgaria's secrets and insider trading in various countries is not within the scope of disclosure. On September 16, Ferdinand gave a passionate speech at the Bulgarian National Assembly. He denounced the brutal rule of the Ottoman Empire over all ethnic groups in the Balkans, clarified the justice of Bulgaria's launching of the Balkan War, and swore Bulgaria's fight against Macedonia, Thrace, Albania, Chalkidiki Peninsula, Kosovo, and Constantine, sovereignty of Dienburg. Etc. Oh, nothing else matters. The key is to take the oath of sovereignty. It has to be fast. The integrity of the powers this year is very low. What's more, there is also an Italy that has just stepped into the threshold of the great powers and did not participate in the London negotiations. After the London Treaty was signed, Bulgaria's territory jumped to 300,000 square kilometers, and its population exceeded 10 million. The most basic raw materials for industrialization, coal and iron ore, were already 10 years of hard work, once flourishing. The Balkan people worship heroes, and Ferdinand now needs to show his heroism to the world, especially to the Balkan nations who are about to join Bulgaria. Ferdinand also planned to learn Hitler's struggle: one country, one nation, one doctrine, one government, one leader. No, a nation should get rid of it first. This thing can't be shouted, it will cause an accident. One country, Bulgaria; one king, Ferdinand; one government, Bulgarian government; one doctrine, nationalism. Ferdinand's version of Mein Kampf was shocked. Fortunately, Bulgaria in the 19th century was still a monarchy. After the Balkan War, the signing of the London Treaty revealed to the world the corrupt nature of the Ottoman Empire, and greatly encouraged the independence movement of ethnic minorities who had been oppressed by the Ottoman Empire for a long time. The Ottoman Empire's rule in Asia and Africa also began to crumble. In order to consolidate its rule, the Sudanese government had to carry out a top-down reform. Of course, now Harem Pasha's main job, or tear a piece of meat from the Greeks to make up for the loss of the Ottoman Empire. More importantly, he also needs this achievement personally, to wash away the taint of signing the London Treaty, so as not to be punished by patriots as thieves when he goes back. Greece, as the instigator of this war, must be punished. We demand that the Greek government immediately withdraw from Crete, pay £50 million of war reparations, and cede the island of Evia. Otherwise, we will no longer guarantee the peace and stability of the Greek peninsula. Halim Pasha is not talking nonsense. Since Ferdinand ordered the expulsion of some extremists into the Greek peninsula, the situation on the peninsula is even more chaotic. If it weren't for the Ottoman army, it is estimated that the hell on earth is not far from now. In the face of Harem Pasha's threat, the Greek prime minister has a completely dead pig's expression that is not afraid of boiling water. If you want money or not, if you don't cede land, do what you like. The Greek government is peace-loving, and the war of aggression launched by your country has destroyed the long-standing friendship between the two countries. Now I advise your country to withdraw from the territory of Greece immediately, otherwise the Greek navy will block the coastline. Your country's army in Greece is already a turtle in the urn. The Ottoman Empire has miscalculated, and the current Greek government has already lost its panties. George I was ready to declare the government bankrupt as soon as the war was over, and they had no means to pay the reparations. The ceded territory government dare not. Now the popularity of the Greek government has dropped to the lowest point, otherwise everyone is busy resisting the Ottoman army attack. George I resorted to hatred transferred offa, and it is estimated that the government would have been dismissed long ago. Well, if you can't beat the Ottomans, the government isn't competent. If you cede land and pay indemnity, then the government is betraying the country. They have already put on the hat of an incompetent government, and they would never dare to touch the hat of a traitorous government. So now even if it is to protect itself, the Greek government will never back down. No matter how Halim Pasha coerced and lured, the Greek government insisted that the Ottoman army withdraw from the Greek mainland unconditionally, and even Crete would not let them go. The actions of the Greek government have puzzled many people. For every day the Ottoman army spends on the Greek peninsula, Greece's losses are 1 point greater. Why are the Greeks unwilling to compromise with them? You must know that the cost of eating, drinking, and sleeping for 100,000 troops is not a small amount. Coupled with the poor military discipline of the Ottoman army, the Greek peninsula has long been harmed. Why is the Greek government unwilling to compromise? If it continues, it is estimated that the Greek nation will be infected by the Ottomans, and now the number of pregnant girls on the peninsula is increasing day by day. Well, now that Georgia is suffering, nationalism is a double-edged sword. Originally, he intended to use nationalism to defeat the Ottoman Empire, expand the territory, and realize the great idea of establishing a greater Greece. As a result, the strength of Greece is still too weak, and it is not possible to defeat the Ottomans by relying on a few lip-smacking experts and scholars. If Greece loses, it loses, and the Balkan alliance still wins. With a member of the alliance, Greece can also be a victorious country and retreat. It is a pity that when the foreign powers supported Greece to divide the spoils, the nationalism of Greece exploded, and immediately forced the government to put forward their demands and divide the spoils equally with Bulgaria. Well, George I graciously agreed, but his family knew about their own affairs, so they compressed the conditions and tentatively proposed to ask for half of Macedonia and Albania. It's a pity that Ferdinand didn't take Greece seriously at all. He simply used this pretext to dissolve the Balkan alliance with Montenegro, and then the Greek government was dumbfounded. The nationalists in Greece have also lost their voices collectively. Why does this still work? Don't they know what Greece has done for the Union? No matter what, the two unscrupulous guys, Ferdinand and Nicholas I, still did it and told the Greeks with practical actions, the world doesn't revolve around you. After the defeat of the Greeks, under the guidance of George I, the hatred has been concentrated on Bulgaria and Montenegro, but the Greek government escaped smoothly. Now, the Greek government naturally dare not give in. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to escape. Negotiations have reached a deadlock again. All of this is in Ferdinand's calculations. For every day the Ottoman army stays in the Greek peninsula, the time for the Greeks to recover may be delayed for several months, and the damage will be more than the total. Construction is easy. From the start of the war to the present, at least more than 200,000 people have lost their lives in Greece, and most of them are young and strong. This is definitely a catastrophic blow to a country with a population of only 2 million. Now every day, there are still hundreds of Greeks in the Greek peninsula. As many as thousands of Greeks fall under the butcher's knife of the Ottomans. Coupled with the hundreds of thousands of mobs pouring in from Albania and Macedonia, these people also have to eat. The Bulgarian army has blocked the border, and they can only make a living in Greece. Greece is not a rich place. After supporting 100,000 Ottoman troops, the Greek people cannot afford to support these hundreds of thousands of people. It is self-evident what will happen next. In order to eat, there will be conflicts between the two sides. Now that the Ottoman army is still maintaining order, Ed Pasha has set up a refugee camp and provided them with relief food for the sake of everyone's beliefs. The contradiction between the two sides has not intensified. However, the food of the Ottoman army was also forcibly levied on the Greek people. With so many mouths, the life of the Greek people is naturally more difficult. The price of food on the Greek peninsula has broken through the sky, and in order to survive, countless Greeks have been forced to embark on the road of crime. Murder, robbery, rape and other vicious incidents are staged every day on the peninsula. Of course these Ottomans don't care. Ferdinand doesn't care about the future situation of the Greek peninsula, and he has tossed to this point. If George I can still develop Greece, he will be the real son of destiny. Compared to the Greeks, Montenegro's life is much easier, of course, only relative. When he harmed the Greeks, Ferdinand did not forget to give them a wave. It's just that Montenegro's government still has a responsibility. After finding something wrong, it immediately blocked the border. In addition to the addition of hundreds of thousands of Albanians to the newly added territories, their original homeland is still peaceful. Nicholas I was born in the military, and when it was time to be iron-blooded, he would never be soft-hearted. Directly arrested these people into the concentration camp, and contributed to the construction of Montenegro. Of course, the fish that slip through the net are indispensable. Those who escape the catastrophe have taken over the mountains as kings and fallen grass into pirates, and they have started a very promising business without capital. Looking around, Ferdinand was surprised to find that they were all enemies. Could it be that this is the fate of the traversers? Every world is the enemy? No wonder the foreign powers did not insist on restricting Bulgaria. The Ottoman Empire, Greece, Montenegro, and Romania were all enemies of Bulgaria. In this environment, to limit the development of Bulgaria, they can push the hand behind the scenes and form an anti-guarantee alliance to hinder the continued expansion of Bulgaria. This is also the reason why the Russians are so reassured about Bulgaria. Once there is no support from the Russians, Bulgaria cannot withstand so many enemies. Does this count as inadvertently planting willows and willows? Ferdinand thought to himself. Things in the world are often so ridiculous. Bulgaria was able to eat so many cakes so smoothly this time. The core factor is not because of Bulgaria's diplomatic efforts, but because Bulgaria has enough enemies. Chapter 227, Military Adjustment. At this moment, Prime Minister Constantine, who was rushing back to Sofia from London in high spirits, had no idea how much mess there was still in the country, waiting for him to go back and clean up. The governance of the new territories, how to deal with the relationship between the various ethnic groups in the Balkans, the resettlement of disabled and retired soldiers, the division of land for the meritorious people. Ferdinand is very self-aware, and there are successful examples of future generations that he can learn from. It is okay for him to formulate a general strategy. As for the specific execution ability, no one knows. Anyway, he is used to commanding people to do things. It can be imagined that for a long time to come, the life of Bulgarian government officials will not be easy, and the office is their home! As soon as the war was over, Ferdinand was busy making personnel adjustments, and he was not free to intervene in various government departments for the time being, mainly for the military. It's not that Ferdinand distrusts the officers. In fact, in the current Bulgarian military system, it is impossible for any individual or group to threaten his status. But countless examples tell Ferdinand that people's hearts can't stand the test, and there is no betrayal just because the asking price is not high enough. The best way is to start from the system and eliminate all possibility of betrayal. After spending a lot of energy and trying to take into account all aspects, Ferdinand finally completed the military adjustment, removed Popov from the post of commander of the First Army and transferred to the military commission, removed Petrov from the post of chief of staff of the First Army and transferred to the military commission, The First Army was disbanded on the spot, and the Constantinople Garrison Command, positioned in the Bosphorus, and the Dardanelles Garrison Command, positioned in the Dardanelles, were established to take over the defense. Georgy Ivanov was removed from the position of the 6th Division commander, and he was transferred to the Constantinople Garrison Command as the garrison commander. Removal of the post of chief of staff of the 7th Division of Stoyo Bratislava and transferred to the Constantinople Garrison Command as chief of staff. Troop deployment, including the 1st Bulgarian Artillery Brigade, which was adapted from the 1st and 2nd Heavy Artillery Regiments. Note: the Artillery Brigade belongs to the brigade directly under the Ministry of National Defense, and it is only in cooperation with the operation and by the newly edited 11th, 12th, and 14th Divisions. They were reorganized on the spot into the Constantinople Garrison. The total strength is 24,000 people. Removal of the commander of the 7th Division of Periv Christov, transferred to the Dardanelles Garrison Command as commander. Stefan Bogdanov was removed from the post of Chief of Staff of the 6th Division and transferred to the Dardanelles Garrison Command as Chief of Staff. Troop deployment, including the reorganization of the 3rd, 4th and 5th Heavy Artillery Regiments into the Bulgarian 2nd Artillery Brigade and by the 9th Division, 10th Division, the new 13th Division reorganized into the Dardanelles Garrison. The total strength is 31,000 people. Of course, the military reform is not aimed at the First Army, and the same is true for the other armies. The Group Army was disbanded on the spot, the reorganized local garrison division took over the defense, and the commander and chief of staff were transferred back to the military committee. After a new round of military reform, Bulgaria has added 7 new garrison commands: Constantinople Garrison Command, Dardanelles Garrison Command, Albania Garrison Command, Aegean Garrison Command, Kosovo Garrison Command, Nias Garrison Command, Macedonian Garrison Command. The 7 garrison headquarters are all military-level units. In addition to military considerations, Ferdinand has the idea of placing heroes. After all, the officers above the division level are basically generals. Now that they have made military exploits, most of them have to be upgraded to higher ranks. Now it is impossible for them to change careers. Otherwise, according to the principle of level equivalence formulated by Ferdinand, if they change careers, they can directly enter the ministries as ministers. It is even more difficult to place in the place, and you can be the boss anywhere. As for whether the ruling ability of the senior officers can match their ability to fight, no one knows. Anyway, Ferdinand is not going to try. In the end, Ferdinand simply raised some of the garrison headquarters, artificially elevated the rank, and added the post of deputy commander, and then properly settled these heroes. After a Balkan war, Bulgaria added more than 50 major generals, more than 20 lieutenant generals, and 5 generals, and no marshals were born. Even Popov, who was most eligible for the title of marshal, was crushed by Ferdinand. What a joke, since Ferdinand set up a military council in order to seize military power. The old guys in the army have entered a semi-retirement state. The Bulgarian army is now dominated by young people. The average age of more than 80 people who have been promoted this time is less than 35 years old. Popov is now just over 40 years old. Ferdinand would have created such a young marshal to detract from his merits unless his brain was flooded. At this point, there is no need for Ferdinand to come forward in person. The old guys from the military commission jumped out on their own. After all, no one wants to be pressed by a junior. Especially the people who were suppressed by them at the beginning, not the ones who exercised. Now Bulgaria is also full of stars. War is the best teacher. After going through the Bulgarian War and the Balkan War, the commanding ability of Bulgarian officers has been greatly improved. Now Ferdinand can proudly say that the quality of the Bulgarian army is no longer inferior to that of any other powerful country. After the reorganization, the Bulgarian army includes 2 divisions of the Guards, with a total of more than 24,000 people, 8 army standing divisions, 4 heavy artillery brigades, and 3 cavalry regiments, with a total of more than 98,000 people, and 9 places there are more than 128,000 local garrison troops composed of divisions and 6 reserve brigades. The total national strength is about 250,000. That's right, it's all army, and the navy is automatically ignored. In addition to the provisional navy, the total tonnage of Bulgaria's coastal fleet is less than 6,000 tons, and the number of people does not exceed 3,000. They usually do the work of the anti-smuggling brigade, and there is no problem in assigning them to the maritime police force under the customs. When calculating the total force, it can be completely ignored. These are just Ferdinand's future plans. The disarmament plan cannot be completed in a day or 2. And there are still many places that are unstable and need to be suppressed by the army. It is expected that the disarmament work will not be completed until the end of 1898! What still needs to be placed now are the 5 generals who are about to be promoted, but the general direction has been determined, and it is impossible to lead the troops. It is nothing more than the positions of the Minister of Defense, the Minister of the Army, the Minister of the Navy, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Minister of War. Don't be surprised, these positions existed before, but Ferdinand left them idle in order to seize power. Even if there is no vacancy now, Ferdinand will make it vacant. After the military committee came out, these positions were not given much attention, and their powers were greatly reduced. But these are not important. Anyway, now that it is needed, Ferdinand doesn't mind raising these positions again. No matter what the actual power is, at least it sounds like a high-end atmosphere. If there is an air force now, Ferdinand would not mind having another air force minister. Ferdinand was not at all concerned about the suitability of having an admiral as Lord of the Navy. The Bulgarian Navy has no say. Their highest-ranking commander in active service is only a colonel. The previous admirals were ordered to retire by Ferdinand. Besides, the Minister of War is an admiral, and the Minister of the Navy is a colonel. Isn't this a blackmail to the Navy? Could it be that the Navy must be lower than the Army, which is still n levels lower? In the future, Bulgaria will also build a large navy. As for how long this future will be, it has been a long time anyway, so long that Ferdinand does not know the specific time. However, in order to appease people's hearts, but also to cater to the people's dream of a strong country, Ferdinand still shouted the slogan, "The Bulgarian Navy will expand tenfold in 10 years, and 20-fold in 20 years." Well, people who don't know the size of the Bulgarian Navy will probably be shocked after hearing this declaration, and those who know the inside story will definitely be dismissive. As soon as the Balkan Wars ended, the Russians put down the Bulgarian flag, rehoisted the flag of the Russian Empire, and appeared in the Sea of Marmara. After all, the Russians also want to save face. They are always wearing the vests of their younger brothers, and the officers and soldiers are still very uncomfortable. Calculated at 6,000 tons, it is only 60,000 tons when it is expanded 10 times, and it is only 120,000 tons when it is expanded 20 times. It is slightly smaller than the current Black Sea Fleet. Of course, for the current Bulgarian Navy, this is enough. At least they know that they have the money to buy new warships later. Well, these are Ferdinand's machinations. If you don't restrict your rights, you can see the lesson of William II in World War I! Originally, after Russia withdrew from the war, the Germans had the upper hand, and they had the opportunity to negotiate with Britain and France to end the war with dignity. Unfortunately, the officers did not agree and continued to fight. As a result, Britain and France had to pay a heavy price, pulling the United States onto the ship and continuing to fight with the Germans. A tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. Germany, the world's #1 army, still couldn't stand the alliance of Britain, France, and the United States, and literally consumed the Second Empire alive! After much deliberation, Ferdinand decided to appoint Admiral Popov as Minister of War, Admiral Petrov as Minister of the Navy, Admiral Dante Christoph as Minister of Defense, Andrei Brand. Admiral Skov served as Minister of War and Admiral Dmitriev served as Chief of General Staff. Well, Petrov is the worst. He got the job of Minister of the Navy, and the Marine Police Fleet under his command is still under the command of the General Administration of Customs. No way, who called him a confidant of Ferdinand. When it is time to appease the hero now, it is time to set an example. This is not a bad deal. After the major expansion of the Navy, it will immediately become a hot real power faction. Of course, the premise is that it can survive until that day. Of course, Petrov didn't have to choose either. Compared with others, he had no advantage in terms of qualifications or military merit, especially in terms of age. The youngest, he is undoubtedly the most disadvantaged. Before, he could serve as the Chief of Staff, but the gold content of that Chief of Staff is much lower than it is now, and he is the Army Chief of Staff, which is not the same concept as the current Chief of Staff. This is also Ferdinand's intention. After this appointment, the positions of several of them will most likely not change in the next 10 or even 20 or 30 years. Treating meritorious persons is a consistent proposition of Ferdinand. Under normal circumstances, as long as there is no situation, they can work until retirement. And the oldest of the 5 of them, Dante Christoph, is only 48 years old now. Wait for him to retire? Sorry, at this level, they can only wait until they want to retire, or they hang up early. This is impossible for Petrov. The only option is to promote the construction of the navy and turn the Bulgarian fleet, called navy that is actually a sea guard, into a veritable naval fleet, so that his position as Minister of the Navy can also live up to its name. After all, Ferdinand wants to promote the development of the navy, so he can't go off in person. Of course, this kind of thing happened to the younger brother, and Petrov just caught up. Chapter 228, War Costs. The rise of military aristocrats. Ferdinand had just completed the plan for the reorganization of the army, and before it was released, Prime Minister Constantine and Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy came to the door. Grand Duke, this is our expense report for this war. The war expense is somewhat beyond our expectations, especially the Battle of Constantinople, which has greatly exceeded the budget, the Chancellor of the Exchequer said solemnly. Ferdinand nodded and said calmly, "This is normal. The battlefield is ever-changing, and it is normal for a little accident to happen. After all, we won this war, and a little monetary loss is acceptable." By the way, how much overspending? The panic in the finance minister's eyes disappeared for a moment, and then he quickly calmed down and said, "There is no overspending, but 70 million leva has been saved. Our original budget was 300 million leva for war expenses, and the actual cost now as sales are about 230 million levs. Saving 70 million levs." This figure flashed in Ferdinand's mind, and he was a little surprised. "It is said that there is still a surplus in the war?" It was unexpected. "You must know that 70 million levs, if equivalent to couping silver, is 18,666,700 taels, and you can buy the Beiyang fleet." Note, the exchange rate is in 1901. 1 tael of silver equals 3.75 levs equals 0.15 pounds. When he just crossed over, Ferdinand would definitely be ecstatic when he heard this number, but now, this number can no longer move him. After being slightly startled, Ferdinand casually opened the information and looked at it carefully. The first thing that comes into view is the consumption of ammunition. In the Balkan War, the Bulgarian army consumed a total of more than 3.87 million rounds of various types of artillery shells and more than 270 million rounds of bullets. Ferdinand didn't look down on the specific consumption of various types of shells. Anyway, he only saw the total value of nearly 70 million levs, so he continued to look down. Among them, in the Battle of Constantinople, 70% of the artillery shells and 30% of the bullets were consumed. It can be said that the main gold digger in this war was the Battle of Constantinople. Well, this is just Bulgaria's own ammunition expenses. All expenses are cost prices. Many raw materials for ammunition production are only charged for labor costs, and profits are not considered at all. If it is purchased in the international market, it is impossible to buy it without hundreds of millions of levs. As for the heavy artillery provided by the Russians, and the shells consumed, they are not counted in the class. The Ministry of Finance also gave a preliminary estimate. These more than 300 heavy artillery pieces cost hundreds of thousands of leva each, and a single shell would cost hundreds of leva. If this cost is counted on Bulgaria, the value of more than 200,000 shells will not be less than 30 million levs. If the value of the artillery itself is not 70 million or 80 million levs, it will not be able to get it. Of course, for Russia, there is no problem at all. Converted to rubles, it is less than 30 million, and converted to pounds, it is only 3 million. Since the Russians have a big family, they can squeeze out casually. After winning the Black Sea portal, it only cost 3 million pounds. No matter how you look at it, Nicholas II made a lot of money. You must know that even if the military value is not considered, just in terms of economic value, this golden waterway charges more than this number of tariffs every year. And it also involves the issue of Russia's economic development, especially the export of agricultural products, which has controlled this golden waterway. The international competitiveness of Russian agricultural products will be greatly increased. Of course, now the Russians are still wrangling with the Ottomans over this issue. As for Bulgaria, Ferdinand resolutely chose to give up. Countless historical lessons have taught him that those who grab meat with the boss since ancient times will not end well. The next step is after the mobilization, the newly unsealed weapons and equipment, more than 400,000 new-style rifles. This is really not expensive, less than 10 million levs. It really is a work of imitation Mozzie. The leather is durable, high quality and low price. Next is the cannon, mainly the primary version of the mortar and 75mm field gun, a total of more than 1,000, with a total value of more than 30 million levs, which is not too expensive and acceptable. Weapons that have been equipped before are not counted. Further down is the consumption of various materials, a lot of mess, including food, cloth, tents, military uniforms, medicines. Adding this together, the number is a bit large, reaching more than 70 million levs, and the large amount of materials seized by the army has not yet been recorded, and they have been used directly and are not included. Taking into account the actual situation, although Bulgaria has mobilized a total of more than 600,000 troops, in fact, only more than 400,000 troops have been put into front-line combat. In this case, based on 3 months of combat time, the average daily consumption of living materials for each soldier is about 2 leaves. If the seized materials are also included, this number is estimated to be greatly increased. Moreover, these more than 400,000 people are not fighting every day, except for the First Army, which basically fought for 3 consecutive months. Most of the other troops ended the war in the first month. In this way, the consumption is very large, but considering the transportation on the battlefield and the gathering of a large number of guerrillas, it is probably about the same. In addition to these expenses, the rest is the salaries of the army. This does not need to be counted. Ferdinand knows that it is definitely an astronomical figure. Even if an ordinary soldier during the war is given 100 levs for a month, if it is calculated based on the 400,000 people who directly participated in the war, it will cost 40 million a month. Oh, in fact, it must be more than that. The engineer soldiers who have gone to the front line can't be left alone, can they? The rear did not directly participate in the war, and the army responsible for protecting the transportation line should also be given some subsidies, right? I saw the military salaries, a total of 50 million levs. Looking at this number, Ferdinand was a little dumbfounded, and suddenly he wanted to ask if you wrote 0 less. Even if the Ministry of Finance gave 200 or 300 million levas for the military salary, Ferdinand could accept it, and he would not be surprised at all, but 50 million leva is really not enough for a month's army salary. However, Ferdinand continued to read patiently. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The 50 million levs not only included the soldier's salary, but also the casualty pension and wartime bonus. Well, when he saw the word land, he understood it all. This is due to Ferdinand's preferential policy of officers and soldiers who have made military exploits and who are willing to immigrate to Albania can get twice as much land as their own reward, and they can make up the difference with money. The most important thing is that the land price of Ferdinand is now half of the domestic land price in Bulgaria. There is a cheap but not a bastard. Such a big benefit is enough to move people. In order to encourage immigration, even if there is land in the country, the government also provides exchange services. As for whether it will suffer, no one will worry. Anyway, this kind of immigration relocation, everyone can freely choose. A group of comrades get together, even if they are the only ones to bully others, and no one dares to find fault with them. Besides, the matter of professional placement has long since spread. If you stay in the same place, it is really difficult to become a government official, and the competition pressure is too great. If you move out, it will be different. For ordinary soldiers, officials are mixed, but there is always a chance to mix with ordinary staff. After all, whether it is seniority, merit, or reliability, they have an advantage over the locals. Even in terms of knowledge level, these soldiers have an advantage. Bulgaria has the highest level of basic education in the world, which is really not bragging. Seeing the number of applications for relocation, Ferdinand was dumbfounded. Is this a collective relocation ? 123,000 exclamation mark. It doesn't look like much, but in fact, it represents the 123,000 families behind it, involving hundreds of thousands of immigrants. This number has far exceeded the previous government estimates. By the way, the government still has nearly 2 million hectares of land, which will be distributed soon. Among them, there are nearly 6 floors of land, all of which are paid for the difference. It seems that even if the excess part does not enjoy tax incentives, many people are still willing to buy land at a low price. Now it was Ferdinand's turn to worry, and Albania's land was estimated to be insufficient. These hundreds of thousands of families also have a lot of land themselves, and the exact amount is still being counted. Anyway, after adding up, it is definitely an astronomical number. Let's do it. Expand the scope of immigrants. Albania alone can't accommodate them, so just spread the immigrants all over the place. The exact location is to be determined by the government. According to the actual situation, allocate the number of immigrants to various places. Considering the complexity of many areas, the choice of immigrants should not be too scattered. At least one immigrant settlement should not be less than 800 people. In addition, soldiers who have made military exploits are allowed to buy their own rifles, but they must report to the armed forces in various places and purchase bullets with a limit. Ferdinand is still very protective of his shortcomings, and he still attaches great importance to these soldiers who have sacrificed their lives for him. Ferdinand knew very well that these soldiers were the cornerstone of his future stability in Bulgaria. As for letting them carry guns, in addition to protecting their own safety, there is another advantage that they can suppress rebellions everywhere at any time. There is no need to send troops to a regional rebellion with 1,000 or 800 people. 180 soldiers in a settlement will suppress them. As for the bigger rebellion, are you a fool for the intelligence services? History tells Ferdinand that all the rebellions spontaneously organized by the people are from small to large. As for the peasant uprising of 1,800,000 people, it is impossible in the Balkans. Even during the Ottoman Empire, Ferdinand paid for a gun, and even sent someone to direct him, but he did not cause a peasant uprising of more than 10,000 people. Even if it expands later, it is still learning how to fight rogues, and it is all the way. But this method has become more and more backward in modern times. As long as they are stabilized in the future, then Bulgaria will be stable too. Such an obvious benefit, Ferdinand can see at a glance, and Constantine can't see it without reason. Needless to say, as soon as Ferdinand proposed the plan, he immediately agreed. Only the Chancellor of the Exchequer is left in pain, and this time he will lose a lot of money. Seeing the reaction of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Ferdinand was puzzled and asked, "By the way, so many people are over-purchasing land, are they also rich? You must know that the current land in Bulgaria is not cheap. 1 hectare of land usually costs more than 16,000 levs. In plains with good geological conditions, this figure can be as high as more than 23,000 levs per hectare, which is not cheap. Ordinary workers can buy more than 1 acre of land after a year of hard work without food or drink. In theory, they can buy 1 hectare of land with their entire income for 10 years. This is why Bulgarians are so keen to join the army. The main reason. These days, being an ordinary worker really has no way of making money. The Chancellor of the Exchequer looked at Ferdinand and said embarrassedly, "No, the Grand Duke, for ordinary soldiers, the money to buy these lands is still a huge amount of money. But the Royal Bank and Union Bank launched loan services specifically for them, and soldiers could use the land they bought as mortgages. And it's still ultra-low interest. Basically, they buy part of the land, and the annual income is enough to pay for this part of the interest. Therefore, there are many people who apply for land purchases. I estimate that if the government does not finalize these matters as soon as possible, the number of land purchases in the future will continue to increase." Ferdinand was overjoyed. He did not expect that his subordinates would be so business-savvy, so quickly tied a group of high-quality customers under his banner. What is the easiest money to make? Of course, follow the policy. Now Ferdinand is clearly supporting the military class and using them to conquer the world. Is it possible for them to go bankrupt on a large scale under this background? Besides, at the end of the 19th century, agriculture was still a very stable investment method. Basically, before the synthetic ammonia came out, the income of agricultural land would not be too bad. Chapter 229, Congressional Elections Without Voters and Writers and Number 039, Revised History. After thinking about it, Ferdinand asked, then the government can still sell the land this time and get back more than 100 million yuan? The Minister of Finance thought for a while and said, yes, Your Excellency. According to our Ministry of Finance estimates, this figure will be between 150 million and 200 million leva. But considering that the price is only half of the market price, we are actually losing money. Ferdinand nodded and said, well, this matter will be discussed here today, and the government will proceed as planned. The question of the Prime Minister's celebration, how are the preparations going? Constantine thought for a while and said, Grand Duke, it's ready. However, now that Montenegro is preparing to establish the Kingdom of Montenegro, are we going to start preparing for the establishment of the Third Bulgarian Kingdom? Grand Duke? Ferdinand heard it. The point is that the kingdom is not an empire. It seems that the public opinion has been fermented, but the government is still sober, and there is no foolish desire to establish the Third Bulgarian Empire. This is indeed the question, or we should do the victory celebration together with the establishment of the Third Bulgarian Kingdom. In this way, you can save a lot of expenses. If you invest this part of the funds in industrial construction, the effect will be better. Constantine had no objection. Everyone was a pragmatist and had little interest in these virtual ceremonies. If it wasn't to win the hearts of the people, Ferdinand wouldn't even bother to do these ceremonies. Not for anything else, just simply afraid of trouble. Every big ceremony makes him exhausted. For these activities, Ferdinand always hides when he can, but he really can't hide. Resolute is the consistent style of Ferdinand. Over time, the Bulgarian government has naturally learned this style. Ferdinand nodded, and the Prime Minister went back to prepare. As for procedural issues, those are all minor issues. Anyway, in the current Bulgarian Congress, no one dares to come out and force it. No, there are people who dare to sing the opposite, but unfortunately they don't even have the chance to make a proposal. According to Bulgaria's new electoral law, elected members of Congress must look at their contribution to the country, so the mouth-watering experts are excluded. Everyone else has jobs. Except for the rotation, the other hours are all done in their own way. At the same time, the Bulgarian parliament has the highest absenteeism rate in the world, and it is common for members to take time off to work. Ferdinand also supported this point. Everyone was busy, and no one bothered him. Under normal circumstances, if the parliament wants to hold a meeting, it has to coordinate 1 month in advance, otherwise it is very likely that there will not be enough quorum. Since the re-election in 1892, a total of 5 meetings have been held, including the first inaugural meeting. Of the next 4 times, 3 of them were proposed by and only 1 was chaired by the Congress itself, and the number of deputies often fell short of the minimum threshold for convening a Congress. For example, before the outbreak of the Balkan War, Ferdinand urgently convened a parliament to declare war on the Ottoman Empire, and only 8 members arrived, less than 1/3 of the quorum. But it doesn't matter, with Ferdinand's signature, he is legal, and the king of a monarchy is privileged. It's your own fault that the MP didn't arrive. You gave up your right to vote, but no one will wait for you. At this point, monarchs all over Europe are envious. Although many of them are monarchies, it is a pity that their parliaments often cause them trouble and criticize the government. For example, Nicholas II was very dissatisfied with the Russian Congress, and often ran out to brush his presence. Especially the so-called Democrats are using Congress to fight him for rights. Who doesn't know that behind these members are either big capitalists or big nobles, and more often the two are a combination of the two. On several occasions, Nicholas II was preparing to study Ferdinand's revision of the electoral law, but he gave up after thinking about the actual situation of the Russian Empire. If the time comes, a council composed of all nobles is elected, it will be even more troublesome. Of course, Ferdinand didn't know it, and now he has announced another Congress. Tomorrow afternoon. Don't say that the time is too tight. Ferdinand has done the bad thing of making a temporary announcement plus convening a Congress immediately. It's just that both times they declared war, and they both won. In this context, anyone who dares to speak out against the procedures can be regarded as a traitor by the public. Oh, and many MPs think so too. Time is life is the slogan of the current Bulgarian government. Any waste of time and inefficiency is a waste of life and a political mistake in Bulgaria. Therefore, if there is a shortage of people, there will be a shortage of people. Anyway, the work has to continue. By convention, Bulgaria's new parliamentary election should start this year. However, it was delayed for a few days by Ferdinand on the grounds that the outbreak of the Greek-Turkish War may affect Bulgaria. And then the Balkan War broke out, not to mention, all busy fighting. Who cares about elections? This drag, it's now. But considering the issue of new territories, the scale of this election will be much larger than in the past, which is a big problem. During the rule of the Ottoman Empire, elections were such a high-level event that even the Turks could not enjoy it, let alone the ethnic groups in the Balkans. Except for a few progressive young people, it is estimated that many people do not even know what congressional elections are. What should we do? There is also the issue of the division of the number of parliamentarians. If the previous Bulgarian standards are used, it is estimated that no one will run for election in many regions. The reason is very simple. The contribution to Bulgaria is not enough, or the age and education are not enough. Another trouble is the number of votes. In the past, if the number of votes in various regions was insufficient, there would be a slip-up election, which is also legal. This is even more difficult. The Balkan ethnic groups under the rule of the Ottoman Empire are good enough to have enough to eat. How extravagant is education? In this way, there are not enough voters, so how can the election be held? Taking into account the actual situation, in the future, all regions of Bulgaria must also reduce the number of parliamentarians, otherwise the parliamentary meeting will be a problem. With so many factors, now Bulgaria is not even qualified to hold parliamentary elections in the whole country. Well, this vexing question was thrown by Ferdinand unscrupulously to Congress. The solution is simple, but easy to get into trouble. For example, lowering the election conditions is unfortunately illegal, at least without Ferdinand's consent. The amendment of the electoral law does not exist. If the election time is extended, or they are not given the right to vote, they will definitely be sprayed to death by public opinion. In short, how to deal with it will be embarrassing. It turns out that Ferdinand thought too much. Now in the Bulgarian Congress, there are not many people who can play tricks. But there are a lot of honest people, and throwing problems to them is completely playing the piano to the bull. Unsurprisingly, the establishment of the Third Bulgarian Kingdom was unanimously approved. Regarding the election of the newly added territories, the resolutions of the congressmen are completely based on the current laws. In short, the dignity of the law must be maintained. As for other issues, Democrats love to scold them. Anyway, with the Bulgarian electoral law, there is not enough contribution, not even the right to vote, let alone the right to be elected. Now Bulgaria attaches the most importance to soldiers, engineers, scientists, teachers, doctors. As for the others, a self-proclaimed expert and scholar, Ferdinand doesn't admit it. No matter how well known you are in the society, it's all for nothing. Well, since Congress wants to play by the rules, Ferdinand has no reason to object. As for whether someone's interests have been harmed, there is nothing to be done. Absolute fairness has not existed since ancient times! Mr. Chekhov, to revise the history of the Balkans, can we involve some sociologists? After all, they will do more. Ailko suggested. Education Minister Chekhov was puzzled, so he asked, "Why, you are the best writer in Bulgaria, aren't you the best at making up stories? Besides, we will provide the information about the problem. You can work with a few literature practitioners in the school to compile a general framework first, and then slowly polish it." Ailko has the heart to cry. You are looking for a historical researcher to revise history. Why are you looking for me as a writer? But, Mr. Chekhov, I'm really not good at revising history. Or you can find those who study history. They are professionals. Chekhov smiled and said, if it's possible, why should I ask you to revise history? The focus is on the word repair! I have been looking for them for a long time. Those old stubborn people insist on restoring the authenticity of history. What the hell is going on with the history of the various ethnic groups in the Balkans? What's our business? Bulgarian funds are precious. We have invested a lot of money, but what we need is a history that is in the interests of Bulgaria. If we let them do it, how can we make up what we want? Aelko thought for a while and said, Mr. Chekhov, I'm serious. When it comes to counterfeiting ability, the group of parallel imports in the society are the real ones. It's their talent to open their eyes and talk nonsense. I'm really not suitable. If I don't even believe in the revised history, how can I make others believe it? Chekhov thought about it for a while, and it was the same reason. A clever trick, to deceive others. You must first deceive yourself. He nodded, and then said, well, I'll try it first. But the issue of the origin of the nation is left to you. You can't shirk this matter any longer. This is related to the long-term stability of Bulgaria in the future. Aelko nodded. This difficulty is even smaller. Bulgarians can really get involved with many ethnic groups. There is still some theoretical basis. It is now one of the Yugoslav nations recognized by the world. After looking through the history and thinking again, it is possible to soften the ethnic groups in the Balkans into one family. As for why it split into so many ethnic groups, of course, it is the fault of the Ottoman Empire. At least everyone in the ancestors is indeed close relatives. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Children, the end of the 19th century was turbulent era, an era of alternating old and new, the golden age of imperialism, and the best era of territorial expansion. Now there is no complete history book in the Balkans, and now Ferdinand has ordered people to compile the history of the Balkans. The biggest advantage is that no one competes with him for the right to interpret. Since the Ottoman Empire occupied the Balkans, the original system of civilization has been interrupted. As for history, what the Ottomans recorded, will the Balkan peoples buy it? Believe it or not, a general history of the Balkans is about to be released. How long it will take to come out is beyond Ferdinand's control. In this day and age, scholars are still a little bit scrupulous. Even if they want to fake it, they have to create a professional to stand the test. Two obvious loopholes are not allowed to exist. In addition to the artistic processing of historical events, there must be enough historical documents or cultural relics to prove it. This is not a small project. Ferdinand still supports the request of scholars. This is the level of professionals. The counterfeiting is a complete set. Even if someone doubts it in the future, it is just a war of words. These cultural relics will be put into the museum that just started construction in Bulgaria in the future for people to visit. Even if some people question it, they will not be able to verify it. Don't get me wrong, the cultural relics are all real, just make up a new version of the story for them. Literature? The original is naturally gone, and it was destroyed by the Ottomans. This is not to wrong them. After the Ottoman Empire occupied the Balkans, many things were destroyed. Now the Ottomans themselves are not sure how much their ancestors have destroyed. There is absolutely no proof for this. What attracted the most attention to Ferdinand was the history of the origin of the Balkan nations. In order to write a popular history of the origin of the nation, Bulgarian writers basically participated in it. Now Ferdinand misses the internet in his previous life. To make up stories, online writers are experts, and they can talk nonsense in earnest. The most important thing is efficiency. Let this group of traditional literature workers in Bulgaria do it. It takes 3 to 5 years as soon as possible, and 10 or 8 years as slow as possible. Even if someone writes for 20 to 30 years, it is normal. In exchange for an online author, A mere hundreds of thousands of words of the history of the origin of the Balkan peoples can be taken out in 10 days and a half months. Bulgarians are mixed race anyway, it has some relations with all ethnic groups in the Balkans, and I can't figure it out! Anyway, as soon as the construction of general history of the Balkans and history of the origin of the Balkan nations started, experts and scholars from the Balkans flocked to them. Now, under this circumstance, it is the best opportunity for them to bring smuggled goods. The real opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Anyway, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture, who are responsible for presiding over the compilation of books, are all welcome to these people, and they are all preferential. The only requirement is that the creation must be done within the established framework. These are not difficult for them, after all. Those who chase fame and fortune have low morals! The busyness of the outside world has nothing to do with Ferdinand for the time being. Tai is now dining with his family, his wife, Grand Duchess Xenia, and his mother, Princess Clementine. Now the two hostesses are very dissatisfied with Ferdinand. During the Balkan Wars you were understandably busy, but after the war it was too much to be so busy. In particular, Ferdinand could not hold a large palace banquet for several years, which is too much. It's so bad that they don't even have a chance to express themselves. You must know that the lives of noble ladies are also very boring. Of course, they could throw their own banquets, but the Bulgarian vibe really didn't suit it. Looking around, all of them are a group of upstarts, and they really have no common language with them. Less than 30 years after the founding of the country, where can I find nobles with profound background? Of course, Ferdinand didn't know this, and thought that he was too busy and didn't pay enough attention to them, which made them dissatisfied. Ferdinand has won the war for so long, why don't you organize an event to celebrate? Princess Clementina asked suspiciously. Xenia also stared at Ferdinand, as if expecting his answer. At the same time, mixed with a bit of doubt, why does Ferdinand from a noble family seem so different? Ferdinand, who was unclear about the situation, answered honestly, there are celebrations, and now the government is preparing for the establishment of the Third Bulgarian Kingdom. We put the victory celebration and the establishment of the Third Bulgarian Kingdom together! After listening to Ferdinand's words, Princess Clementine weakly replied, oh, this kind of courtship is too serious, and she is destined to be only a supporting role. The protagonists must be the king and queen, the queen dowager. It's better not to be in the limelight, otherwise people will laugh at them and don't understand the rules. The Grand Duchess of Xenia has come to the spirit now. You must know that the principality is always inferior to the kingdom, and the queen of the kingdom is always more face-saving than the principality. By the way, when will the ceremony be held? Xenia asked excitedly. Ferdinand said embarrassedly, the specific time has not yet been determined. Today, Congress has just approved it, and it is still in preparation. Xenia rolled her eyes and said in her heart, you just thought of it. Bulgarian Congress, when has it been in charge? Suddenly Xenia felt nauseous, so she said, I'm feeling a little sick, so I'm going to rest first. After he finished speaking, he just got up and took a few steps before he started to vomit. Ferdinand got up quickly, and without waiting for him to pass, the maids already took the lead and went over to support Xenia. Call the doctor, Ferdinand shouted, walking over and watching with concern. Well, now Ferdinand doesn't know what to do. He's not a doctor. If it is in the future, the minor faults are not worth mentioning. Now, any minor illness could be fatal, and he couldn't help worrying about it. Although he and Xenia didn't have a deep relationship at the beginning, they also respected each other, which was very rare for a big noble. After getting along for a long time, and now that they have accepted each other, he can't help but worry. Soon the court doctor Melody Nicholas rushed over, and as soon as the diagnosis was made, a smile appeared on Melody's face. Princess Clementina seemed to think of something, and asked with concern, how is it, Mr. Melody? Melody Nicholas replied happily, saying, congratulations, the queen is pregnant. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere on the field changed immediately. Obviously, this is a good thing for everyone. Ferdinand is not too young, and he has been married for 4 years. Everyone is anxious, especially Bulgaria now needs an heir. Chapter 231, Tariffs. Fire at the city gate in Pondfish. Xenia was pregnant. Although it was not known whether the child was a boy or a girl, the pressure on Ferdinand's shoulders was suddenly much less. As the most beloved king of Bulgaria, he has no direct successor for a long time. Not only Ferdinand is anxious, but even the Bulgarian people are very worried. In Europe, illegitimate children have no right of inheritance. If the queen is not pregnant, prepare to be extinct. This is not without precedent. Because the European royal family has no heir, there should not be too many things left by the crown. The Hardenberg family is an example. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was established by marriage. After each kingdom and the royal family died out, the crown fell into the hands of the Hardenberg family. Franz Joseph I was the beneficiary of this marriage, and also the victim. Ferdinand was not interested, and let the other branches of the Gordon family inherit what he had conquered, and the Bulgarian people also did not want such a thing to happen. That could be catastrophic for Bulgaria too. In the Middle Ages, Spain was the biggest victim of the succession to the throne. Historically, the crown of Spain fell on the head of Charles V of Germany. The Kingdom of Spain contributed money and efforts for the unification war of Germany, and finally the empire was ruined. Therefore, as soon as the queen was pregnant, Ferdinand immediately disclosed the good news to the outside world. For Bulgaria, this can be regarded as a double happiness. It has just won the Balkan War, completed the most crucial step of the Great Bulgarian Plan, and is about to welcome a prince or princess. Before the baby is born, Bulgarians are starting to discuss the gender of the child. For most Bulgarians, they want to be a prince, so that Bulgaria has an heir. It is best to inherit the fine genes of Archduke Ferdinand, the same wise in martial arts, and at the same time have a benevolent heart, love the people and things, and work hard. Anyway, Ferdinand's personal image is well managed, and the Bulgarian people still love him very much. Any good words that come to mind will be used on him regardless of whether they are suitable or not. The little guy has not yet been born. He is already a household name in Bulgaria, and soon his popularity will continue to spread throughout Europe. The European royal family is a family, so it's not bragging. If you want to find relatives, basically everyone can get in touch. So as soon as the news of Xenia's pregnancy spread, Ferdinand received a bunch of congratulatory messages. It's all courtesy. Since the telegraph is an artifact, everyone has a lot more contact with each other. There are also many unknown secret transactions. Don't look at the contradictions between many countries. Many of their royal families still maintain friendly exchanges, and some are still one family. In other words, even if everyone wants to kill each other, they still have to maintain a gentleman's demeanor when communicating, and they can't see the slightest contradiction. In this regard, Ferdinand can only say that there are bad things between the great nobles, that is, too much. Oh, and he's also a vested interest. Without this distinguished background, even if the transmigrator was against the sky, Ferdinand would not be able to get where he is now. Not to mention the throne. Even his current net worth is not entirely obtained by honest business. Legal business only accounts for a small part, and Ferdinand does a lot of smuggling and tax evasion. It's just that his relationship background is large enough, and he has attracted a group of powerful collaborators, and everyone worked together to cover things up. For example, the United Mining Company that Ferdinand and Edward worked together to fiddle with, mining everywhere. How many times did they obey the law, and how many times did they pay taxes according to the rules? Many places are owned by the owner, but they still got their hands on it. The stories that happened in them were definitely not so pleasant anyway. It was just that the colonial officials managed to deal with them. How many companies in the world dare to use warships to transport gold? Ferdinand can tell you unequivocally, a lot. Most of the world's most important mining companies are backed by top nobles. Otherwise, the pirates in the 19th century were not vegetarians. If they were robbed once and lost a few tons of gold, no one could stand it. By the way, the British Royal Navy will occasionally join pirates, provided the fish are fat enough. Just think about how dangerous sailing was in the 19th century. The only exception may be the United States, but now the United States cannot completely get rid of European control, and many industries are still controlled by people behind the scenes. After the First World War, the collective decline of Europe, the withering of the royal family and the nobility, the capitalists can truly become the masters of the world. It is precisely because he knows a lot of inside information that Ferdinand has no industry to make money, so he has to intervene. Otherwise, his industry would not have developed so smoothly, and he would have been taught how to behave. It was not until he was in power in Bulgaria that Ferdinand dared to set foot in all walks of life. After all, on his own land, he still had no strong competitors. At this time, the dispute over the interests of the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire in the Strait also came to an end. The half-paralyzed Ottoman Empire is still not as powerful as the Russians. Under the threat of bayonet, it was forced to compromise. Then Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev was called to sign in a state of compulsion, and the dispute over the interests of the Black Sea Strait came to an end. Well, Ferdinand is also very helpless now. He can only say that the Russians really know how to play. It's no wonder that being able to become a foreign power is really not leaking. The Ottoman Empire and the Bulgarian Strait Benefit Distribution Plan was just released. Literally, Bulgaria received 70% of the tariffs, which seemed to be a big winner. If you look down carefully, you will know that Bulgaria's Strait customs officers must all be hired by Russians. The Bulgarian government has only the right to advise, not to decide. Medvedev protested a little, and limited the scope to the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus Strait, and other places were not covered by the treaty. After obtaining the Russian consent, he signed it. As for how the tariffs are collected and used, Medvedev did not mention it. Anyway, if they entered the pocket of Mount, don't want to come out again. After the Russians took the lead in tariffs, the first unfortunate one was not the Ottoman Empire, let alone Bulgaria, but the irrelevant Romania. When people sit at home, disaster falls from the sky. As a major agricultural exporter in Europe, the export of agricultural products has always been a pillar industry in Romania. At the same time, they are also one of the main competitors of the Russians in the international grain market. After the Russians took control of the strait, they first adjusted tariffs. Russia's agricultural exports can be sold directly after paying the tax once. But Romanian agricultural products, after paying the tax once in the Bosphorus, reach the Dardanelles, I'm sorry to have to pay it again. Do you have any opinion? Protest against Bulgaria or the Ottoman Empire. This is their territory. When Karelai angrily sent the protest telegram to Ferdinand, Ferdinand was still in a state of persecution. The injustice has the head, the debt has the owner. If you don't go to the Russians to protest, what's the use of going to me? Do you think I can be the lord of the Russians? Even if you can, you can't do it. Ferdinand is 100% supportive of what the Russians did this time. Romania is also one of the main international competitors for Bulgarian agricultural exports. The other two are the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire, none of which he can afford to provoke. Of course, he has to catch a soft persimmon. Now that the Russians have done it, there is no need for Ferdinand to be a villain. Ferdinand said heartlessly. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent a telegram to Karelai to explain this situation, and the embassy sent him a copy of the Ottoman Empire and the Bulgarian Strait Benefit Distribution Plan, telling him that we were powerless, and suggested talk to the St. Petersburg government. Medvedev asked, Grand Duke, the Romanians seem to want to borrow the way from us and go directly to the Mediterranean Sea. Do we want to agree? Ferdinand asked indifferently. Romania made a request to us? Not yet, but they're already showing that, Medvedev explained. Ferdinand sneered, then pretend not to know. Anyway, they didn't mention it. How can we guess their minds? Who cares? Anyway, the unlucky Romania, and Ferdinand has nothing to do with half a dime, and there are only advantages and no disadvantages. If the sea export channel of Romanian grain is blocked and they are forced to take the land route, it is estimated that the good days of Karelai will be gone forever. Without the dividends of agricultural exports, what else would Romania's finances have? Do you still expect to make money selling oil in the 19th century? Maybe you can make money, but the profit from selling lamp oil is not enough for Carol I's personal expenses. Think about the transfer from the Austro-Hungarian Empire to Germany for sale. If it really goes well, it is estimated that the Hungarian nobles and capitalists will be unhappy, who would like their competitors. For Romania, not only has the cost increased in vain, but the capacity is also a big problem. As long as the Hungarian nobles and capitalists are not stupid, Romania will not be able to obtain sufficient transportation capacity. If you don't get in the way, even if you give face to your allies, who will help your competitors? At least let us make a difference. Ferdinand had already imagined the faces of the Hungarian nobles and capitalists. Anyway, Romania's food can't be shipped out, so just sell it to us. No thanks, we are so helpful. Of course, the higher the transportation cost, the lower the price. After all, we have to make some hard work. What Ferdinand didn't know was that after receiving Bulgaria's explanation, Caroline became even more angry. Bastard, that guy Ferdinand, if we hadn't made a move, would they have won the Balkan War? I don't even know how to be grateful, and now I don't want to help with such a small job. Sooner or later, I will teach him a lesson and let him know that the sky is high. Of course, it seems that Bulgaria is not easy to deal with now. But it doesn't matter, Caroline is just scolding, not really what to do with Bulgaria. Well, Caroline, who wanted to save face, did not plan to really let Bulgaria cut their tariffs. After all, it was collected by the Russians, and it was no use to find Ferdinand. Of course, if it's just a few smuggling ships, maybe Ferdinand will sell him a face, so he will find a way to let it go. It is a pity that he hopes to go directly to the Mediterranean Sea through Bulgaria. The meaning revealed by Caroline was obvious, but Ferdinand didn't see it, which made him embarrassed. You must know that during the Balkan War, in order to keep Romania neutral, Ferdinand was humble and made a lot of promises to him. Now, as soon as the war is over, he starts to pretend to be stupid. Oh, Ferdinand is also very wronged. The prerequisites for the promise he gave have not been fulfilled, and now he cannot fulfill it at all. For example, Ferdinand promised to exempt Romanian imports and exports from customs duties after Bulgaria took control of the strait. Unfortunately, it is the Russians who control the strait now, and Ferdinand is not a breach of contract. Bulgaria does not control the strait. To fully control the strait, at least half of the Asia Minor Peninsula has to be taken, otherwise it is the current state. Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire each have half, and no one has complete sea control. If the Russians were not strong enough to overwhelm the Ottoman Empire, why would they fight for the theoretically existing navy in Bulgaria? As for lending to Romania, the conscience of heaven and earth, Ferdinand really wanted to earn this shipping fee. But unfortunately Bulgaria's shipping capacity is also limited, and it is impossible to provide it to Romanians. Chapter 232, The Establishment of the Kingdom of Montenegro. Time flies, and in a flash, it's October. Ferdinand was still indulging in the joy of being a father, and now he is happy to everyone. Grand Duke, this is an invitation letter from Montenegro. Nicholas I invites you to attend the founding ceremony of the Kingdom of Montenegro. Foreign Minister Medvedev said. Ferdinand laughed and said, "It seems that Nicholas I is really impatient. I can't wait for a moment." Now the situation in Montenegro is not as good as it seems on the surface, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire has already taken care of them. Forget it, I'm not going. It is better to do less of the matter of declaring troops to seize the master, rejected for me, and you can send a representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to participate. Declaring the army to seize the master was just an excuse for Ferdinand, mainly because he was timid. In the Kingdom of Montenegro that is about to be established, many people are dissatisfied with Bulgaria. If someone holds a grudge and sends him a peanut, it will be a tragedy. However, Nicholas I's performance still surprised him. He was too eager to establish the Kingdom of Montenegro, which was not in line with his usual steady style. By the way, Nicholas I is so eager to establish the Kingdom of Montenegro, does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs know what's going on? Ferdinand continued to ask. Medvedev thought for a while and said, Grand Duke, Nicholas I seems to be unable to wait. Our growth has greatly reduced their status in the eyes of the Russians. Moreover, after Nicholas I's support for Serbia was exposed some time ago, he was retaliated by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now Montenegro is eager to establish the Kingdom of Montenegro, just to promote the next reform, improve the morale of the people, and compete with pressure from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Ferdinand nodded in approval. Under his butterfly effect, after Serbia became a semi-colonial of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the pressure Nicholas I now faces is much greater than that in parallel time and space. Now the Montenegro kingdom to be established has been surrounded by Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary, and strategically speaking, the way forward for their development has been blocked. The outbreak of the Serbian uprising made Nicholas I see the light of day. It seems that the annexation of Serbia has become their only hope. The above are all made up by Ferdinand himself. At this time, Nicholas I had begun to regret it. How could the Austro-Hungarian Empire be the fifth largest power in the world today? Not a small Montenegro can afford it. Ferdinand wanted to block Austria-Hungary, but he did not dare to take action in person and let Nicholas I come out of the tank, just for fear of retaliation from Austria-Hungary. This question also starts with the Serbian Revolution. With the support of Nicholas I, the Serbian rebel army finally supported it and defeated the Austro-Hungarian army many times. Now most of the Serbian countryside is in the hands of the rebel army. The Vienna government has sent troops to Serbia many times. In addition to the first 5 divisions, 6 divisions have been reinforced successively to stabilize the situation in Serbia. After paying so much, the Vienna government will naturally not let go of the initiator, so the soon-to-be-established Montenegro kingdom was subjected to a comprehensive economic blockade by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Kingdom of Montenegro was originally a small country with the most backward economy in the Balkans, and it had no railway itself. Poor traffic makes this small Yugoslav country unable to use its wealth, minerals, forests. In this semi-feudal country, foreign capital dominated the economy. In particular, the Austro-Hungarian Empire monopolized more than 3/4 of Montenegro's export trade and more than half of its import trade. Ferdinand also knew that if the future did not change, British capital and Italian capital would follow. The Kingdom of Montenegro is also the hardcore little brother of the Russians in the Balkans, and the Russians have saved their poor finances from bankruptcy many times. According to the Balkan War that Ferdinand had just ended, all the war funds received by Nicholas I were provided by the St. Petersburg government. Especially after the economic blockade of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the life of the Kingdom of Montenegro was even more difficult. The Austro-Hungarian Empire not only blocked their land trade, but also dispatched the navy to block the Adriatic, and their sea passage was also cut off. Except for Bulgaria, the foreign trade channels of Montenegro were all cut off by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Kingdom of Montenegro, which is about to be established now, has more than doubled its territory, but its import and export trade volume is still less than half of what it was before, especially the export trade is even worse. Affected by this, Nicholas I had to change his long-standing foreign policy and took the initiative to repair Bulgaria in order to keep the only lifeline of foreign trade. Since the Balkan War, the relationship between the two countries has begun to heat up sharply. Of course, the Russians also played the role of mediators, otherwise, with Ferdinand's temperament, Nicholas I would definitely be slaughtered. How is the preparation for the ceremony? Nicholas I asked. The Prime Minister replied, all preparations are in place, and the normal operation of the ceremony on October 15th can be guaranteed. Nicholas I asked again, among the invited guests, which important people will attend in person? The Prime Minister explained, because the time was too tight, most of the main guests we invited couldn't come over in time. So Nicholas I interrupted, okay, you can directly say which powerful people will come. The Prime Minister stood there awkwardly, without speaking for a long time. Nicholas I smiled bitterly and said, there's no way a person with weight won't come, right? The Prime Minister nodded and said, because the time is too tight, the main guests we invited were unable to arrive, and most of them sent representatives to attend. "Where are the Russians?" Nicholas I asked with concern. "The Russians will be represented by Count Paul at this ceremony," said the Prime Minister. Nicholas I asked, "Is it Paul Shuvanov, the ambassador to Bulgaria?" "Yes." The Prime Minister answered affirmatively. "Who is the representative of Bulgaria?" Nicholas I continued to ask. The Prime Minister said with some embarrassment, "This one has not yet been determined." Nicholas I nodded, knowing that the Russians sent Count Paul Shuvanov, obviously to reconcile the relationship between the Kingdom of Montenegro and Bulgaria, and even promote an alliance between the two countries to counter the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the Balkans. However, because the foreign policy of Nicholas I was pro-Serbian before, he had been embarrassed with Bulgaria many times in the diplomatic field. Now the Bulgarian government does not feel good about the Kingdom of Montenegro. If there is no mediation by the Russians, Nicholas I still suspects that Ferdinand will block Montenegro together with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or even carve up the Kingdom of Montenegro together. Affected by this, the Kingdom of Montenegro has now hugged the Russians' thighs tightly, looking like a loyal little brother. Well, Nicholas I completely guessed Ferdinand wrong. The reason why he did not form an alliance with the Kingdom of Montenegro was mainly because he was afraid of being pitted by his teammates. If one day the Kingdom of Montenegro gets into the water and gets into a fight with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, what should Bulgaria do? Ferdinand did not think that the current Bulgaria is the opponent of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, even if it is the same as the Kingdom of Montenegro. This is different from his alliance with Russia. Even if he is really dragged into the war, the Russians are strong. Now that Germany has not yet erupted, the military strength of the Allies is still slightly stronger than that of the Allies, and Bulgaria is not under much military pressure. Therefore, the protection and black alliance that Nicholas I has always expected is impossible to establish. Time passed quickly, and the Kingdom of Montenegro was successfully established, but the scene was a little shivering, and the number of guests who came to the ceremony was somewhat small. Fortunately, Nicholas I was able to give birth and had 5 baby daughters, allowing him and the King of Denmark to share the title of European father-in-law. My family always wants to give face, and most of the sons-in-law came to set up the scene for him. Otherwise this ceremony would really become a laughingstock. Chapter 233, The Navy set sail. The early establishment of the Kingdom of Montenegro did not arouse the world situation, and even in the Balkans, it did not cause a few waves. A small country is a small country after all, and the Kingdom of Montenegro is not yet worthy of world attention. After the Balkan Wars, the focus of the world has returned to South Africa again. The British are still fighting with the Boers, and it seems that it will not end in the short term. Of course, the British will still win the final victory, which Ferdinand will not doubt. It's just that this duration may be much longer than parallel space-time. From the news from the South African Intelligence Service, Ferdinand knew that there were now many more mercenary volunteers among the Boers. There are also shadows of European countries. Basically the French, Germans, Russians, Austria-Hungary, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands. All participated in it. This time, the British are fighting alone. To a certain extent, the Balkan War that has just ended has also helped the British. The energy of the Russians and the Austro-Hungarian Empire was involved, and they did not continue to block them in South Africa. The most important thing is that the two countries have little interests in South Africa. Of course, the British didn't do anything either. According to Ferdinand's knowledge, the high-level officials of Germany and France had already had the intention of cooperating on the South African issue, but with the efforts of the British, there has been no progress. Including in the Near East, the British showed weakness to the Russians and watched the Russians control the Black Sea Strait, all in order to divide the European continent and unanimously target the British as part of the action. Ferdinand didn't know what was going on behind the British, but he knew that the Germans had made a lot of money now. Since the Anglo-Boer War, hundreds of tons of gold have flowed into Europe from the Boer Republic, and at least half of them have entered the pockets of the Germans. It made Ferdinand salivate, but fortunately, he still had self-knowledge and knew that with Bulgaria's current strength, it was still the most suitable for him to continue to be a melon-eater. Grand Duke, the British minister has asked us to buy a 75mm rapid-fire field gun. What should we do? Foreign Minister Medvedev asked. Ferdinand said without hesitation, sell, as long as the price is right, we will sell it, and we will sell it together with the technology. Ferdinand knew very well that as soon as the 75mm rapid-fire field gun appeared in the Balkan Wars, it would attract the attention of European countries. It is no longer necessary to continue to keep secrets, and besides, this is plagiarism from the French. It's just that Bulgaria came out early. Now the French army has only just begun to be deployed, which has caused no trouble. Instead of waiting for the French to sell it, it's better to do the business yourself. Moreover, the technical content of the 75mm rapid-fire field gun is not so high that the foreign powers can't really copy it. It is only a matter of time before the British Empire gets the finished product and wants to copy it. Historically, the Germans have not done it for a long time, largely because of their face. There is also this rapid-fire gun, which runs counter to the idea of the German army's pursuit. Otherwise, it is pure plagiarism, and the Germans have already done it in a laboratory. Grand Duke, how should I report this price? Foreign Minister Medvedev asked with a headache. The export of weapons technology is the first time for a big girl to go to the sedan chair in Bulgaria, and there is no experience to be found. The previous transaction with the Russians was different. Everyone was exchanging artillery technology, and there was no bargaining. The arms trade, often with political implications, must be taken into account. From the perspective of the relationship between the two sides, even if Bulgaria and the Russians are allied, the relationship with the British is still not bad, not only with the UK, but also with Germany and Austria-Hungary. This is not surprising. During this period, the contradictions between the major European powers have not intensified, and it is not time to stand on their own. Bulgaria's sale of rapid-fire gun technology to Britain was also a diplomatic gesture, the same move Ferdinand prepared to do several more times. Whether it was Germany, Austria-Hungary, or even Italy, it could be sold. Ferdinand had no obligation to keep the French secret. When Ferdinand was thinking about what to exchange, Petrov suddenly said, Grand Duke, the British Navy is #1 in the world, why don't you exchange warships with the British? It seems that he, the Bear Admiralty, has become impatient and wants to buy some new toys for the Navy. That's right. It's a toy. With the background of the Bulgarian Navy, if you get a warship, don't even think about forming combat effectiveness in the short term. Ferdinand shook his head and said, I'm afraid this is not possible. Although the technology of rapid-fire guns is important, its value is limited after all. If it is exchanged at an equivalent value, it is estimated that a few torpedo boats can be exchanged, and at most 1 or 2 small tonnage boats. Destroyer, not very useful. Petrov said reluctantly, we can still make up the price difference. At any rate, we have to get a few warships back and let the Navy operate normally first. His words reminded Ferdinand that the Navy is not something that can be done in a day or two. Army training may only take half a year to have a certain combat effectiveness, and the Navy has started at least 10 years. A ready-made example is the Japanese Navy, which has a relatively short tries time. Then discuss with the British and exchange the warships they are about to retire, and bring them back to be used as training ships. Ferdinand made a decision. As for what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can get in exchange, Ferdinand doesn't care anymore. Anyway, it is just right for the Bulgarian Navy to use broken copper and iron, and it doesn't feel bad if it breaks. If it wasn't for the fact that Mozzie's warships were too pitted, he was going to get a few retired warships from Mach. Later, when he actually learned about the situation, he realized how powerful Mountain's Benkerd Slag project was. A small part of their warships that were about to retire could not go out to sea, because going out to sea would have the risk of sinking to the bottom. The British are much better in this regard. The Navy is their core, and they control the quality of warships much more strictly. After the warships are retired, they can be used as armed merchant ships. By the way, you can also study the British warships, although they are technically behind in era. But it is also a challenge for Ferdinand's soon-to-be-established shipyard. Such a small episode passed, and then in the near future, the Bulgarian navy ushered in the first batch of warships, starting the foundation laying of the Bulgarian navy. How is it going with our exchange of subjects with the Ottoman Empire? Ferdinand asked. Prime Minister Constantine said with a wry smile, "The Ottoman government is really bad. Now they are busy with internal struggles and exchanging people's affairs. They don't take it seriously, and we have done all the main work. Including the mobilization of the Bulgarians within the Ottoman Empire to relocate. The Sudanese government is indifferent, and the Turks repatriated to the Ottoman Empire now want us to pay for their living expenses in advance." For Ferdinand, no matter how bad the Ottoman Empire was, it was acceptable. All kinds of corruption and incompetence of the Ottoman government have been exposed in the internet age. Ferdinand nodded and said, "Well, no matter how bad the Ottoman government is, the job of exchanging people must be done well, and the issue of resettlement must also be considered, mainly for the employment of ordinary people. In addition, many people's belongings in the Ottoman Empire will definitely not be taken away, which will also dissuade them from coming back." "Does the government have a compensation plan?" Constantine said confidently. "In this regard, the Grand Duke can rest assured that most of the Bulgarian people in the Ottoman Empire are at the bottom of society, basically poor and white, and they have been oppressed by the Sudanese government for a long time. Most of them are welcome to return to the big family in Bulgaria, and the migration work is still going smoothly. In principle, after we relocated a group of Turks, the houses and land they left behind were used by us to resettle the people who came back. Considering the actual situation, we paid the living expenses for the next year on a per capita basis. Most of the people were relocated to the countryside by us, and a very small number of artisans and people from other industries were relocated to the cities. The government is still working on the employment issue." Ferdinand nodded. "It involved the relocation of millions of people, which could not be done in an instant. As for whether the Ottoman government will hinder, Ferdinand is not worried at all. The Bulgarians moved away, and the vacated land and houses became the private property of the Ottoman nobles, and the Turks who moved back happened to work for them again to earn a living. Regarding these issues, Ferdinand believed that the officials of the Immigration Bureau would do the work of the Ottoman nobles. After all, there is no difference between the Ottoman Empire and the King dynasty, and few officials are willing to cause diplomatic disputes. Constantine then added, "However, we also encountered some troubles. Bulgarians lived in the Ottoman Empire for hundreds of years, and there were not a few intermarriages with other local ethnic groups, and many people also mixed in through relatives. However, many of them still owe usury loans, and they can only leave after we help to pay in advance. In this way, our expenses will be greatly increased, and the number of immigrants may also exceed our estimates, and the later resettlement work is a problem." Ferdinand's current situation is mixed. The population is undoubtedly precious to Bulgaria, but the sudden increase of the population will cause employment problems. After thinking for a while, Ferdinand still decided, "Come, as long as we agree with Bulgaria in terms of cultural concepts, we will open up. However, the ruffians are not among them. Even if they are really Bulgarian, they can't want it. What we need are people who can bear hardships and stand hard work and can contribute to the construction of Bulgaria." Well, the Ottoman nobles did a good thing. They exploited the minorities, and many were forced to separate their wives and children. Now that there is a chance to leave the country, of course these people will try their best to run away. Ferdinand remembers that in history, the Turkish government and the Greek government exchanged ethnicities after the First World War. As a result, the Greeks have not all returned, and the number of Greeks who have moved back has already exceeded the total number of Greeks counted by the Ottoman Empire. Originally Ferdinand thought it was caused by a demographic error, but now he discovered that this nation can still be impersonated, as long as the language is the same, and a few people guarantee each other. Think about it too. The Ottoman Empire is corrupt, but no matter how incompetent it is impossible to make millions of errors in the statistics of the Greek nation. Anyway, after Greece completed the exchange of population, the number of many ethnic minorities in the Ottoman Empire was greatly reduced, which proved this again. Whether it is true or not, in this era, there is no way to verify it. Anyway, as long as they insisted that they were Bulgarians, the immigration department did not have so much energy to verify the authenticity. Chapter 234, 5 years to catch up with Belgium, 10 years to catch up with Spain. The destructive nature of war is inherent, and more than 3 months after the end of the Balkan War, Ferdinand finally received a concrete loss report. Of course, this report only includes Bulgaria's territory, and the area controlled by the Kingdom of Montenegro is only a rough guess. As for Greece, there is no result. Even so, the toll of the war was staggering. In just 3 months, nearly 200,000 civilians were killed and injured in the Balkans, and millions of people were displaced and made homeless. The direct economic loss caused is as high as 1 billion lev, especially in Istanbul, where the Ottomans resisted the most. The losses were even more severe. No matter who is responsible, now this bitter fruit needs to be swallowed by Ferdinand. The economic level of various places has regressed by at least 30 years. This judgment is very objective. After all, during the rule of the Ottoman Empire, the economy of the Balkans has not been very good. The data based on them is not for reference. According to the cabinet's estimates, the Ottoman army resisted the relatively weak Kosovo region, and the economic damage is not large, and it can be recovered in 1 or 2 years. In the Istanbul region, the economic damage caused by the fierce resistance of the Ottomans is so great that it will take at least 5 years to recover. As for Constantinople, it has been reduced to ruins, and it will not be restored in 20 or 30 years. On the whole, most of the Bulgarian government's energy in the next 5 years will be spent on post-war reconstruction, and most of the government's financial investment will be spent on these new territories. As for the displacement of nearly 1 million people, this issue does not need Ferdinand to be a headache. They have already left Bulgaria anyway, just to make room for immigrants. After reading the report, Ferdinand thought about it and said, "These situations are even more serious than we estimated before." What specific plans does the cabinet have to restore the local economy as soon as possible and stabilize people's livelihood? Constantine said with some embarrassment, "After comprehensive consideration, we will resettle millions of immigrants in the next few years, so we must create a large number of jobs." The cabinet plans to continue to increase financial investment in the new round of the third 5-year plan, focusing on our new territories, mainly concentrated in railways, mining, municipal infrastructure, as well as vigorously building water conservancy projects in agriculture. However, the financial pressure will be great. In 1898, the government's fiscal revenue is expected to reach about 510 million leva, of which the former Bulgarian region can contribute 307 million leva, and another 145 million leva is sold for land and confiscated leva of noble real estate. The additional territories contributed just under 58 million levs. However, in terms of fiscal expenditure, it has risen sharply, reaching an astonishing 680 million leva. And the fiscal deficit is as high as 170 million leva, which has exceeded the safety line. The increase in expenditure is mainly due to the tripling of administrative expenditure to 120 million leva, the double of education expenditure to 80 million leva, the increase of medical and health expenditure by 50% to 21 million leva. Other parts are mainly government investment, including investment in railway construction, which is expected to be around 80 million levs, municipal renovation and post-war reconstruction, which is expected to be around 75 million levs, and the construction of water conservancy projects and the promotion of new agricultural technologies. This part of the investment is about 60 million lev. After listening to Constantine's introduction, Ferdinand thought for a while and found that there was no problem. These cost ratios are determined according to the actual situation, and there is no blind pursuit of results. Just like the fastest growing administrative expenses, this is a top priority. The ruling order of the newly added territories must be established, right? This cost will not be saved at all. The second is education, which is obviously for brainwashing. It is a long-term project that cannot be completed in the short term, so the urgency is slightly lower. As for the subsequent construction investment, this number is really not large. Bulgaria's investment in the second 5-year plan exceeded this number, but now financial difficulties can only take it slowly. I remember that this time there are still a lot of real estate, including land. If the government manages them, it will also be a large amount of income. Can this cover most of the deficit? Ferdinand asked suspiciously. Constantine said bitterly, considering the complexity of the situation in the Balkans, our future military expenditures can only increase, not decrease. In order to ensure a stable supply of military spending, the government has decided to allocate the remaining 5 million hectares of land to the army, in addition to those that have been rewarded and sold by the confiscated officers and soldiers. The Ministry of Finance has done detailed calculations in this regard. In 1897, due to the Balkan War, our military expenditure actually exceeded 700 million leva. In 1895, our army's military expenditure totaled 147 million leva. In 1896, this figure expanded to 280 million leva. Of course, this is mainly due to combat readiness. In the coming year, the army still needs to carry out a large-scale campaign against bandits and suppress local stubborn forces. In addition, our national borders have also grown greatly, and the pressure on national defense has increased. As a result, military spending will also be high, and it is expected to increase to 360 million leva, of which the army accounts for 94% and the navy 6%. This part of the expenditure, in addition to the financial allocation of 120 million lev, is mostly borne by land income and the profits turned over by supporting state-owned enterprises. As for the other confiscated real estate, the income from this part of the industry has to cover the expenses of the immigrants, otherwise the 40 million levs allocated by the government will not be enough at all. Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. The Bulgarian government still adhered to his usual style, listing the most important parts first, giving priority to satisfaction, and then doing other things. There is no doubt that the most important thing for Bulgaria at the moment is to maintain a strong army, which is the foundation of everything. The second is to stabilize the place, digest the fruits of victory, and exchange the main ethnic group with the Ottoman Empire. Only after this is done, can we have the energy to consider the issues of construction and development. So, our fiscal deficit in the next few years will not only not shrink, but will even further increase. Ferdinand asked with concern. Constantine said embarrassedly, yes, it is impossible for us to sell real estate every year. In 1899, our fiscal revenue will return to normal, and the fiscal revenue may be slightly lower than that in 1898! The government's various investments will continue to increase. The only thing that is likely to be reduced in the next few years is the military expenditure. After local stability, the military expenditure can be reduced by about 30 to 50 million levs. However, if there is no real estate for sale, all immigration expenses will be borne by the government. Our financial pressure will not be reduced, but will be more serious. Ferdinand said with emotion, it seems that we still have a few years of hard life. However, from another aspect, our total economic volume has increased by 80% compared with before the war. If we can develop this new territory, we will gain leaps and bounds. In the next 5 years, the total industrial volume is expected to catch up with Belgium, and it is expected to catch up with Spain within 10 years. Well, there is no doubt one of Ferdinand's emotions, which has become the development goal of the Bulgarian government in the next 10 years, to catch up with Belgium in 5 years, and catch up with Spain in 10 years. It is not difficult to catch up with Belgium in 5 years. After all, the total industrial volume of Belgium is not much higher than that of Bulgaria, and the gap between the two sides is less than 1/5. However, Spain is different. Whereas the size, it is also a second-class power, and its comprehensive national strength is comparable to Italy. Europe ranks second only to the 5 countries of Britain, France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. As soon as the Bulgarian government chanted the slogan, it was met with ridicule. Of course, when the Spanish-American War broke out, the result was different. The Spanish kingdom, which was at the bottom of the great powers, was knocked out of the dust and became a stepping stone. In any case, the Bulgarians of this era are still confident, especially under the leadership of Ferdinand. They have achieved a series of victories. The Bulgarian government has more confidence in whether it can accomplish this goal than Ferdinand, and directly blew the bullshit out. They have reasons for self-confidence. The biggest disadvantage of Bulgaria is that the industrial system is not perfect, but in some fields it has come to the forefront of the world. For example, steel production exceeds that of Italy plus Japan combined. No way. The Italian steel production has always been the lower limit of the foreign powers. As for Japan's steel industry is only now starting. It also has the largest army arsenal in the world. For the Balkan War, the Bulgarian arsenal has grown like a snowball, and it can indeed be proud of the pack in terms of production capacity. Even if you are the strongest, this will be embarrassing. At most, it can be called the strongest cottage factory. Only Ferdinand can do. The arsenal developed with cottage as the core idea. The tug of war between the Greeks and the Ottoman Empire was over when Ferdinand ambitiously shouted, "Dare to surpass Belgium in 5 years, and catch up with Spain in 10 years." The Greek government lost most of its homeland, and as time went on, the pressure on the government increased, and the Ottoman Empire was not in a good situation. Affected by the Balkan War, domestic revolutionism prevailed, and troops continued to be repressed. Since both sides were having a hard time, the Greek government and the Ottoman Empire naturally compromised and each gave way. The Ottoman Empire gave up its claim for ceding land and withdrew its troops directly from the Greek peninsula. The Greek government paid the Ottoman Empire the cost of purchasing Crete, a total of £10 million. Everyone knows that the Greeks have no money now, let alone £10 million. Even if it is £1 million. They can't come up with it. And even if they wanted to borrow money, they couldn't get enough collateral, so the two sides made a compromise and let the Greek government pay in installments. At the strong request of George I, the Greeks paid £10,000 to the Ottoman symbols in the first year, and then it was gone. No way. Everyone knows the financial situation of Greece. Their currency, the drachma, is now almost a waste of paper. It is really out of money. And the Sudanese government can only admit disaster. We can only take a step back. The two parties agreed to repay £500,000 a year, and the principal and interest will be shared for 30 years in fucking, and the first year will be ignored. After reaching an agreement, George I didn't have time to be happy for long when he found out what kind of mess he had taken over. This time it really sucks. In the Greek-Turkish War, the Greek army of 200,000 troops was almost wiped out, and the direct death toll exceeded 60,000. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of prisoners who fell into the hands of the Ottomans will naturally not have any good results, especially the wounded. After a few months, nearly 20,000 people have been reduced, and those who survived have become skin and bones. Without a year and a half of recuperation, don't even think about recovering. In addition, the Ottoman army is rampant in the Greek peninsula, and now the Greek peninsula is hungry and wailing. The loss of civilians alone is no less than 200,000, and the number of Greeks has dropped to less than 2 million again, but the population of Greece has increased by 600,000! George I said that Greece was short of people, but he was definitely not short of mischief. From the defeat to the present, he has been assassinated twice and suppressed 5 rebellions. So when the locals and the outsiders clashed, George I keenly found an opportunity to get rid of the political crisis and resolutely sided with the locals. Taking advantage of the racial conflict, George I once again won the recognition of the Greek people and successfully retained the throne. At the same time, it further caused chaos in the Greek peninsula. The foreign population entering Greece lost its restraints after the withdrawal of the Ottoman army, and Ed Pasha, who hated Greece, did not forget to bury the nails for the Greeks before leaving. Deliberately leaving a large amount of weapons and equipment in the refugee camps. When the refugees take up arms, they often become mob instead of a revolution. In order to survive, they targeted the locals, initially trying to snatch each other's food, and then slowly others began to snatch property, and when they encountered resistance, they raised their butcher knives. In order to keep his throne. After the incident, King George I not only did not stop the situation from deteriorating immediately, but instead led public opinion to amplify the incident. Then, when the Greeks were worried about their lives, George I stood up, organized the army to suppress the rebellion, and aimed at all the foreign nations. This can't be blamed for George I's ruthlessness. The actual situation forced him to do so. With the current poor finances of the Greek government, there is simply no way to accommodate these uninvited guests. Not to mention now, even before the Greek-Turkish War, there was no way to provide hundreds of thousands of jobs in Greece. Since there is no way to digest it, of course it can only be destroyed. This time, George I decided to learn from the successful experience of Nicholas I, and throw all the foreign nations he captured into the prisoner of war camps, adding to the construction of the Greek government. However, when George I started, these refugees had long been scattered in the Greek peninsula. Since they could not be caught all at once, the other party would naturally resist. Chapter 235, International Changes. There is no accident. The combat effectiveness of the Greek army is not very good, but it is no problem to solve a group of unorganized, fighting on their own. When the riots were successfully quelled, George I was mixed, happy that he finally kept the throne, and worried that the price the Greeks paid this time was too tragic. Even if it is hundreds of thousands of pigs, it is not easy to catch, let alone people. Relying on the weapons left by the Ottomans, the gangsters living in Greece rose up to resist. Even if they couldn't beat the Greek army, couldn't they still bully the Greek people? Burning, killing and looting, they have no pressure. Originally living in a foreign country, the gangsters were full of fire. Before, there were still Ottomans who did not vent. Now that there is no restraint, they naturally have no scruples. Then the Greek people suffered again, and when the chaos completely subsided, the time had entered 1898. The economy of the Greek peninsula has completely collapsed. A large number of houses have been burned down, a large number of farmlands have been abandoned, and countless Greek people have died under the slaughter. Hundreds of thousands of Greek people have been displaced and are in urgent need of relief. Seeing the emergency performance of the Greek government, Ferdinand had to admire the means of George I. Not only has the conflict been successfully transferred and hidden dangers eliminated, the government has also added hundreds of thousands of free labor, alleviating the labor shortage in Greece's post-war reconstruction. When Ferdinand was worried about the Greeks rising again, George I did another shocking event. On December 1, 1897, he publicly announced that due to the war, the Greek government was unable to return the funds of various countries. Borrowing, application for deferment of payment failed. The Greek government is now officially bankrupt. Around is Ferdinand, who had long expected, and is now stunned by George I's actions. There are countless examples of government bankruptcy happening in Europe, and there are not a few kings who borrowed money to live. But in modern times, it rarely happens again, and everyone will try to avoid it. The main reason is that in the past, kings borrowed money from merchants, and most of them were borrowed from Jews. They could use bankruptcy to default on their debts, but merchants had no ability to recover money anyway. But now it can't be done. If you borrow money from foreign powers, you have to pay it back even if you go bankrupt. Needless to say, the government goes bankrupt, but there is a revolution, and the new government has to pay off the old debts. Moreover, this bankruptcy of the Greek government is different from the past. It collapsed together with their currency. The pre-war drachma was worth the same as the Bulgarian lev and the Romanian leu. 1 drachma equals 0.29 grams of gold, and now 10,000 drachmas cannot be exchanged for 0.29 grams of gold. It's not that George I is spamming money, or that someone is counterfeiting. This is determined by the gold standard era. In an emergency, the Greek government used the gold reserves. Now the Greeks lack gold as the principal, and the drachma is similar to waste paper. The Greek government was completely bankrupt, and all Ferdinand's worries were put down. This era is not the era of the uncle who owed debts. Next, it is time for the creditors to take over the financial power of Greece. At least until the loan is paid off, the Greeks are unable to develop armaments. Taking into account the actual situation in Greece now, in order to stabilize the situation, Countries have to spend a huge sum of money to help them stabilize the situation and restore currency credit. The Greek government will soon surpass Bulgaria in debt again. Perhaps their annual loan interest repayments will exceed their financial income. In this way, for Bulgaria, the threat from Greece will cease to exist in the next few decades. With one less competitor, Ferdinand was in a much better mood, and now his energies were devoted to the unborn little one. Every day dutifully guarded by Xenia's side, waiting for the birth of the little guy. Oh, it's still early. Xenia is only 3 months pregnant, and it's still very early for the baby to be born. But Ferdinand, who has lived for 2 generations, was so close to being a father for the first time. He chose to accompany him there every day, just like an ordinary father, and he didn't want to miss it. Grand Duke, there is an accident in Cuba. Foreign Minister Medvedev hurried over, interrupting Ferdinand's leisurely life. The Americans have attacked the Kingdom of Spain? Ferdinand asked with concern. On the surface, the Americans and the Spaniards are fighting for more Cuba and have nothing to do with Bulgaria. In fact, the international situation has long affected the whole body. Once the Spanish-American War breaks out, the international situation will undergo great changes. When Spain was dragged into the war by the Americans, it was bound to withdraw from the joint operations against the British on the European continent. Once Spain withdraws, it is very likely that the Portuguese will fall to the British again, block the Portuguese colonies in Africa, and cut off the transportation lines of the Boers. History will go back to square one again, and without the support of the European continent, the defeat of the Boers is a matter of time. Once the Anglo-Boer War is over, who knows where the idle John Bull will put his energy? Of course, Bulgaria is not yet worth specifically targeting by the British. What Ferdinand was worried about was that if John Bull's next goal was to hit the bear, if Bulgaria was affected by Chu, he would not cry. The dispute between the United States and Spain in Cuba is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. As early as 1896, the Americans were ready to forcefully intervene in the Cuban Revolution. On December 7, 1896, Cleveland made it clear in his speech that the Spaniards had been unable to stabilize the situation in Cuba, and their legitimate rights and interests in Cuba had disappeared. From this moment on, the U.S. government no longer intends to continue to recognize the legitimate ownership of Cuba by the Kingdom of Spain. The speech further proposed that the U.S. government can choose 3 options. 1. Recognize Cuban independence. 2. Purchase Cuban sovereignty from the Kingdom of Spain at the expense of the U.S. government. 3. Take Cuba by force. After William McKinley took office in 1897, he ordered the Kingdom of Spain to immediately quell the Cuban Revolution and complete the reform of Cuba. Americans also protested the brutality of the Spanish army in the pacification, burning houses and destroying farmland, because American citizens were among the victims. Well, the Americans are calling the thief to catch the thief. Who doesn't know the inextricable connection between the Cuban Revolutionary Army and the Americans? Without the support of the Americans, the Cuban Revolution would have been quelled long ago. Medvedev replied, yes. Just yesterday, December 6, President McKinley said in his congressional address that because the Spaniards stubbornly rejected the goodwill of the U.S. government, if the Spaniards cannot immediately restore order in Cuba, the U.S. government will have the right to forcefully intervene in the Cuban issue. This can be considered an ultimatum. The Americans simply will not give the Spanish kingdom time, distance from the war, and now they just need a suitable excuse. Ferdinand knew that the Americans could no longer bear it, and the reason for the delay was mainly to use the Cuban Revolutionary Army to probe the bottom of the Spaniards. After all, Americans in this era do not have the self-confidence of later generations, and they are still very jealous of European powers. However, the poor performance of the Spaniards in the Cuban Rebellion has made them give up this fear, driven by interests. The Americans can no longer bear it. What is the attitude of the European countries? Ferdinand asked. Medvedev frowned and said, according to the information we have obtained, the British have decided to support the American operation this time. Most other European countries tend to support Spain in public opinion, but it is hard to say whether there will be actual actions. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, it seems that the Spaniards are finished this time, with their current strength. The possibility of winning this war is almost zero. Among the great powers in the Americas, the strongest are the British, followed by the French, and the rest is Spain. Now that the British have decided to support the Americans, even if the Spaniards have the support of European countries, they can only be regarded as equal, and the two sides still have to fight for strength in the end. Unleash our influence and build momentum for the Spaniards in public opinion. Interfering in such a major event as the Spanish-American War is not something that Bulgaria can afford to participate in, but it is still possible to support Spain in public opinion. Anyway, the European continent now has no good opinion of the upstarts in the United States, and it is everyone's favorite thing to criticize them. For Ferdinand, he supports any action that can weaken the United States, provided that Bulgaria does not emerge. Just as public opinion exposes the ugly face of the U.S. government, people who want to immigrate to the U.S. may have to think about it again. Should they change to another place? This is also an invisible weakening. Of course, this does not require Ferdinand to spread rumors. The international reputation of Americans in this era is really not very good. They have too much black history, and it's too late to whitewash them. Yes, but Your Excellency the Grand Duke, what is the position of our government? Should we also clearly support Spain? Medvedev asked. Ferdinand didn't think about it, and said, ask the attitude of the St. Petersburg government. We are in line with them. How could Ferdinand miss such a good opportunity to show his loyalty to the boss? Anyway, just express your opinion, and you don't need a dime. Let's leave this opportunity to attract hatred to the Russians. Now standing up to support the Spaniards will definitely make the British and Americans unhappy. Of course, the attitude of the Americans can be ignored now. As for winning the goodwill of the Spaniards, well, it's still worthwhile if the Spaniards can win. Ferdinand doesn't mind taking this head, but unfortunately it's impossible. If you stand up to support the Americans now, it is estimated that it will make the whole of Europe unhappy. Should Bulgaria still mix in Europe? This is impossible to choose at all. At least now the boss of Bulgaria is still a hairy bear, so there is no possibility at all. American favor? This is the most useless. They only care about interests. The French are an example. Fortunately, they helped the Americans win the War of Independence, but they ushered in the fall of the Americans at a critical moment. This is also one of the reasons why Americans are rejected by Europe. The food looks so ugly. Even if you want to annex the French colonies, you must pay attention to the impact. As for the attitude of the Russians, there is no doubt that they support Spain, who told the Americans to let the bear suffer a big loss on the issue of Alaska. If it doesn't retaliate, is it still a bear? Moreover, in the Far East, the Americans are still supporting the Japanese behind the scenes in an attempt to undermine the Russian Far East strategy. Chapter 236, Bulgarian Third Kingdom. Before the Spanish-American War began, the ending was already doomed. The declining kingdom of Spain was no longer the world empire of the past. This old-fashioned empire has rotted from the inside out, and the newborn America will step on its shoulders and join the ranks of the great powers. Just like in 1895, Japan defeated the Qing dynasty. In 1897, Bulgaria defeated the Ottoman Empire. In 1898, the United States of America defeated the Kingdom of Spain. At the end of the 19th century, in this era of alternating old and new, 3 old powers have been eliminated successively, and 3 new countries have been replaced. Of course, now Japan and Bulgaria are not big powers, they can only be regarded as substitutes. It was not until after the Russian-Japanese War that the Japanese stepped on the Russians' prestige and joined the ranks of the foreign powers. As for Bulgaria, the future Ferdinand has already made up his mind, and it is indeed difficult to make up his mind. Time passed quickly, and soon entered 1898. The main incident broke out as scheduled, and Ferdinand's butterfly effect had not yet affected the Americas. 10 days after the main incident, the United States issued an ultimatum to the Kingdom of Spain, and the Spanish-American War was imminent. On April 6, the ministers of Britain, France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia and Italy and the United States handed over a 6-nation note to the United States, calling on the two countries to resolve the Cuban issue through negotiations. There is no doubt that this note failed. Although the note was issued together, the six major powers had different positions, and the controversy was too great to reach an agreement. What's more, the British tends to be Americans, Italy is for the sake of soy sauce, and there is not much influence in the Americas. Germany, Austria, and Russia have too little influence in the Americas, even if they tend to Spain, powerless to intervene. The remaining French, while also supporting Spain, did not take substantial action. Nominally, the Kingdom of Spain has the support of the five major European powers, but in essence the support is limited to words. The Kingdom of Spain fell into an isolated and helpless situation. As a last resort, on April 10, the Kingdom of Spain surrendered to the U.S. government and agreed to all the demands of the Americans. But Americans have long coveted the Spanish kingdom's heritage, so how could it possibly stop now? On April 28, the U.S. government declared war on the Kingdom of Spain, and the Spanish-American War officially started. Ferdinand watched all this happen, except to block the Americans in terms of public opinion. They have done nothing. It's not right. Now newspapers all over Europe are scolding Americans for breaking the rules, including the London Daily. But it was of no use, and the Americans did it anyway. European countries have declared neutrality and banned arms sales to the United States. Ferdinand knew that this was a fig leaf, mainly because Americans would not buy weapons from abroad at all, so governments of various countries have so decisively imposed a ban on the sale of weapons to the United States. It has nothing to do with supporting the Kingdom of Spain for a dime. It's a pity that the Kingdom of Spain is rotten in the end, and I don't know how to take advantage of such a good opportunity. If Ferdinand is to break the pot, even if he sells iron, he will have to make up another fleet, and a good American park. After all, the U.S. Navy is not yet powerful enough to be invincible in the world. If the Kingdom of Spain urgently pools money to buy ships from other countries, European countries don't mind taking the opportunity to take a chance. After all, except for the British government, Europeans do not want Americans to win. War. The Spanish-American War was in full swing, and the ceremony that Bulgaria had been preparing for many days was about to begin. Although some of the limelight was robbed by the Spanish-American War, Ferdinand still didn't care. At this time, Sofia was already in full swing. In order to celebrate the ceremony, the Bulgarian people took action spontaneously without waiting for the government to organize a citywide cleaning. On May 6, Ferdinand and Queen Xenia took the stage together. Ferdinand was officially crowned King of Bulgaria, known as the Third Kingdom of Bulgaria in history. That's right, the king. The title of Tsar is still forgot. Ferdinand didn't die to the same title as Nicholas II. You must know that Tsar was transformed from Caesar in ancient Rome, and translated as supreme ruler. Now Ferdinand has no strength to grab this hated title. At this time, Xenia had been pregnant for more than 8 months, and she was already pregnant. For the safety of the child, Ferdinand once planned to postpone the ceremony, but Xenia tried to stop it. If the founding ceremony was postponed because she was pregnant, what would happen to her reputation after it got out? Besides, if the prince is born, and with this stigma, why should he convince the public in the future, and why should he establish a foothold in Bulgaria? Then, under the fear of Ferdinand, he hurriedly completed the most important coronation ceremony. Then, Ferdinand forcefully interrupted Xenia's desire to watch the excitement and sent her back to rest. After all, it was a ceremony for the establishment of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. It should not be too hasty. After the coronation ceremony is completed, there are still many things that need to be presided over by Ferdinand himself. The first thing that started was the military parade. The infantry and artillery phalanxes appeared neatly in front of Ferdinand, waiting for him to review. After the review was completed, Ferdinand personally awarded the titles to the officers of General Jinsheng. After all, this ceremony also included a celebration ceremony. Under the attention of thousands of people, it is also an indispensable work for Ferdinand to confer titles to ministers of merit. Bulgaria is a monarchy, and in addition to titles, there are also titles. Even for the vast majority of people, the latter is the key. Compared with the Guardian War, Ferdinand was much more generous this time. With a wave of his hand, he sealed 7 earls, 18 viscounts, more than 100 barons, and thousands of knights. In addition to military personnel, the knights also include government officials, as well as scientific and technical personnel and engineers who have made great contributions to the development of Bulgaria. Of course, the military still dominates, and military merit is always the easiest to be knighted, and Bulgaria is no exception. Of the 7 counts, the military accounted for 5, which is now the 5 giants of the military. There are 2 cabinets, Prime Minister Konstantin and Chekhov. There is nothing controversial about this. In terms of ability and contribution, both of them meet the requirements. The 18 viscounts also accounted for the majority of the military, but also included the palace minister Karl and the intelligence chief, as well as the chief engineer of the arsenal, and the chief engineer of the railway company. Not much to say about other titles. Ferdinand had to sigh. The 19th century knighthood is a damn good thing. In order to win over a few external engineers and researchers, Ferdinand tried to find a way, but it didn't work much. When Ferdinand wanted to confer knighthood against those who had done great things, these people did not hesitate to join the big Bulgarian family. Of course, the title can't be low, and people who are not hereditary don't look down on it. Ferdinand also knew that now Bulgaria has been upgraded to a kingdom, and its strength has been recognized by everyone. Otherwise, like the kingdom of Montenegro next door, the title awarded by Nicholas I would be much less popular. The title is not all attractive in any country. For example, if an African chieftain is awarded, even if it is a prince, few people will take it to heart. After the award was completed, it was another commendation meeting, this time for the martyrs who died in the Balkan Wars. Needless to say, the dead man, with Ferdinand's integrity, it is infinitely elevated, anyway, to say a few good words, and do not want money. After the ceremony is completed, it does not mean that Ferdinand's work is over. The trouble is just beginning. Many guests, relatives and friends from all over the world need to be received by Ferdinand in person. There is no way that there will be no more important men in the Bulgarian royal family. Now that the queen is pregnant, it makes sense for the queen mother to come forward to receive the female relatives, but the main task is still to Ferdinand personally. The most important thing for aristocrats is to have face. This time everyone gave Ferdinand enough face. All the major European nobles sent important figures to participate. In line with the principle of reciprocity, Ferdinand was surprised to find that only he was satisfied in Bulgaria. There are no old nobles in Bulgaria at all, so it is impossible to use the newly appointed earls to receive the dukes and princes, right? That is no longer a reception. It is a complete indifference. Of course, if these counts are from veteran nobles, then none of this is a problem. Therefore, Ferdinand had to go to battle in person at the dinner party and greeted them separately, in order to be polite. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Immigrant Resettlement. In Akam, on May 6, 1898, the Kingdom of Bulgaria was thus established. To be honest, Ferdinand really couldn't tell the difference between the current kingdom and the previous Grand Duchy. Bulgaria is still the original Bulgaria, but everyone is still keen on it. After the establishment of the Kingdom of Bulgaria, Ferdinand was officially promoted to king. Of course, his life was still the same. There was no overhaul of the palace as people imagined, and no changes to the regulations. It seems that this set is not popular in the Western world. Your Majesty, the British are lobbying European countries to give up their support for the Boers. How should we respond? At the cabinet meeting, Foreign Minister Medvedev said anxiously. Ferdinand knew that what was supposed to come would still come, but he didn't expect that John Bull would have to regroup so quickly. Obviously this time, the British did not set their sights on the big countries. Everyone knew that no matter which one of Germany, France, Austria and Russia was, they could withstand their pressure. But the second-class small countries would not be able to. The first to bear the brunt is Portugal. Without the threat of the Spaniards, the Portuguese can again stand in line. Due to the contradiction between the Allies and the Allies, Ferdinand did not think that the European countries could still put pressure on the Portuguese, otherwise the Spanish-American War would not break out. Even the British and Americans joining forces are now powerless to contend with a unanimous decision across the continent. Now Bulgaria is also forced to stand in line. Ferdinand is repulsive. This line will determine the future direction of Bulgaria's diplomacy. Not only the British are watching, but the Entente and the Allies are also watching. If they continue to align with the Russians, there is no doubt that the day when Bulgaria will join the Entente is not far away. Then the friendly relationship between Bulgaria and the Triple Alliance is about to come to an end. After all, Bulgaria's army strength has surpassed Italy's, which is enough to make Dio jealous. After thinking about it, Ferdinand didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "What do you think?" Ferdinand's long-term keen decision-making. Now the Bulgarian government is waiting for him to make decisions every time there is a major event, which is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that Ferdinand can control the direction of Bulgaria at any time, but with the passage of time, Ferdinand's foresighted advantage is slowly disappearing, and at some point in the future, he will even make wrong decisions based on the influence of later generations. Therefore, Ferdinand was very careful, and habitually asked the cabinet for the opinion first. After all, they were all elites of the era. Without the advantage of prophets, Ferdinand's ability is not necessarily better than them. Constantine said prudently, "Now we have very little choice. For a long time, we have relied on the Russians in our diplomacy, and we have already engraved the mark of the Russians. If you continue to follow in the footsteps of the Russians now, you will likely be hostile, even suppressed by the British and the Triple Alliance in the future, and of course, it will further strengthen the relationship with France and Russia. On the contrary, we have our own proposition this time, which will affect the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia, and cast a shadow over the current economic construction of Bulgaria. However, our diplomatic relations with Britain, Germany, and Austria-Hungary will also further develop, which is both pros and cons. The last option is to fight with the mud, not to stand in line, presumably with Bulgaria's current strength. Everyone will not force us too much." As soon as Constantine finished speaking, Ferdinand's heart sank. This seems to be the choice of the Bulgarian government in history, but now the situation in the Balkans is very different. In history, Bulgaria had some benefits at the beginning, but the international situation changed abruptly in the later period. The Bulgarian government just played the game and became an abandoned child. Of course, Bulgaria's foreign policy failed in the history of parallel time and space, and it may not fail in this plane. At least Bulgaria is much stronger now than it was in history, while its neighbors are much weaker. One increase and one decrease is enough to change a lot of things. When Ferdinand began to hesitate, Chekhov spoke up, "I think now I should stand alone. The Russian imprint on the Kingdom of Bulgaria is so strong that it can't be eliminated in a short period of time. Even now we have our own position, but in essence we still have to agree with the Russians, and it is impossible for us to fall to the British anyway." Chekhov's words are refreshing to Ferdinand. It's true that at this time, Bulgaria must not jump backwards, and it will definitely be unlucky to be the second or fifth boy. Then we can only be consistent with the Russians in terms of position. As for other details, the St. Peter's government will not care. Bulgaria takes the first step to clarify its position, and it will be interpreted in two ways internationally, either the Russian spearheads, or the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia is not as perfect as the outside world imagined. International diplomacy does not happen in one fell swoop, and a hint of meaning is enough. Now even if Ferdinand dared to jump to the Allies, they would not dare to accept it. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "Well, the current international situation is complicated, and we cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. There is no one of the 5 major European powers that we can afford." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs first figured out the position of the Russians. "Then we will do some artistic processing, which is our position this time, but the release time should be synchronized with the Russians as much as possible, so let the outside world guess. In the end, Ferdinand took the most conservative approach and played a marginal ball. At this time, Bulgaria is still inseparable from the support of the Russians. Even if you want to make small moves, you must first get the domestic situation. After solving the diplomatic problem, Ferdinand turned his attention to immigration again and asked with concern, "How is the immigration work going?" Immigration is now the most important job of the Bulgarian government, and it is also the most troublesome job. As long as you think about the food, drink, sleep, and job placement that involve millions of people, the cabinet will not have to worry about it. Constantine said with a headache, "So far, the domestic military migrants have been properly resettled, and they have been resettled to various gathering points and batches according to the original plan. In addition, the number of Bulgarians who have migrated back from the Ottoman Empire has exceeded 800,000 people, and the number is increasing by an average of 5,000 people every day. It is expected that by 1900, the immigration work will be completed. However, the issue of job placement is a little troublesome. Now only 70% of the young and strong labor force has been placed. The government is about to launch a nationwide transportation construction plan, which is expected to absorb another 500,000 people. Coupled with the development of its industry and commerce, it can barely solve the employment problem of most people. And the 500,000 Turks we migrated to the Ottoman Empire are now a hot potato, and the Ottoman government has no intention of taking over. Except for the 200,000 people who were recruited by the Ottoman nobles as coolies. In order not to cause unnecessary changes, we helped raise the rest of the people, so we had to slow down the migration of the Turks in the territory. The migration of people in the country is easy to handle. As long as the land and houses are divided, everyone has a family background, and those who don't can get loans. The main business is farming, and the government does not need to worry about it. But those who come from the Ottoman Empire are in trouble. For the sake of long-term stability, immigrants returning from the same place must not be placed in the same place. Otherwise, there are only 800,000 immigrants now, and the government can completely stuff them all into Albania to farm. As for the Turks, under Bulgarian rule, it will never be less than 2 million. You say no? Could it be that the officials of the immigration department will not engage in ethnicity? Anyone who has been transformed by Iraq must be Turks. This is a rule made by Ferdinand. Otherwise, what will happen to religious conflicts in the future? Of course, Ferdinand still had integrity. Instead of throwing the Turks to the opposite Asia Minor Peninsula, they scattered them over the vast territory of the Ottoman Empire. Well, the main reason is for fear of trouble. If a big mess is caused and the exchange of immigrants is affected, it will be too late for Ferdinand to cry. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "We can ignore the issue of the placement of the Turks for now. The big deal is to keep them in vain for 2 or 3 years, and then leave it to the Ottoman government to have a headache. Anyway, we reserve old grain, and we need to dispose of it. If we don't have enough, we can buy cheap grain from Romania." At this moment, Kareli is still worried about how to sell the grain. Now the focus is still domestic, and it must be settled as soon as possible. If it really can't be done, we will resettle them to the countryside and encourage them to work intensively. The big deal is that we can pay less rent, and we can support ourselves by planting 3 to 5 acres of land. Well, Ferdinand is coming up with a bad idea again. This is to engage in precision agriculture according to Eastern standards, and considering the productivity of the 19th century. If it is to grow potatoes, it is indeed enough to eat. It is estimated that the area of cultivated land in Bulgaria can be greatly increased by then. After all, the requirements are low, and there will be more land that can be cultivated. After all, the Balkans have always been sparsely populated, and the use of land is also very limited. It is also feasible to reclaim some mountains. Of course, this is also a cure for the symptoms rather than the root cause. According to Ferdinand's actions, many poor people in mountain villages will be born in Bulgaria, but this is a problem for the future. There are also examples of solutions. In rural areas, as long as the world is peaceful, the population will skyrocket. At that time, in order to make a living, It is the best choice to guide people to work in cities. As long as the Bulgarian industry develops, this is not a problem. Although it was a bad idea, it was fully endorsed by the Bulgarian cabinet, and now as long as there is a solution to the short-term problems, it is a good solution. After all, industrial development does not happen in a day. As for more than 10 years later, if Bulgaria can't solve this problem, then Ferdinand will be a transmigrator. And about the issue of poverty, if you go and tell the people, they will definitely scoff at them, as long as they have enough to eat. What is there to fear about poverty? When have you seen them become rich? Inspired by Ferdinand, the Bulgarian government immediately took action, and a vigorous campaign of land reclamation broke out in the country. Of course, this movement came and went faster, and was stopped by Ferdinand after only 2 or 3 years. There is no shortage of food in Bulgaria now, mainly to resettle migrants and reclaim so many mountains. Ferdinand also pays attention to environmental protection, but there are no conditions now. Within the scope of his ability, he is still trying to minimize the damage to the natural environment. Although the Balkans are dominated by mountains and hills, with a small area of plains, it also depends on who you compare with. In Eastern Europe, this plain-covered region is indeed a mountainous country. If you compare it to the outside world, the plains in the Constantinople area controlled by Bulgaria are the area of 3 Chengdu plains. If you add several other small plains, such as the coastal plains of Albania and the coastal areas of the Aegean Sea, they are all areas with good natural conditions and abundant water resources, which are suitable for the development of agriculture. Bulgaria will remain a food exporter for a long time to come. Chapter 238. The Coming of the Age of Imperialism. The history of the Balkans has been changed beyond recognition because of Ferdinand's intrusion, but the track of world history is still running along the original track. Neutral in the Anglo-Boers War in order to persuade the Germans to give up their support for the Boers. On May 28, 1898, the British and Germany signed a proposal between the two countries on the partition of Portuguese African colonies. This time is more than 5 months earlier than in history. The treaty stipulates that when Portugal is in financial crisis, the two countries will jointly provide loans, and the Portuguese African colonies will be the collateral. Southern Mozambique and central Angola were owned by the British, northern Mozambique and southern Angola, and the Pacific island of East Timor were owned by the Germans. Well, now with the financial crisis of the Portuguese government, the usury empire has already started lending, and even some of it has been issued. But the confident Wilhelm II believed that as long as Britain and Germany joined forces, the French would definitely surrender. Apparently the Germans miscalculated. The British were just wolves with empty gloves. After the agreement was signed, the British took this proposal and found the Portuguese government. Under some coercion and inducement, the British successfully turned the Portuguese government. On June 7, 1898, Britain and Portugal signed the Windsor Treaty. The content and history are similar, but the time is 16 months earlier than the parallel time and space. The treaty stipulates: 1. The British have the obligation to protect all Portuguese colonies. 2. The Portuguese government cancels its neutral position in the Anglo-Boers War, allows the British to use the port of Portuguese Mozambique, and the Portuguese government cuts off the passage from the Portuguese colonies to the port, the material transportation line of the Boer Republic. While forcing the Portuguese to compromise, the British once again found the French government with this agreement. Taking advantage of the conflict between France and Germany, John Bull successfully persuaded the French government to remain neutral in the Anglo-Boers War and give up support for the Boers because the French did not want Germany to continue to expand its strength. Of course, this also involves the British making substantial concessions to the French on certain issues in North Africa, and ensuring that the French interests in Portugal will not be affected. There is no doubt that the Germans were tricked by John Bull this time. One of William II's inattentive, signed a draft agreement, which was used by the British, and successfully broke the boycott of the European continent against the United Kingdom. The Germans became the victims of the British in this diplomatic game. However, the German government was powerless to deal with the treachery of the British. When the French withdrew from the operation against the British, The Russians also withdrew from the operation. This is the tacit understanding brought by the French-Russian alliance. Previously on the Near East issue, the French supported the Russians, and now the Russians will naturally have to reciprocate. Bulgaria, of course, also withdrew from the operation. Ferdinand didn't have the courage to provoke hooks from the British. Then Belgium, Denmark and other countries also withdrew from the operation. William II, who knew he was trapped, could only shout a few times on his mouth. After all, at sea, Germany, Austria and Italy joined the alliance of 3 countries, and they were not the opponents of the British. Without the support of European countries, the Boers have once again embarked on the old road of history. Of course, I can't see it now. In the previous wave of support from various countries, the Boers now have more than tens of thousands of mercenaries with strong combat capabilities, which will still be pressing the British lobster soldiers to fight. Even though the British had blocked the port, there were always bold capitalists smuggling supplies into the Boer Republic. As for whether there are shadows of other forces here, Ferdinand can say with certainty, of course, Germans, French, and Dutch are all indispensable. If Bulgaria was not too far away, Ferdinand would want to participate. Anyway, these little actions are not on the table. Even if they are discovered by the British, they can still make the Russians top the cylinder. The Anglo-Boer War, now Ferdinand can ignore it. Anyway, in 2 or 3 years, it will not end without exhausting the supplies of the Boers. Ferdinand even suspected that if the European continent could continue to transfuse blood to the Boer Republic, it might be another war of independence. The performance of the lobster soldiers in this war is really disgraceful. However, there is no harm without comparison. The performance of the U.S. Army in Cuba shocked Ferdinand even more, and he can only sigh that this is a bad era. Of course, the Spanish army is not much better, and even the Cuban Revolutionary Army can't handle it. Even so, they can still beat the U.S. military. However, the fighting scale of the Cuban War Army was not large. Seeing that the Spaniards were not easy to deal with, the Americans directly fooled the Cuban Revolutionary Army into charging, but the result was naturally that the Spaniards were over, and the main force of the Cuban Revolutionary Army was almost exhausted. After the Americans wiped out the Spanish-Cuban fleet, 24,000 Spanish troops, surrounded by Cuban insurgents on July 10, surrendered to the U.S. military. It is not without reason that the Spanish-American War was called by Lenin one of the signs of the age of imperialism. There are also the Anglo-Boers War, the Russo-Japanese War, which are also symbols of the imperialist era. The surrender ceremony, the Cuban rebels were excluded. Of course, this is a small section. If you feel a little wronged, the Cuban rebels can still bear it. On December 10 of the same year, the United States and Spain signed the Treaty of Paris, which stipulated that the Kingdom of Spain would give up all rights and interests in Cuba, Cuba would gain independence, and the island of Cuba would be occupied by the U.S. military. The United States invested $20 million to purchase the Philippine Islands. When the U.S. occupied Cuba, the Americans immediately turned their backs, first forcibly disbanding the Cuban insurgents. Under the conspiracy of the Americans, after the Cuban rebels were disbanded, the U.S. imperialists raised the butcher's knife to the top officials of the Cuban rebels, and the Cubans' independence movement failed. Then he ordered pro-American elements to form a Cuban puppet government, and then signed a very harsh treaty with the United States. The Cubans had just gained independence from the Kingdom of Spain and immediately became an American colony. Such a blatant move by the United States to impose unequal treaties on its neighbors is rare in modern diplomatic history. When the Spanish-American War broke out, the Germans were not idle. Prior to this, the German government had negotiated with the Kingdom of Spain to purchase the Philippine Islands and other Pacific islands. When the Spanish-American War broke out, the British, German and Japanese navies were in Manila Bay. The Germans, unwilling to lose the Philippine Islands, were ready to intervene. At this time, the 5 German warships in Manila were stronger than the American fleet, but with the arrival of the Japanese and British fleets, the Germans did not dare to act rashly. Ferdinand conjectured that the Japanese in later generations must have regretted their death in their hearts. They knew that the Germans had plans to fight, and they would not go to Manila Bay if they were killed. and they even had to find a way to help transfer the British. But there is no such thing as history, and the Japanese personally put the Americans in. Otherwise, if the Germans had acquired the Philippine Islands, the Japanese would have acquired the Philippine Islands in the First World War and mastered their gateway to the Pacific Ocean, and they would not have to take the risk of attacking Pearl Harbor in the Second World War. The pattern of the world may change. Of course, the German government did not give it in vain. They still spent $5 million to purchase some islands in the Spanish Pacific Ocean, which was regarded as the appearance fee for this operation. The influence of the Spanish-American War was far-reaching. As a direct result, the U.S. government directly annexed the Kingdom of Hawaii after the war. As for the original natives, later generations have disappeared into the long river of history. Immediately after, the U.S. government launched the Open Door banner and joined the plundering of China. 10,000 words omitted here. Far away in Sofia, Ferdinand really watched a good show. The wonderful game between the powers made Ferdinand refreshing. In contrast, the battles of the Balkan countries can only be pediatrics. Of course, Ferdinand wasn't idle either, and he didn't have the ability to block the Americans, but that doesn't mean he couldn't block his neighbors either. The first to bear the brunt is the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is also a challenging job to be neighbors with the foreign powers, even if this power is very empty. Since the Austro-Hungarian Empire sent troops to Serbia, the Bulgarian military had to cheer up and stare at the borderline of the border. No way. Now the international situation is changing so fast, who knows if the Austro-Hungarian Empire will go crazy to Bulgaria. However, the performance of the Austro-Hungarian army quickly reassured Ferdinand. Now the Austro-Hungarian Empire has more than 200,000 troops in Serbia, but in the face of the Serbian Revolutionary Army, they can only defend the northern plains and some major cities. For the mountains in southern Serbia, they have attacked many times, but in the end they lost their troops and returned without success. It can't be said that there is no gain at all. They still killed a lot of the Serbian Revolutionary Army. After all, Serbia is so big, and the Revolutionary Army can't escape if they want to. Of course, the combat effectiveness of the Serbian Revolutionary Army was also built on the selfless dedication of the Kingdom of Montenegro, and a large part of it was paid for by Ferdinand. Of course, Bulgaria was behind the scenes, and it was the Russians who were blamed. Ferdinand didn't dare to come out and be a hero. Every time Nicholas I asked Bulgaria for support, Ferdinand asked him to convince the Russians first, and then wait for the telegram from St. Petersburg, which was Ferdinand's weapon to deal with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Ferdinand also repeatedly complained to his uncle in Vienna, urging them to quickly get the Serbs, or get the Russians, and don't make it difficult for him. Well, with the contradiction between Paul and Si, it is enough to believe that he is unwilling to support the Serbian Revolutionary Army. It is all done by Russia and the Kingdom of Montenegro, and Bulgaria is only responsible for soy sauce. Even so, the Vienna government is putting more and more pressure on him. At this time, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was also a little difficult to ride a tiger, and they also wanted to save face. Now the newspapers in Austria-Hungary are all accusing Serbia of being ungrateful and wanting to teach them a lesson. If they step back now, where will their faces be? If this is retired, will they still have a foothold in the world? At least, the interests of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the Balkans will be devastated. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mitev, hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, the Austro-Hungarian minister has just sent an invitation letter, inviting us to send troops to Serbia together." What? Inviting us to send troops to Serbia together? The Vienna government is in the water? Ferdinand asked in disbelief. Mitev said with a wry smile, "Yes, this news is indeed shocking, but the invitation of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is indeed true." Ferdinand calmed down, pondered for a moment, and said fiercely, "No." The foreign ministry politely rejected the Vienna government and told them that we have no interest in Serbia. What's not interesting? Ferdinand is self-aware. Bulgaria is now the most important thing is to digest the fruits of the war, rather than go to Serbia to grab territory. The Austro-Hungarian Empire lured Bulgaria to send troops, mainly because they thought that the southern mountains of Serbia were troublesome to manage, and now the revolutionary army is still entrenched. It is estimated that it is based on the idea of losing the burden. Otherwise, I really think that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has become ruthless, and it is impossible to deal with a disabled Serbia. Chapter 239, Serbia and number 039's demise. At this time, in the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna, Franz Joseph I was furious. Of course, this has nothing to do with Ferdinand. It's not worth his anger for a trivial matter in Bulgaria, mainly because the front-line army was defeated again. It can't be said that it was a defeat. The Austro-Hungarian army just returned without success, but for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was already equivalent to a failure. A crippled Serbia, with an army of 200,000 people, was still unable to handle it, and the face of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was almost lost. During the Bulgarian War, Bulgaria only sent 200,000 troops. If it weren't for the intervention of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Serbia would be finished. Now that it's good, a rabble of people temporarily pulled up by the Serbian Revolutionary Party can fight half a caddy with the Austro-Hungarian army. Tell the gang of rice buckets, no matter what reason they have, they will solve the group of chaos parties for me as soon as possible. Of course, Franz Joseph I was still very self-disciplined, and he just repeated a few words over and over. After a while, he probably felt annoyed. Joseph I asked sternly, what plan does the military have to solve the Serbian chaos as soon as possible? The Minister of War, who was named, blushed and said in embarrassment, now the rebels are mainly in the mountains in southern Serbia. They have the support of the local mountain people and the assistance of international forces. Our army fights. To completely solve them, the best way is to cut off their foreign aid and directly sleep and starve them to death. If we attack directly, our losses will be huge. Joseph sneered and said, really? Is that really the case? Your military is not responsible? Do you want me to provide you with a list of the supplies that Serbia obtained? The Austro-Hungarian Empire has been operating in the Balkans for so long, and it is very simple to get some simple intelligence. Of course, this is also based on the fact that Ferdinand did not keep it secret. The key is that secrecy is useless. Now the Kingdom of Montenegro is surrounded by Austria-Hungary on 3 sides, and the only external communication line is Bulgaria. As long as the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not stupid, you know where these weapons and equipment come from. There is no doubt that Ferdinand is not a generous person. Of course, what he provided to the Kingdom of Montenegro was the second-hand goods seized in the Balkan War. The Chief of Staff explained, Your Majesty, although the rebels' weapons are backward, they rely on favorable terrain to make up for this loss. In fact, it's not just us, the British also suffered a lot from this reason in South Africa. As long as they cut off their channels for assistance from abroad, the rebels will not be able to support them for long. Thinking of the British, Joseph I was in a much better mood. After all, it was not so unacceptable to have the world boss to accompany him. What about the kingdoms of Bulgaria and Montenegro? Of course, persimmons need to be solved, even if he knew that there were Russian shadows behind them. Joseph I didn't ask the Russians. He knew that if he didn't ask, he knew that the style of the hairy bear was nothing but refusal to admit it, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire couldn't help others! The foreign minister said with a smile on his face. The Kingdom of Montenegro does not recognize the fact that they are supporting the rebels, and rejects our goodwill. The Bulgarian government has made it clear that they will not support the rebels and will temporarily impose an arms embargo on the Kingdom of Montenegro. But they also refuse to send troops. Nicholas I is here, and he will definitely spit on his face. What kind of goodwill? It's obviously a threat. There is no inducement. At least the Austro-Hungarian Empire has to give him a step, such as lifting the embargo. Besides, it is too late for the Kingdom of Montenegro to withdraw now, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire will never let them go. Instead, let's have a shot, support the Serbs to make a fight, and see if there are any unexpected gains. Joseph I's face softened a little, and said, this is also expected. With the hatred between the Bulgarians, It is impossible for the Bulgarians to go against us in order to support them. However, we have thrown out the southern part of Serbia. The Bulgarian government still refused to send troops to Serbia. This is not Ferdinand's character. It seems that the Russians put a lot of pressure on them. The rebels must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise things may change. Joseph's worries are not unreasonable. The one who knows himself best will always be your enemy, and he is very clear about the style of the Russians. Now in the Balkans, the Russians have an advantage. If the rebels are delayed, who knows if the Russians will change their plans again when they see that they can take advantage of it. The chief of staff thought for a moment and said, in this battle with the rebels, many problems have also been exposed, and there has been a big problem with the coordination between the various units. It's okay to deal with a mob like the rebels, but if you deal with the Russians, I'm afraid it will suffer a big loss. Ferdinand probably didn't know that under his butterfly effect, the Austro-Hungarian Empire exposed the problems in the army in advance. When the First World War broke out, a different Austro-Hungarian army might appear. Of course, even if you know Ferdinand, you won't care. Finding a problem and solving a problem are completely two concepts. How could the Vienna government know nothing about the Austro-Hungarian army? Unless the Austro-Hungarian Empire can unify the language, or let the officers learn 8 languages like the old emperor, the problem of command confusion still cannot be solved. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire will increase a group of officers with combat experience in this war, there is no way to solve the problem of command confusion. The Austro-Hungarian army may have improved its combat effectiveness in small-scale battles, but in large battles, how much combat effectiveness they can play is still a problem. The ruthless Austro-Hungarian Empire, not the rabble group of the Serbian uprising army, can withstand it. Even if the Kingdom of Montenegro was their nanny, it would not change the outcome. When Joseph went mad, Conrad, the frontline commander of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, regardless of whether or not he violated the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Montenegro, swaggered through the territory of the Kingdom of Montenegro, cutting off the rebel army's back path. Fortunately, Nicholas I had long since passed his youthful and arrogant years, and he forcibly endured this sigh of relief. Otherwise, the First World War will not break out in advance. Oh, Nicholas I couldn't bear it. The Russians said that there is no time now. The Far East strategy has made phased progress, and Montenegro is no longer a concern. Not to mention Bulgaria, Ferdinand said. If Nicholas I thinks he is the protagonist, he can go up to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and we will support you in spirit. Considering the difference in the force value of the two sides, Nicholas I resolutely chose to admit counsel. Then, the Serbian rebel army was unlucky. After the supplies were cut off, they were attacked from the front and back again. The nature of the rabble was exposed, and they began to retreat. By the end of August 1898, the Serbian insurgents announced their withdrawal from the stage of history, and the remaining fish that slipped through the net were no longer a concern. After quelling the Serb rebels, the Austro-Hungarian army did not withdraw, but dispersed and stationed in Serbia. The Vienna government announced military control of Serbia and placed the top officials of the Serbian government under house arrest, just one step away from annexation. Now King Alexander I of Serbia is negotiating with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it seems that he intends to sell it for a good price. It is a pity that Alexander I looked too high on his influence. In the 10 years he was in power, he carried out 4 coups, overturned the 12th government, abolished the constitution several times, and even took a palace made 10 years older before he was assassinated. In this time and space, although he did not have time to do so many bad things, he also raised taxes on the people several times, and led Serbia to fight an epic defeat, which has long been notorious. Along with his father, the King of Milan, he was listed by the Serbs as least desirable. Now he still wants to keep his status as king and become a member of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. How could Vienna agree? Now the dual system of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is troublesome enough. If there is another kingdom of Serbia and become a ternary empire, it is estimated that Joseph's scalp will be numb. Seeing the smooth progress of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Ferdinand felt a little regretful. If it weren't for the fact that Serbia had been beaten so badly in the Bulgarian War, the Serbs wouldn't have died so soon. In the First World War, Serbia fought with Austria-Hungary for 2 years before it was over. Now this is just the beginning. It's over. Well, the annexation of Serbia by Austria-Hungary in the Balkans is undoubtedly an earth-shattering event. However, because they had a good deal with the Russians before, and there was another incident on the Manchu side, Maun was busy taking advantage of it, hoping that Europe would be stable, so there was no interference. Without the intervention of the Russians, Ferdinand knew that no one could stop Austria-Hungary from annexing Serbia, but this is not a good thing for Bulgaria. Gone are the good days in Bulgaria from now on. Of course, in the short term, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will not have the energy to look for bad luck in Bulgaria. It has just annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina, and now it has eaten Serbia. The internal problems they will face will only be bigger than Ferdinand. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 240, Elections, Birth of a Child. After Austria-Hungary annexed Serbia, the situation in the Balkans changed again. /U00261T:/P/U003E The pattern of the Balkans has become unfamiliar, and things are so wonderful. The countries of the two Allied camps in the first war in history have now boarded the ships of the Allied countries, and the countries of the Allied camp have joined the Allied countries. /U00261T:/P/U003E In order to resist the pressure of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Kingdom of Montenegro was forced to move closer to Bulgaria, and it was only one step away from forming an alliance, while Greece and Romania quickly moved closer to the Austro-Hungarian Empire in order to compete with Bulgaria. It was a matter of time before the three countries signed a secret treaty. /U00261T:/P/U003E Ferdinand said that he was very calm about all this happening in front of him. His attention has now been focused on the country, and Bulgaria's new parliamentary election has been completed. /U00261T:/P/U003E The results are self-evident. Since Ferdinand reformed the electoral law, his contribution to the country has been used as the main criterion for participating in the election. Naturally, there will be no moths in this session of the congressman election. /U00261T:/P/U003E More than 90% of the members of Congress have appeared in the former Bulgaria, and the newly added territories only account for less than 10% of the seats. /U00261T:/P/U003E And this 10% has been taken over by retired soldiers who have migrated from the country. If there is no black box operation, no one will believe it. /U00261T:/P/U003E However, this time, Ferdinand really did not operate in the dark this time. For example, there are only 10,000 voters who have the right to vote in Albania, and 90% of them are immigrants. /U00261T:/P/U003E And those who are eligible to run for election are even rarer. There are very few local people who have contributed to Bulgaria. /U00261T:/P/U003E Based on the equality of rights and obligations, there is no right to participate in elections without contributions. Except for these retired officers and soldiers, others can only watch the fun as the melon eaters. /U00261T:/P/U003E After this election, Ferdinand's control over Congress was even stronger. Last time, there were several party members who did not fit in with the group. This time the political party participated in the election of the members of Congress, and the whole army was wiped out. /U00261T:/P/U003E From now on, Bulgaria has once again entered the era of nonpartisanship. Of course, Ferdinand did not forget to take the opportunity to introduce regulations on the regulation of political parties, which came to draw salaries from the bottom of the pot and restrict the development of political parties. /U00261T:/P/U003E For example, A political party can only exist as a social group, and must not engage in any business activities or accept donations from society. Those who join a political party must be financially open, and must not do business within 3 generations. /P/U0003E Anyway, ordinary people will feel numb when they see the series of restrictions, let alone join. /U0261T/P/U03E But it doesn't matter, it was introduced by the Congress itself, and it was added to the Bulgarian constitution. Do you want to amend it? At least in Ferdinand's lifetime, it is impossible. /U0261T/P/U03E The next cabinet election will be even smoother, there will be no turbulence at all, and the Constantine government will remain in office by unanimous votes. /U0261T/P/U03E Even the so-called Democrats have not raised any objections. After all, the cabinet has dazzling political achievements, and no one can question it. /U0261T/P/U03E If you want to change people, the Bulgarian people will not agree. If there is a substitution, who can guarantee that they can do better than them? /U0261T/P/U03E /U0261T/P/U03E After he was busy with the election, Ferdinand once again devoted his energy to his queen. Now he is almost inseparable by Xenia's side, and he handles official business next door. /U0261T/P/U03E According to the doctor, the childbirth is just a few days ago. At this time, Queen Xenia has been admitted to the delivery room, and it is possible to give birth at any time. /U0261T/P/U03E The Queen's production is a major event for the whole country of Bulgaria. Everyone is paying attention to the news. The cabinet has consciously reduced the number of reports to Ferdinand. /U0261T/P/U03E Your Majesty, the Queen is about to give birth. A maid hurried in and said /U0261T/P/U03E Ferdinand, who was dealing with official business, after receiving the news, dropped the documents in his hand and rushed over without looking back. /U0261T/P/U03E At this time, Princess Clementine was already waiting outside the delivery room, and Ferdinand, who had rushed in, was stalked by her. /U0261T/P/U03E Don't go in to make trouble, there are doctors and nurses in there. What can you do when you go in? /U0261T/P/U03E Ferdinand thought for a while, and it was the same reason, he really couldn't do anything. /U0261T/P/U03E In fact, Queen Xenia had moved several times, but stopped at the last moment. Maybe the little guy inside was unwilling to come out and wanted to stay in her mother's belly for a few more days. /U0261T/P/U03E But this time is different. The doctor has confirmed that this time it is really about to give birth. /U0261T/P/U03E In the 19th century, when a woman gave birth to a child, it was equivalent to walking through the gates of hell. Fortunately, Queen Xenia's body is very good, and she is the mother of 7 children in history, which reassures Ferdinand a little. /U0261T/P/U03E Not only did Ferdinand wait anxiously, but even Nicholas too, who was far away in St. Petersburg, was also very anxious. He was also very concerned about this production, and he telegraphed every now and then to inquire. /U0261T/P/U03E In recent days, there have been several telegrams a day, so Ferdinand's calls are formulaic words, coming soon, not yet, everything is normal. /U0261T/P/U03E In this era, Giving birth to a woman has always been a high-risk job. Whether it is out of brotherhood or the relationship between Russia and Russia, Nicholas too has to care. /U00261T:/P/U003E The unborn little guy is undoubtedly the crystallization of the friendly relationship between Bulgaria and Russia, and there is already a golden job waiting for him before he is born. /U00261T:/P/U003E It's not just the Russians who care. In fact, there are quite a few big people who care about the birth of the little guy. London, Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Rome. In the past few days, big people from almost all of Europe have sent condolences telegrams. /U00261T:/P/U003E Ferdinand finally realized what it means to have too many relatives. Not only big people, but even some minor nobles came to join in the fun. From Europe to America, Ferdinand reckons that there are relatives all over the world, except in Antarctica, which is uninhabited. /U00261T:/P/U003E They didn't just scrimp on relatives, so they just sent telegrams casually. Everyone is indeed relatives, but their relationship is a little far away. Of course, this is also related to the development of Bulgaria. /U00261T:/P/U003E The greater the power of Ferdinand, the greater the network of relationships. On the premise that there is no conflict of interest, everyone is willing to mix and be skilled. /U00261T:/P/U003E Time passed minute by minute, and from the afternoon until midnight, there was finally a cry in the delivery room. /U00261T:/P/U003E Congratulations, Your Majesty, mother and child are safe. A nurse ran out and congratulated. /U00261T:/P/U003E Hearing this news, Ferdinand's heart finally fell, and he couldn't care less, and rushed directly into the delivery room. /U00261T:/P/U003E Ferdinand glanced at the baby, then looked at the tired wife lying on the bed, and said excitedly, "Xenia is our child!" /U00261T:/P/U003E Xenia looked at the baby softly, then smiled. /U00261T:/P/U003E Before Ferdinand could reach out to hold the baby, Princess Clementine had already taken the baby from the nurse, carried it to the bedside, and said kindly, "Thank you, Xenia!" /U00261T:/P/U003E No, mother, this is what I should do, Xenia said with a smile. /U00261T:/P/U003E /U00261T:/P/U003E The atmosphere in the delivery room was so warm, the doctors and nurses consciously withdrew from it, leaving the space for a family of 4. /U00261T:/P/U003E The news of the little guy's birth soon spread from the palace. A telegram went from Sofia to all over the world. As long as anyone else asked, Ferdinand politely replied. /U00261T:/P/U003E Well, Karl is responsible for these calls. Ferdinand is still in the delivery room. He can't remember these little things. /U00261T:/P/U003E In the middle of the night, the Sofia printing house was still brightly lit. Obviously, all the newspapers in Sofia were rushing to produce newspapers overnight. /U00261T:/P/U003E Sadly, they didn't get a picture of the little guy. Not only that, but also the name. /U00261T:/P/U003E However, this did not prevent them from spreading the good news. At this time, the people of Bulgaria have been waiting for a long time. /U00261T:/P/U003E Now Ferdinand has to worry about the name of the little guy. He has come up with a lot of names before, but they have not been approved by his mother and wife. /U00261T/P/U003E Ferdinand once wanted to give up the right to name the child and leave it to his mother and wife. As a result, they were unanimously accused by them that he did not pay enough attention to the child. /U00261T/P/U003E But what should it be called? This is too embarrassing for Ferdinand. /U00261T/P/U003E Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 241, A Short Cruise. The birth of the little guy brought not only joy to Ferdinand, but also a lot of troubles. A name can make Ferdinand scratch his scalp. The name is not random, and he also endows it with strong political meaning. Whether to take the German style, the Russian style, or even the local Bulgarian style will affect the trend of Bulgarian politics, and Ferdinand needs to weigh the pros and cons. If the name can handle it, then the religious belief is even more of a headache. Ferdinand is a Catholic, and Bulgaria's main belief is Orthodox, so which religion to convert the little guy to is the real trouble. Choose Catholicism. The Orthodox people are dissatisfied. Choose Orthodox. Catholics are dissatisfied. It is estimated that many people will doubt the piety of Ferdinand's beliefs. Even though it is no longer the Middle Ages, religious belief still occupies a very important place in Europe. For Ferdinand, being suspected of being impious is a very serious political crisis, even if it does not shake his throne. The accusations from all sides are enough for him to drink a pot. The Ferdinand in history suffered in this regard, because of the belief of his son, Boris III. He directly broke up with his uncle Franz Joseph I, and went through a group of relatives and friends. The helpless Ferdinand had to resort to procrastination, and let the little guy decide by himself. Let the little guy do a similar catching ceremony and choose his own beliefs. For this reason, his mother and wife also started a battle for baby's faith. There is no way that it is still the 19th century. The atmosphere of religious belief on the European continent is still very strong, and there are believers everywhere. You can see from the reaction of his mother and wife. They have been deadlocked over the baby's belief. Ferdinand went to mediate, and the two of them joined forces to criticize him for being impious. For this reason, Ferdinand had to choose and mud. Although many people were dissatisfied with this, but Ferdinand blocked everyone's mouth on the grounds of let God choose. Although all parties are dissatisfied, they can all accept it. After all, is it God's choice? As a believer of God, you will not question God's decision. This is also the fact that Ferdinand's current status has been consolidated. Otherwise, as in history, he must convert the little guy to the Orthodox Church to gain the support of a larger number of Orthodox Christians. Compared with religious names, it is much simpler. Ferdinand directly named him after his own name, called Little Ferdinand, which means inheriting his family business. This is also equivalent to declaring the little guy as the crown prince to the outside world. Anyway, the little guy is also his eldest son. According to European tradition, under normal circumstances, the little guy's crown is fixed. This time it is much better, at least it has been unanimously approved by the two hostess in the family. After all, this kind of thing has happened many times in the European royal family. 1, 2. A dozen generations. There are many crowns that continue like this, and there is nothing unacceptable for one more Ferdinand. 2 major events were finalized. Ferdinand fled with murderous eyes from his wife and mother. He took a detour for several days, and even went to see the little guy less often. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Ferdinand decided to go on a national cruise. In fact, he had this plan last year, but considering the instability in various places, he has pressed the time to the present. Nominally, he toured the country. In fact, Ferdinand could only travel to a limited number of places, at least before the railway was opened to traffic. It was impossible for him to travel all over the country. Otherwise, starting from now, to the next century, it is estimated that he is still on the road. From Sofia, travel along the Skul River to Pleven, then take the train to Silistra, then to Dobro, and then take the boat all the way along the Black Sea to Constantinople. Depart from Constantinople, via Edinal to Sliven, and via Plovdiv back to Sofia. Obviously, this is only the first phase of Ferdinand's national tour. Except for Constantinople, most of the other times are in the original border of Bulgaria. This is in line with Ferdinand's fear of death. If it weren't for the political significance of Constantinople, he would not have gone. The purpose of this parade is to inspect the industrial development of the country. Constantinople has been hit hard in the war, and now there is a ghost industry. There are many industrial residues in the ruins, but I don't know how long it will take to recover. However, the industries outside the city have been preserved, but unfortunately most of them are traditional handicrafts, which are now undergoing industrial upgrading. In golden autumn and October, the blue sky is like washing, cool and comfortable. Wildflowers on the roadside swayed in the wind, as if telling something to pedestrians. At this time, Ferdinand set off from Sofia again for his second national tour. Unlike the last trip, Bulgaria's industry was just starting, and it was almost blank. At this time, the development of industry and agriculture in various parts of Bulgaria has begun to take shape. Water conservancy projects are blooming on all sides, the road network is crisscrossed, and factories are rising from the ground. A thriving color. Pleven, located on the banks of the Tukanishka River in the Danube Plain, is one of the rich agricultural centers of Bulgaria. At the same time, industries such as textiles, ceramics, cement, tobacco, and canned food have also developed in recent years. It is one of the investment priorities of Bulgaria's second five-year plan, and it is also the first stop of Ferdinand's inspection. In terms of quantity, the total industrial investment of Pleven state is as high as more than 70 million levs, which has exceeded the total industrial volume of the Kingdom of Montenegro at this time, and occupies a very important position in the industrial system of Bulgaria. Looking at the rows of tall chimneys, the thick black smoke is emitting into the sky, which is very incongruous with the boundless wheat fields all around. Ferdinand felt an indescribable strangeness, as if he were inspecting unqualified black factories in towns and villages. However, this is the 19th century, and these things that will be eliminated even by small township enterprises in later generations are the most advanced productive forces in the contemporary era. From time to time, there are officials who introduce to Ferdinand that so-and-so has adopted advanced French technology, or adopted advanced German technology, or adopted advanced British technology. Even if couldn't see were these dong advanced, he still replied with his signature smile, which made the officials who introduced them excited. Well, the so-called pretending to slap the face, he has no chance to experience it. Wherever Ferdinand went, he was notified in advance, and the security measures did not know how many layers there were inside and outside. If you want to see the life of the people, forget it. Ferdinand has always been very courageous. History has told him that TV dramas are all deceptive, and anyone who uses microservers to privately interview people and go deep into the public will die miserably in the end. Especially in the era of hot weapons, no matter how high his prestige in Bulgaria, there is never a shortage of people who want to assassinate the king. Not to mention, the fuse of the last war in history was the unfortunate Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary who wanted to play close to the people. What greeted him was not only flowers and applause, but also flying bullets. Before him, King Alexander I of Serbia and King George I of Greece were all typical examples of over-pretending, and taught the world a lesson with blood education. A good king is not right, but he has to go deep into the people. When the result is good, he has seen God in advance. This is not as simple as what the history books say. Basically, as long as a king does not kill himself, the possibility of being successfully assassinated is very small. Just like when Ferdinand traveled, he was under martial law for several kilometers, and no one was allowed to approach within a few hundred meters. If there were still assassins breaking in, it would definitely be a fate. What is the actual situation? Ferdinand has already understood it clearly through various channels. He came out to see it in person, just to confirm it again, or to urge the officials to work harder. Along the way, Ferdinand has not encountered any abnormal situation, and there is a vibrant scene everywhere. Other things can be faked, and the farmlands on both sides of the road can't be faked. What's more, Ferdinand's trip was also suddenly decided, and the places he passed were only notified 2 or 3 days in advance. Under the conditions at the time, the local government could at most conduct a general cleaning, and it was estimated that it could not do anything else. Ferdinand's good mood did not stop until Constantinople. At this time, this international metropolis should be more accurate to describe it as ruins. The remnants of the broken walls, the magnificent high-rise buildings of the past were turned down in the dust, and the once glorious civilization was destroyed in its collapse. At this time, there are still a large group of workers working hard, cleaning up the ruins, and working hard to rebuild the city. Destruction is also the beginning of a new life. How many historical cities have been destroyed in the war? At this moment, Ferdinand has decided to rebuild this ancient city. Of course, this is the future, and now its role is more of a military port. Ferdinand didn't stay long in Constantinople, but left hastily after meeting the top brass of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Now this is still the territory of the Russians. Since it was decided to hand over to Russia as a military port, Ferdinand has done it very thoroughly, not even sending city managers. So now the heavy task of rebuilding Constantinople falls to the Russians. It seems that they are happy to accept this burden, except for the inefficiency. The rest is still very good. After leaving Constantinople, Ferdinand once again set foot in the new district of Sliven. This newly rising city was established entirely under the single-handed promotion of Ferdinand. All the properties in the city are inseparable from Ferdinand, whether it is real estate or property, it is his property. Franz said excitedly, "Your Majesty, since the establishment of the Sliven Development Zone, it has developed rapidly, and it is now one of the top 10 metropolises in Bulgaria. At present, there are more than 230 large and small enterprises in the city, more than 120 factories of various types, and more than 200,000 workers. The rose industry chain created by our Rose Group alone has 13 supporting factories and more than 80,000 workers, covering all the processes from rose planting to processing into finished products and bringing them to the market." At this time, Franz had been appointed as the head of the development zone, and was the only person in Bulgaria who served as a city manager as a businessman. Of course, the most important thing is that he is Ferdinand's retainer, otherwise it would be impossible to develop such a cross-border development. Ferdinand said lightly, "The healthcare products you have come from are good, and the Queen Mother and Queen like it very much. Using the highest quality rose essential oil directly as a healthcare product, such a luxury, only Ferdinand can do it. To know that the price of rose essential oil is not low in the world, think about the best quality rose essential oil. At least tens of tons of the highest quality rose petals per kilogram can be extracted, you know. The international price of this thing also starts at thousands of pounds, and it is still in short supply. Even though Bulgaria is the largest producer of rose essential oil in the world, the high-quality rose essential oil produced is not dozens of kilograms. Of course, ordinary rose essential oil is sold on the market, and high-quality products have long been monopolized by the nobles. Even ordinary essential oils cost hundreds of pounds per kilogram." After listening to Ferdinand's words, Franz's joy suddenly reached its peak, which was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of his work. When the Sliven new district was established, the government's goal was to build an industrial city with a population of 50,000 within 5 years. Due to lack of funds, under Ferdinand's order, Franz took up the task of contracting the new district, all management and construction. At this time, Sliven new district was already a metropolis with a population of more than 300,000 and more than 200,000 industrial workers. Even if the preferential policies of many companies have not expired at this time, the tax paid to the government every year can be ranked among the top 3 in the country. It is one of the most important industrial cities in Bulgaria. Because the results were too bad, when Ferdinand nominated Franz to be the head of the new district, no one in the Bulgarian government objected. Administrative level and regional equivalent. Also because of the rapid development of the new district, Ferdinand's investment has also received rich returns. Now the rent and property management fees in the city are all in units of tens of millions of levs. Franz made such a great contribution, and of course Ferdinand would not treat him badly. In the previous knighthood ceremony, Franz successfully completed the leap from commoners to nobles and became a Viscount of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. The position of his district chief was also appointed by Ferdinand after he became a noble. Otherwise, according to Bulgarian law, merchants have no right to serve as officials, and nobles are of course exempt from this restriction. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 242. The economic crisis is coming again. After Ferdinand inspected the new district of Sliven, he did not stop, and went directly to the last stop of the itinerary, Plovdiv. Ferdinand, who has been away from Sofia for almost 2 months, is feeling homesick now. It may be the reason for being a father for the first time. Ferdinand already misses the little guy a little, and doesn't want to miss every small step in his son's growth. Therefore, Ferdinand's impromptu national tour this time, which is quite anticlimactic, is about to come to an end. But Ferdinand's political purpose, telling the bureaucrats that the king values industry, has now been achieved, and Plovdiv is the last stop on this tour. Plovdiv has a unique position in Bulgaria and is also the second largest city in the country, with a long history and culture, second only to Sofia. Plovdiv is located on the upper reaches of the Marica River, on the north side of Rhodope Mountain. According to the history of more than 1,000 years, it is one of the sources of national rejuvenation. The national heroes Potov, Levski and the great writers have all lived here. At the same time, Plovdiv is also the most prosperous agricultural area in central and southern Bulgaria, surrounded by broad plains and fertile land, rich in grain, various fruits and vegetables. And Plovdiv is also one of the most important transportation hubs in Bulgaria, located on the Eurasian artery. The transit station from Belgrade, Sofia to Constantinople is one of the most important trade centers on the Eurasian Six. After the Austro-Hungarian Empire occupied Serbia, Ferdinand once had the idea of moving the capital to Plovdiv. It was only after seeing the poor performance of the Austro-Hungarian army and comprehensively evaluating the strength of both sides that he gave up this plan. After all, the current Bulgaria is no longer the historical Bulgaria. Although Sofia is a little closer to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, after all, there is more in this area as a strategic buffer. With the current military strength of Bulgaria, it can still be defended. Moreover, since the Balkan War, the morale of the people in Bulgaria has reached its peak, and moving the capital is easy to cause criticism and demoralization. Plovdiv is agricultural at its core, a comprehensive city supplemented by commerce and trade. The industry it owns is also a supporting enterprise mainly exhibited by agricultural product processing enterprises, and there is almost no heavy industry. Therefore, this stop came to an end soon. After all, it was impossible for Ferdinand to inspect the food factories in person, otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Now Bulgaria is very different from before, and Ferdinand will not see it in person except for particularly important industries. Time flies. Ferdinand left Sofia in golden autumn in October, and it was almost Christmas when he came back. At this point, little Ferdinand was able to crawl everywhere on the ground. Now teaching the little guy to talk every day, called Dad, is one of Ferdinand's most important jobs. It's a pity that no matter how hard he tried, the little guy always didn't buy it. He just said oh, and he didn't know what he was talking about. While Ferdinand was enjoying his family's pleasures, a stranger broke in and interrupted his family's pleasures. Grand Duke, Ying has made a compromise, said the foreign minister hastily. Ferdinand's face changed slightly. He thought that his butterfly effect could make Britain and Germany colonies of South Africa. It would take some time for the two countries to compromise so quickly. You must know that the British have just put Germany on the side of dividing up the Portuguese colonies, and William II has not had time to retaliate, and now it has calmed down. What's the matter? Shouldn't the Germans compromise so soon? Ferdinand asked suspiciously. Medvedev explained, on February 22, 1898, the king of the Kingdom of Samoa died, and Britain, the United States, and Germany clashed violently over the issue of the succession to the throne. However, the British conceded to the Germans, and the Salisbury government sought to ease Anglo-German relations. The British transferred their interests in the Kingdom of Samoa to the Germans as compensation for the former Portuguese colonial problems. And the Germans also won the right to build the Baghdad Railway, and the British agreed to Germany's free movement in Asia Minor. The German government has accepted the British compensation and agreed not to continue supporting the Boers and the British in the war. Ferdinand thought about it for a while and felt a bit of a headache. Now Bulgaria is still too weak, and these international diplomatic games are not eligible to participate at all. The interest transaction between Britain and Germany made Ferdinand very worried. If Britain and Germany reach a comprehensive compromise and really form an alliance, then things will be really big. Not to mention the Franco-Russian alliance. Even if Italy, the United States, Japan, and Austria-Hungary were all brought over, it would not help. Even if all the other countries in the world are added together, they are not the opponents of the two countries. Of course, Ferdinand knew that this situation was unlikely. John Bull could not tolerate the unification of Europe, and neither the French nor the Germans would accept the unification of Europe. Judging from the current situation, the economic development of Germany in recent years has been surprising. Ferdinand also knew that after entering the 20th century, the Germans were crazy. Unless John Bull is willing to give up his position as world leader, the conflict between England and Germany cannot be eased. Regardless of interests, when the Germans became strong, they naturally threatened the status of the British. As for Americans with faster economic growth, they have been ignored. In addition to the United States being far away from the European Big Six, there is also a weak military strength. The core problem is that the United States does not have a major ethnic group. If the war breaks out in the United States, their staying power will be the worst. Once at a disadvantage, it is easy to split. Of course, this was what the European powers generally believed at the end of the 19th century. As for whether it is true, no one knows until it is played. But it cannot be denied that the ethnic conflicts in the United States at that time were indeed very fierce. Ferdinand can only pay attention to these things at any time, so that he can stand in line in the international diplomatic game. In principle, he is on the winner's side! At this time, an undercurrent has begun to spread in Russia. Yes, Jewish bankers feel that the harvest time has come, and they are ready to cut a wave of wool in the Russian stock market. Of course, other consortia also have a share, and the Russian financial crisis is imminent. But now, no one has thought that the harvest in the stock market will induce the Russian financial crisis, and then brew a more serious economic crisis, which will spread to the whole world. The money of the bear is not so easy to get. The Jewish bankers made a lot of money, and then the ordinary Jewish people suffered for them, and then the anti-Semitic movement was born in Russia. Of course, even if they knew that there would be such serious consequences, the capitalists would not be merciful, and the lives of compatriots are worthless. Otherwise, there would not be so many anti-Semitic movements in the world. It can only be said that Jewish capitalists are too mortal, and ordinary people can only be regarded as incidental. Of course, none of this is known yet. Even Ferdinand can only remember that at the end of 1899, Russia had a financial crisis, which led to an economic crisis that spread to the world. As for the specific cause, it was only after the economic crisis broke out that Ferdinand figured out the cause and effect. Now he is still busy with loans. Mr. Kennedy, how is the loan work going? Ferdinand asked with concern. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, the first loan has been received, but do we really need to borrow so much? If the previous loans are added, so far, the Bulgarian government has owed 1.5 billion international loans to Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Belgium and other countries. It also owed the three major domestic banks, a total of 380 million Vladimir's commercial loans, and various types of government bonds, a total of 220 million leva. These add up to 2.1 billion levs, which is 4 times our financial income. If you add the 500 million levs to be loaned later, it is 2.6 billion levs, and the annual interest payment alone is as high as 200 million levs. Is this ratio too high? After Ferdinand's accession to the throne, Bulgaria's development has been very fast. Compared with 1887, its fiscal revenue has increased tenfold, and its comprehensive national strength has also increased tenfold compared with 1887! As fast as the Bulgarian exhibition, there are also debts. From the initial foreign debt of less than 200 million levs, it has snowballed to 2.1 billion levs, and there is a trend of continued expansion. Debt and national power growth have always been proportional. This is the status quo in Bulgaria. It doesn't matter if Ferdinand is there. There is the pressure of the World War. In his heart everything is centered on the growth of national strength, and other things are trivial, but other people can't stand it anymore. Constantine said worriedly, "Yes, Your Majesty, our debt is growing too fast. If we don't limit it, the interest alone will be able to drag us down." Ferdinand was suddenly shocked. Before he knew it, Bulgaria had already owed an astronomical sum of money. In case of any accident, the Bulgarian government might follow in the footsteps of the Greeks. Well, our current economic aggregate has been greatly improved compared to before, but our currency volume has never been able to keep up with the economic growth. Otherwise, we should find a way to print an additional batch of currency to relieve the financial pressure. Dinan thought about it. The Minister of Finance said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, we have also thought about this issue, but Bulgaria's gold standard is implemented, and our gold reserves are insufficient. If we increase the currency rashly, it will easily cause the currency to depreciate." Ferdinand pretended to be surprised and said, "Isn't there a way to solve the gold problem? The Balkans are also the main gold-producing area in Europe, and now the main gold mines are in our territory, so there is still not enough gold." That's right, Bulgaria's debt is increasing, and the economy is increasing, but there is not enough currency. Everyone knows that printing money is the most profitable. It is a pity that now is the age of the gold standard. To print money, you must have a certain amount of gold as a reserve, otherwise, in the foreign trade settlement, other countries will not. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 243, Gold Reserves. How can I get enough gold? /U261T:/P/U003E. This is the biggest problem facing the Bulgarian government. As long as there is enough gold, enough banknotes can be printed to satisfy the circulation in the market. /U261T:/P/U003E. Not only can it promote commercial exhibitions, but it can also raise enough funds for the government to solve the financial crisis. /U261T:/P/U003E. Ferdinand stopped at the point. If everything had to be made clear, why would he need his subordinates? /U261T:/P/U003E. As for the latter, he believes that the Ministry of Finance will know how to do it. After all, it is also the most outstanding financial personnel in Bulgaria. Now who has gold in Bulgaria? Can they not know? /U261T:/P/U003E. Ferdinand thought about it for a while, but decided to speak out. He said seriously, "In addition, the loan business still cannot be stopped, and it must be implemented in the first half of this year." From the perspective of the international economic situation, from 1993 to the present, the world has been prosperous for almost 6 years. /U261T:/P/U003E. According to the analysis of the current situation, the stock market in Russia has been abnormal recently. Some people probably think that they can harvest the wheat. The fluctuations in the stock market in the future are likely to lead to a financial crisis in Russia. /U261T:/P/U003E. Now our economy is tied to the Russians. Once the Russian financial market is turbulent and the economic crisis erupts, we will not be immune. /U261T:/P/U003E. After listening to Ferdinand's words, everyone's face changed greatly. In recent years, the capitalist world economy has been on the rise, and Bulgaria is no exception, and its economy has grown rapidly. /U261T:/P/U003E. Now suddenly someone says that the economic dividend has passed. and the economic crisis is about to explode. How can you not be worried? U0261T /P/U03E especially Bulgaria is still in the midst of a big immigration. After the economic crisis, the unemployment rate has greatly increased, and the problem of employment placement for immigrants is even more difficult. U0261T/P/U03E Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy was the first to react. Said, "Your Majesty, what is going on in the Russian stock market remains to be understood in detail. Under normal circumstances, the Russian economic crisis will explode, and at most 2 or 3 months, it will spread to Bulgaria, and our export trade will be hit hard!" U0261T/P/U03E If the economic crisis may explode in the near future, then we must accumulate emergency funds, and the opening of the stock market must be postponed. U0261T/P/U03E Otherwise, international capital is likely to focus on Bulgaria as well. With our current situation, we do not have the energy to fight a financial war with them. U0261T/P/U03E Ferdinand nodded. The main purpose of opening the stock market is to raise funds for the construction of the railway behind Bulgaria, but this must be in a good economic environment. U0261T/P/U03E Otherwise, let alone raising funds, even if the price of cabbage is given away, it is estimated that no one will want it. U0261T/P/U03E As for fighting financial wars, don't be ridiculous. This is completely putting money on your face. U0261T/P/U03E As far as Bulgaria's current financial market is concerned, it is completely undefended, and it is not open. Once it is opened, international capital will not be allowed to come and go freely. U0261T/P/U03E It's not that bad either. At present, the financial market in Bulgaria has not yet grown up. No matter how much you search, you will not be able to fry a few drops of oil in the thin meat. U0261T/P/U03E Ferdinand said with a smile, "Then let it go first, and then discuss it after the economic crisis is over. Now we should hurry up to raise funds. The economic crisis is both a crisis and an opportunity!" U0261T/P/U03E The last time the economic crisis broke out, our strength was still too weak, and there was no way to get a share of the pie. Even so, didn't it take the opportunity to drag down a few competitors? U0261T/P/U03E If we can seize this opportunity, it will not be a dream for us to fight for 10 or 8 years less. U0261T/P/U03E Bulgaria snatched the biggest piece of cake in the Balkan War, and it is inseparable from the economic crisis from 1990 to 1993. U0261T/P/U03E Arms race plus economic crisis. Whether Serbia, Greece, the Ottoman Empire, or Romania have suffered heavy economic losses. Among them, Serbia and the Ottoman Empire also led to domestic conflicts. U0261T/P/U03E Even the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not escape. In the acquisition war of Ferdinand, the financial crisis was induced, and it took a long time to recover. U0261T/P/U03E U0261T/P/U03E As soon as the cabinet meeting was over, the Ministry of Finance moved. If you want to make a big profit in the economic crisis, the prerequisite is to have enough funds. U0261T/P/U03E Now Kennedy is holding an internal Treasury Department meeting, worrying about gold. U0261T/P/U03E As you all know, We have always been subject to insufficient gold reserves and have not been able to issue enough currency for circulation in the market. U0026one T:/P/U03E There are still a lot of foreign currencies in circulation in Bulgaria, and the government wants to ban them. British pounds, francs, rubles, marks, krona. Basically, the mainstream currencies in the world can be found here. U0026one T:/P/U03E As a result, a lot of our wealth has been earned away in vain. At the same time, it also restricts our domestic commercial exhibitions. In order to solve this problem, U0026one T:/P/U03E at the cabinet meeting just now, His Majesty has decided to increase the currency to overcome the financial crisis. Our Ministry of Finance must solve the problem of gold reserves. U0026one T:/P/U03E Now, if you have any suggestions, please speak up and discuss them. This matter is related to the future exhibition of Bulgaria. It is a huge victory to solve the currency problem sooner rather than later. U0026one T:/P/U03E The director in charge of the currency bank thought for a while and said, with the current gold reserves of the National Bank, our currency has reached its limit. If we want to continue to increase the currency, we can only find a way in other places! U0026one T:/P/U03E The Balkans have been the main source of gold in Europe since ancient times, and there should be a lot of gold in circulation among the people. If you can collect all the gold from the people, it should be able to solve some of the problems. U0026one T:/P/U03E Previously, during the Balkan War, the military seized a lot of gold, and this patch of gold was the emergency for us. Otherwise the problems we are facing now will be even more serious. U0026one T:/P/U03E Kennedy shook his head and said, it's difficult. Most of the private gold is scattered, and most of it is a variety of handicraft products. Aside from other factors, the purchase price will be much higher, and the gain is not worth the loss! U0026one T:/P/U03E The director of the tax department thought for a while and said, actually, we in Bulgaria are not without gold, but not in the hands of the government. As far as I know, Royal Bank and Union Bank have a large number of international exchange operations, and they have stored a large amount of gold in their hands! U0026one T:/P/U03E How many? Kennedy asked eagerly. U0026one T:/P/U03E As long as there is, the Ministry of Finance has a way to take it out of their hands. It is nothing more than an exchange of interests. What Kennedy is worried about now is that they have too little gold reserves. U0026one T:/P/U03E The director of taxation thought for a while and said, the two together have at least a dozen tons of gold, maybe even more. In recent years, they have also acquired several gold mines, and the mined gold has been stored and not sold. U0026one T:/P/U03E After hearing the specific numbers, Kennedy's face suddenly looked much better. This number is much larger than he expected, and now the Bulgarian state's gold reserves are only about 30 tons. U0026one T:/P/U03E If this part of gold is included in the currency reserve, at least 300 million to 400 million levs can be added to the market, which will greatly alleviate the current dilemma of insufficient currency flow in Bulgaria. U0026one T:/P/U03E Kennedy thought for a while and said, send someone to talk to them right away. Any conditions can be negotiated! U0026one T:/P/U03E Forget it, I'll talk to them myself! U0026one T:/P/U03E Thinking of the terrifying background of these two banks, Kennedy still decided to go out in person to be safer. If he was screwed up by his subordinates, he still had to clean up the mess. /U00261T /P/U003E Behind the Royal Bank is Ferdinand, and behind the United Bank is most of the Bulgarian business community, none of which is easy to mess with. /U00261T /P/U003E Although they are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance, it does not mean that they will listen to the Ministry of Finance, especially if it involves large enough interests. /U00261T /P/U003E In line with the persimmons looking for soft pinch first, Kennedy took the lead to find Union Bank. After all, compared with Ferdinand, the Bulgarian business community is still more troublesome. At least they still have to give the Minister of Finance face. /U00261T /P/U003E If you go to the Royal Bank first, the person in charge is the Chancellor of the Palace. /U00261T /P/U003E At this time, President Victor of Union Bank was already waiting eagerly, waiting for someone from the Ministry of Finance to come to the door. /U00261T /P/U003E Asking for help, Kennedy had a good attitude and said apologetically, "Mr. Victor, I'm very sorry to bother you this time!" /U00261T /P/U003E Even if Victor already knew Kennedy's intention, the businessman's nature made him continue to pretend to be confused, made a flattered expression, and tried to smile and said, "Where Mr. Kennedy can visit, it is really an honor." "I don't know, Your Excellency is here this time, what advice do you have?" /U00261T /P/U003E Kennedy smiled and said, "I don't dare to take advice. In fact, I'm here to ask you for help this time!" /U00261T /P/U003E Victor pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, what can I help you with, Your Excellency? As long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse!" /U00261T /P/U003E Hearing Victor's words, Kennedy's face darkened, and he thought to himself, "Old fox, why won't you refuse within your ability? It's better to say that it is beyond the scope of ability. Let's not talk about it." /U00261T /P/U003E Your Excellency can definitely help you in this matter. Our Ministry of Finance wants to buy a batch of gold from your bank. Mr. Victor must help in this matter. Although he knew that Victor was just being polite, Kennedy was still directly explain the purpose. /U00261T /P/U003 I saw Victor's face changed slightly, and he said with some embarrassment, "I am dissatisfied with Mr. Kennedy. The Treasury Department wants to buy gold. If the amount is not large, I can immediately agree!" /U00261T /P/U003 If the amount is too large, please forgive me and do nothing. Now the board of directors has decided to shrink the money and increase the gold reserve to deal with the crisis. /U00261T /P/U003E Kennedy's face changed slightly, and he asked suspiciously, "What crisis? With the strength of your bank, you have to be so careful!" /U00261T /P/U003E Victor said hesitantly, "I am dissatisfied with Mr. Kennedy. This involves commercial secrets and cannot be disclosed. In short, this crisis, our Union Bank must go all out!" /U00261T /P/U003E Kennedy was stunned for a moment and thought, could it be that people in the business world have noticed something and are starting to prepare now? /U00261T /P/U003E tentatively asked, could it be that the economic crisis is about to explode again? /U00261T /P/U003E Victor's face changed greatly, and Kennedy knew that he had guessed the answer. /U00261T /P/U003E Your bank is really well informed. There is no fluctuation in the market at all. How do you judge that there will be an economic crisis? Kennedy continued to ask /U0261T /P/U03E after thinking about it. Victor said, since Mr. Kennedy already knows, then I will say it directly. /U0261T /P/U03E in the international financial market, there is something wrong with the recent capital flow of those Jewish capitalists, and it seems that they are about to make another move. /U0261T/P/U03E basically if those vampires move, there will be no peace in this world. Although we don't know who they are targeting this time, for the sake of prudence, we decided to shrink our strategy so as not to be cannon fodder. /U0261T/P/U03E after listening to Victor's words, Kennedy knew that if he didn't pay a big price this time, Union Bank would not take out the gold. After all, the safest measure to deal with a financial crisis is to hold a large amount of cash. Now what is more secure than gold? /U0261T/P/U03E Kennedy said straight to the point, Mr. Victor, let's not go around in circles. The purpose of my visit this time is to include the gold stored by your bank into the currency reserve. You can mention any conditions !! /P/U03E Victor didn't think about it and said directly, since Mr. Kennedy has said it straight, I won't give up, and include the gold we store into the currency reserve. Yes! !P/U03E However, our joint bank must also participate in the currency bank, and must have a certain right to speak. /U0261T/P/U03E Kennedy's face sank, and he pretended to be angry and said, you are taking advantage of the fire! /U0261T/P/U03E Victor shook his head and said, This is not our responsibility. The main responsibility for the current situation should be the responsibility of the government. If the government's national bank has the ability to undertake the heavy responsibility of currency, we will also have fun! /U0261T/P/U03E But now, there are many different currencies in Bulgaria, and in order to do business, we have to spend a lot of money to buy gold and exchange it. /U0261T/P/U03E Since the national bank does not have the ability to undertake the heavy responsibility of running the currency, why can't it be handed over to us? /U0261T/P/U03E Mr. Kennedy, please believe that with our participation, the Bulgarian government will never have a headache due to insufficient currency flow in the future. /U0261T/P/U03E Now Kennedy's heart is hesitating. Should Union Bank be added to the currency bank? And once the United Bank joins, then the Royal Bank will definitely join, and the government's right to speak in it will definitely be greatly weakened. /U0261T/P/U03E How much gold can you take out as a reserve? Kennedy asked coldly. /U0261T/P/U03E Victor smiled and said, as much as the government pays, we will pay. Rest assured we will not take advantage of it! /U0261T/P/U03E Kennedy's face changed greatly. This is where he is taking advantage of the fire. He is clearly prepared. Dare to shout as much as the government will give, we will give as much, which also means that the strength of United Bank has far exceeded their estimates. /U0261T/P/U03E At this moment, Kennedy has scolded the people of the National Bank to death in his heart. /U0261T/P/U03E Commercial bank that has just been established for a few years. The gold reserves that can be taken out can be the same as the government's reserves, which is enough to show how incompetent the National Bank is. /U0261T/P/U03E Thinking about it, he suddenly found out that the gold reserves of the national bank seem to be settled by the government, and they don't seem to have contributed. /U00261T:/P/U003E At this moment, Kennedy has decided to completely reorganize the national bank. A bank that can only waste national resources and cannot create benefits is a crime to keep. /U00261T:/P/U003E Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Federal Reserve. Ferdinand cherishes feathers. Even in order to win the coinage to strengthen the economic control of the government, he will never come forward. If Ferdinand's prestige is forced to pass, even this time he has no selfishness. One day in the future, a lot of conspiracy theories will be interpreted, which is not conducive to the rule of his descendants. For this kind of thing, it is more appropriate for a private company like Union Bank to start out. Although it is only a vest, Union Bank also represents most of the Bulgarian business community. Moreover, the fact that private banks have the right to mint coins is not news at all in Europe. Everyone is used to it. Mr. Victor, this matter involves a lot of questions. I can't answer you right now, but I want to know how much gold your bank can use as reserves this time. This is very important, Kennedy said seriously. Obviously in his heart, Kennedy has accepted this proposal. As long as Union Bank can really come up with enough gold, it is not impossible for them to join in. Victor thought for a while and said, within 1 month, Union Bank can take out 10 tons of gold, in 6 months we can take out 20 tons of gold, and in 1 year we can raise more than 30 tons of gold, which is basically the same as the current government equivalent of gold reserves. Yes, the gold reserves in Union Bank are less than 10 tons, but that doesn't stop Victor from bragging. Businessmen, when they talk about business, they naturally have to raise their prices. As for whether the United Bank can come up with so much gold later, Victor is not sure, but the boss behind him has already made a promise, so he dares to say it. Having been the manager of Union Bank for so long, Victor can roughly infer that there must be a big force behind Union Bank. Specifically which force? His curiosity is not so heavy. Kennedy was shocked when he heard Victor's words. If Victor said before, take out the same imperial gold reserve as the government, he still didn't believe it, but now he does. At least there are 10 tons of gold in Union Bank now, otherwise, Victor would not dare to make any promises. The Bulgarian government is very strong. If you dare to deceive the government, even if the backstage of Union Bank is very hard, you will not be able to eat and walk away. At least the president of Victor will be in bad luck. With an expression of admiration on his face, Kennedy said with anticipation, Mr. Victor is amazing. I can see that United Bank has only been established a few years ago, and it is already one of the 3 major banks in Bulgaria, not without reason. Your ability is indeed admirable. By comparison, the National Bank of Bulgaria is far behind. Now, on behalf of the Bulgarian Ministry of Finance, I would like to invite Mr. Victor to take up the post of President of the Bulgarian National Bank. What is the intention of Mr. Victor? Was suddenly stunned. What is this operation? It was originally about business, but now why is it now poaching? However, looking at Kennedy's expression, it doesn't seem like he's telling a lie. Is there any temptation for the position of Governor of the National Bank of Bulgaria? For the previous Victor, there must be some, but now, he has become the President of United Bank, and he is not so keen on that position. Thank you Mr. Kennedy for your kindness, and I'm sorry. I had a great time at Union Bank, and I have no plans to change jobs. Victor shook his head and refused. Kennedy sighed and tried his best to say, Your Excellency is worried about the internal control of Union Bank. You can rest assured that this time the government has decided to rectify them severely. If you are the president, the Ministry of Finance can fully authorize you to handle all the affairs of the bank. even if you dismiss all the current employees. Victor's eyes lit up, and then he became depressed again. The Bulgarian National Bank does have many advantages. If he is the president, he will restructure the system, and I believe that this old bank will soon be rejuvenated. It's a pity that there are too many bad things in government enterprises, especially old-fashioned enterprises. It's definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days to smooth things out. Instead of fighting with people every day, it's better to be comfortable at United Bank. Sorry, I have limited ability, I really can't help the National Bank. Victor thought for a while and said. Kennedy smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's hard for the strong. The problem of the Bulgarian National Bank has been gone for a day or two. Even though the government has rectified it twice, it still hasn't changed much." Well, let's continue with our previous topic. Regarding the issue of Union Bank's participation in the currency bank, it is beyond the scope of my authority to decide, not me alone. After I go back, I have to convene a meeting of the Ministry of Finance. If it is approved, I have to report it to the cabinet before the final decision can be made. However, I think Mr. Victor can prepare gold. Even if the cabinet fails to pass, we are willing to pay a high price for it. Seeing off Chancellor Kennedy, Victor had a smile on his face, and he knew it was almost done. For the Bulgarian government, it is not unacceptable that a part of the minting rights should be allocated as long as it can satisfy the domestic currency circulation. There are already many such examples in the world. Just think about the Federal Reserve. The Americans simply split the exercise of the currency from the government. Of course, even if international capital participates, no country is willing to have foreign forces participating in its own currency line. Now Greece is a negative example. After the currency collapsed, it had to ask the foreign powers to restore the currency value, so that the European powers completely grasped the financial power. Kennedy went straight back to the Treasury Department, and instead of going to the Royal Bank, he held an emergency meeting. With the current size of Bulgaria's economy, even if it adds another billion levs, the market can easily digest it. But the gold reserves required for this are simply not what the Bulgarian government can solve now. Even adding the Royal Bank is not enough. Only the combination of the 3 major banks in Bulgaria can barely solve it. If there is no Union Bank to join, there will be a huge gold gap. I went to Union Bank just now, and they have much more gold reserves than we expected, at least 10 tons of gold. If they were given time, within a year, they could even raise 30 tons of gold. But they also put forward conditions. Union Bank wants to join the money bank. As soon as Kennedy's voice fell, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the United Bank of Light to have such a strong strength. From this, it can be inferred that the gold reserves of the Royal Bank are definitely not low. The director of the currency department turned dark. This is definitely not good news for him. If Union Bank is on board, then Royal Bank is sure to. With the addition of 2 shareholders, the rights of the currency company will definitely be limited. But now the Bulgarian bureaucracy has not been completely corrupted, and he did not directly speak out for the power in his hands. After calmly thinking about it, the director of the currency department said unexpectedly, "I have no objection to the joining of the Union Bank, but the exercise of the currency must be firmly controlled by the government. Is there any way to ensure that the Union Bank will not be affected by the international community?" Capital holding? Kennedy was stunned for a moment, and then reacted quickly. Now the Bulgarian government has no choice at all. Instead of letting foreign currencies occupy the Bulgarian market, it is better to teach your own people to control them. At least the minting power government can control. In this case, there is no need to oppose Union Bank joining the currency bank. On the contrary, it is more important to ensure that the United Bank is penetrated by international capital. Of course, the Royal Bank. No one mentioned that the strength of the Ferdinand family is unquestionable, and they do not think that any international force can control the Royal Bank. At this time, the director of the tax department said, "To ensure the purity of the Union Bank, we can restrict it by introducing laws. For example, ban all banks with foreign backgrounds, plus currency banks, or directly restrict international capital from investing in United Bank." After thinking about it, Kennedy said neatly, "Okay, If there is no other proposal from others, we will vote directly. Now our time is very tight, and we don't have more time to discuss it slowly! The result is self-evident. There is no better way. Usually everyone will not object. This is also the characteristic of Bulgarian bureaucrats. The clear-streamers who oppose for the sake of opposition have no place in the Bulgarian government. Now you can oppose any decision made by the government. The premise is that you can come up with a better strategy to solve the problem. This is also the atmosphere that Ferdinand has been working hard to create. Anyone in the government who has a better strategy can come up with it. Even if the cabinet has already made a decision, it can be revised. This kind of thing happens a lot, and everyone is used to it. Anyway, there is a more suitable method to change it. It has become the norm of the Bulgarian government. This is true from top to bottom, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Kennedy's efficiency was very high, and it was passed by the Treasury Department on the same day. The next day, it was submitted to the cabinet for deliberation. In the evening, the proposal was passed to Ferdinand. Of course, there are also a lot of restrictions on joining banks, such as, participating banks prohibit all international capital from entering the board of directors, participating in bank equity transactions, more than 1%, must be reviewed by the Ministry of Finance. Ferdinand looked at it and saw that there were no problems, so he signed his name on the proposal, and the famous Federal Reserve Bank came out like this. The specific participants have not yet been finalized, but now Bulgaria has the strength to participate. Except for Union Bank and Royal Bank, there are no local financial institutions. This kind of big scene is not something they can participate in. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 245, Finding Gold. The full name of the Federal Reserve Bank is Bulgarian Joint Reserve Board. Its establishment marks that Bulgaria's currency issuance system has entered a new era. Of course, things are not that simple. The joint issuance of leva by the three major banks involves many issues that need to be discussed. Whether it is the distribution of the right to speak, the gold reserve ratio provided by each, and the currency issuance fee drawn by each party, there must be a clear regulation. After all, there is a cost in issuing currency, and the benefits can be transferred to the government through seigniorage, but you can't let everyone lose money. Of course, none of this work has anything to do with Ferdinand. After approving the establishment of the Federal Reserve Bank, the remaining specific work content is the matter of the Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance. In order to smoothly coordinate the relationship between them, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy had to serve as the chairman of the First Bulgarian Joint Reserve Committee and preside over the currency issuance. In fact, the Federal Reserve can also be regarded as a replica of the Federal Reserve, except that it is not responsible for Congress, but is responsible to Ferdinand. It is responsible for formulating the current monetary policy in Bulgaria, including the regulation of deposit reserve ratios, the approval of discount rates, the management and supervision of Bulgarian domestic banks and other member banks and holding companies. Its role is to control the currency and credit, and to regulate the Bulgarian economy by using the three levers of open market operations, the discount rate of bank borrowings and the statutory reserve ratio of financial institutions. The Federal Reserve has independent decision-making power in monetary and financial policy and is directly responsible to Ferdinand. To a certain extent, it has escaped the control of the government and has become an independent subsidiary. Like the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve is also a non-profit organization. It is a public welfare organization. Its current purpose is to meet the currency needed for the current commercial and trade circulation in Bulgaria. In the future, the Federal Reserve Bank is one of the main tools for Ferdinand to control the Bulgarian economy. The method is very simple: to adjust the interest rate. If the economy overheats, it raises interest rates, shrinks money, slows the economy and reduces inflationary pressures. If the economy is sluggish, it lowers interest rates, eases money, and encourages economic growth. The key is to adjust interest rate increases and decreases according to the economic situation. and to be just right. Monetary leverage is the most effective weapon for the Federal Reserve to regulate the economy. In the future, the Federal Reserve will adjust interest rates, which will not only affect the economic trend of Bulgaria, it will also affect the economic situation of the Near East. Now, the Federal Reserve has been authorized by Ferdinand to issue the first batch of 1 billion leva of currency, and put it into the market through government investment or bank loans to alleviate the shortage of domestic currency flow. Of course, the reserve gold for the issuance of this part of the currency is naturally issued by the Union Bank and the Royal Bank. The gold reserves of the National Bank have long been used to print notes. As for how this distribution ratio is determined, Ferdinand is unclear. It can't be 1-to-1 anyway. There are only so many gold reserves in the world. If it was 1-to-1, the military expenditure of the British in the Boer War in history would have been as high as more than 2,000 tons of gold, which is a fart, which was nearly half of the total gold reserves of the United Kingdom at that time. In theory, as long as it can be exchanged normally, you can print as much currency as you want. Of course, this is an idealized situation, which specifically involves the balance of foreign trade. If there is always a surplus, in theory, the reserve fund is low, and gold is flowing in anyway. If it is a deficit, be careful. Greece is an example. The gold reserves are too low. After the outside world loses confidence in the government, the currency immediately jumps. Ferdinand doesn't care about the specific situation, let the economic experts calculate it. Now his job is mainly to get gold, and he must get the gold that Bulgaria needs to issue currency in the future. In the short term, Ferdinand has secretly converted the wealth he has saved over the past 10 years into Bulgaria's gold reserves through the two major banks. Theoretically, the total gold reserves in Bulgaria now exceed 100 tons of gold. In fact, there are still only 30 tons of gold that really belongs to the Bulgarian government, and the remaining 60 tons are still Ferdinand's wealth. It was put there as a reserve. The accumulation of normal means is too slow. Even if Ferdinand has tossed for more than 10 years, he has only collected more than 60 tons, and the total value is less than £10 million. But gold and sterling are obviously not the same order of magnitude. 60 tons of gold is in Ferdinand's hands, and he can easily print currency equivalent to hundreds of millions of pounds. At this time, in Ferdinand's mind, the huge treasures that were discovered in later generations appeared in his mind. After taking inventory, he was surprised to find that none of them were easy to get. For example, salvaged sunken ships. Ferdinand only knew the approximate area, the exact location, sorry for later media reports, and there is no detailed explanation. In many places, maybe even the name has changed. How to find it, even if you are lucky enough to find it, with the current salvage technology and working on the seabed, are you sure you can successfully fish up the gold? Moreover, they are still in other people's territory. After thinking about it, Ferdinand finally decided to attack a synod. At least the safety is guaranteed. It's a big deal if you find it, and you can share it together. If you don't find it, you can take it for yourself. Kerala, located in the southwest of India, faces Sri Lanka across the sea, faces the Arabian Sea, borders the West Ghats in the east, and is long and narrow in the north and south, with a wider middle section. The central part is the Malabar Plain, with ups and downs, the southern part is almost all hills, and the northern coastal area is full of sand dunes. The cities are mostly distributed along the coast. Tropical forest climate, hot and rainy, with an average annual precipitation of 2,400 millimeters. Forests account for about 1/3 of the total area, covering 15,000 square miles, and the territory has 44 rivers, making it one of the most densely populated in India. It is a treasure tree described in Journey to the West, with gold as the root, silver as the body, colored glass as the branch, crystal as the tip, ember as the leaf, beautiful jade as the flower, and agate as the fruit. Happiness in the Western Paradise. At this time, Morka Waldo was leading the intelligence personnel of the brigade, looking for the legendary Padmanabhaswamy temple. Thanks to the wonderful caste system of the Indians, white people are the supreme existence. So Morka and his party arrived at their destination smoothly. Now they are experts and mercenaries of the United Mining Company, and they come to India for business, in short, to find gold mines. Therefore, these armed men, which numbered more than 100, swaggered into Kerala. The British colonial government did not see anything, but instead provided them with convenience. Now the United Mining Company is already well known in the UK. In recent years, Allied Mining's gold production has hit record highs and is already one of the largest gold mining companies in the world. Coupled with Edward's nature of pretending to be forceful, people with a little power in the world now know that this large international company is the property of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family. As long as it is a normal person, in the case of no conflict of interest, everyone is happy to provide convenience. For example, when looking for gold mines in India this time, the London head office directly communicated amicably with the colonial governor of India. An intelligence officer who went out to check the news introduced, the Padmanabhaswamy temple was built in the 16th century and has a high reputation in the local area. Every day, countless believers come to worship and want to sneak into the meeting. It's very troublesome. After listening to the introduction of the intelligence personnel, Morka's face is ugly. It is very difficult to take away the gold without knowing it, and this task is ordered by Ferdinand himself, which is very important. Once the news leaks, God knows how much they can get in the end. After all, this is the territory of the British, and the benefits in it are so great that even if Queen Victoria comes in person, it is difficult to swallow them all. Suddenly, Morka's eyes lit up and he showed a smile, saying, "Now we are divided into 3 groups. One way is to send experts to each other to continue to search for gold mines in India, and the other way is to find a way to make them together at the Padmanabhaswamy temple. Big event. Then, use the colonial government to find an excuse to block the temple, and the remaining people enter as temple maintenance personnel, and then find a way to take away the treasure." After we succeeded, we left through the Arabian Sea, and there was a boat there. Morka had to be thankful that the Indians were religious enough, and basically no one dared to attack the temple. Even the low-level maintenance personnel could only do coolies and could not go deep inside. Boom! With a loud noise the Padmanabhaswamy temple was severely damaged, and then news of an uprising of the Indian Baath party came out. The colonial government immediately took action, put out the uprising, and the whole city was under martial law. At the same time, the managers of the temple were attacked and killed at the same time, and the restoration of the temple was temporarily taken over by the colonial government. Morka and his party entered the temple as architects and directed Indian laborers to restore the temple. At midnight, Morka came to the back of the temple. The gate here was locked with a lock. I don't know how many years ago. The lock has been rusted. At this time, the Indian laborers were sent far away, and the temple was surrounded by their own people. Morka and the others are not the believers of the temple, and they directly opened the door violently. The rest of the work is left to professional tomb robbers, not archaeologists. In order to deal with the trap inside, these experts, who have specialized in Indian history, entered the secret room carefully. Going down the steps, there is only an empty space left in the secret room. There is nothing, and it is obvious that someone has entered. Morka looked around carefully, and said lightly, "Look, there is a dark room here, and the treasure should be hidden in the dark room." Chapter 246. Thank you, 3 brothers. When Morka opened a secret room, the wealth in front of him immediately shocked everyone. Although he knew in advance that he was here to hunt for treasure, he did not expect that there would be so much gold. A 1.2-meter-high elephant statue cast in gold, a gold ornament weighing 1 ton, a pile of gold coins minted during the East India Company, 18 coins from the Napoleonic period of the early 19th century, and several inlaid gold coins, a crown of diamonds and countless jewels. For Morka, finding the treasure is only the first step, and the task must be successfully taken out and transported back to Bulgaria safely. Right now, for Morka, the most important issue is how to transport the treasure out smoothly. The repair of the temple can only be delayed for a while. Over time, it will inevitably attract the attention of everyone, and there will be many dreams. In the 19th century, It was not the excavation organized by the Indian government of later generations. There were all kinds of machinery that could be used. Now they can only rely on manpower to carry this huge wealth. For the sake of secrecy, Morka and others have not been able to increase their manpower, and they can only carry them at night. Morko looked at the statue, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "Cut all the big guys in here into small pieces and transport them away in batches." Although he knew that the value of these ornaments could be preserved only if they were shipped back in their entirety, but now he couldn't care less. It's all made of gold anyway, so even if it's damaged, it won't affect Ferdinand's printing of banknotes. Fortunately, none of them were religious fanatics, so they didn't feel any pressure to destroy idols. Even believers believe in God, and they don't even know the third brother's God. Time passed by in a hurry. The sky was about to dawn. Morka ignored the fact that the statue was not yet divided, and said coldly, "Stop. It's about to dawn. There is too much movement here, and it is easy to be discovered, so seal up the secret room first." "Get up. We'll pick it up tonight." Now the pressure on Morka is much greater, and now is the most critical moment. If the news is leaked at this moment, the loss will be huge, or they will be evaporated from the world. In the face of huge wealth, who knows whether the officials of the colony will take the risk and directly kill them. Time passed day by day, and on the evening of the third day, the first secret room was finally emptied. Now Morka and others have turned their attention to another secret room. They are not Indians, but they don't care whether they will destroy the cultural relics, and they have no idea of leaving it for future generations. It's still the old method. Violently broke it open. And bad luck at night. It lasted for more than a week before and after, and Morka and other talents successfully evacuated the treasure. At this time, they also attracted the attention of the local colonial officials, but the tiger skin of the United Mining Company was large enough that the local officials were afraid to act rashly. Morka knew that what he was focusing on now was only the petty officials in the Kerala region. He didn't have the guts to offend the backstage of the United Mining Company. After looking at the temple carefully, Morka found that there were not a few valuable things in it. With an inspiration, he thought of a way. Now that the treasure has been taken out, we will split into two, one dark and one bright. The wealth that has been exposed in the Padmanabhaswamy temple is not a small amount. These statues and accessories are worth at least tens of thousands of pounds. We will select a few more accessories from the treasure and put them in it to make up the number, so that they will not doubt it. The goods worth more than 100,000 pounds are also worthy of our careful shot. The group on the bright side looted this batch of wealth, put it directly on the account of the United Mining Company, and transported it back in an upright manner, attracting the attention of all parties. A secret group, waiting for the action to secretly transport the treasure, and then mix in the fleet to India trade. Of course, the looting of temples would certainly arouse local hatred, but Morka didn't care. Colonial officials will also benefit from it, and they will naturally have to do things when they get the benefits. Presumably, for the wealth of more than 100,000 pounds. It was enough for Edward to stand on the stage once. Anyway, it was a telegram problem for him. By the way, the Royal Navy can also be escorted all the way. The sea is not peaceful these days. There are so many pirates, and the security from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea is also a problem. The secret treasure transportation went smoothly. Indians dare not provoke white people these days. After the packing was completed, considering the lack of manpower, Morka even invited locals to work as coolies. With the hard work of Asin and others, Morka and others finally delivered the treasure to the port smoothly. But the road on the bright side was very bad. The local Indians knew that he had looted the Padmanabhaswamy temple. There was a lot of trouble along the way, and the guards were also on a killing spree, killing them all the way out. Oh, it's an exaggeration. In the face of the Indians and the age of cold weapons, the escorts even put up machine guns, and they were killing them at all. It didn't take long to reach the port smoothly, and then the ship set sail. The latter is naturally handled by the colonial officials. Anyway, the dead are the lowest level pariahs, and they are worthless in India. From discovering treasures to packing them away, All of this was completed in just 10 days. Except for the escort that attracted attention. On the bright side, some people were injured in a sneak attack, and the rest were under the control of Morka. Then, a very strange thing happened. Both the real treasure and the fake treasure were in the same fleet, under the protection of the British Royal Navy, and set off for the Mediterranean Sea. Ferdinand has always insisted on acting as a complete set, so although the treasure has been successfully transported away, the prospecting team continues to look for gold mines in India. India has always been one of the main producing areas of gold, and even if the gold reserves in later generations are to be considered, it ranks among the top 10 in the world. With so many prospecting experts, why can't they just lie down? After the smooth loading, Ferdinand received the first telegram from Morka. All the best. No way, for the sake of safety, according to the practice of this era, everyone is very economical in sending telegrams, especially transoceanic telegrams. You can use telegrams to chat about everyday things. That is something that only big nobles and big capitalists can afford to play. Ordinary businessmen dare not play like this. At this moment, Morka's identity changed again. This time he played the role of a Bulgarian businessman who went to India for trade. He just caught up with this fleet and was taken by the way. After receiving the telegram, Ferdinand's heart did not let go. After all, the value of the treasure of the temple is too great. He clearly remembered that the value of the treasure in the secret room opened by the media of later generations was $11 billion, and if another secret room was added, the number would become even larger. As long as you get this batch of gold, in the next 20 years, Bulgaria will have the gold reserves of the currency issued. The dividends from the issuance of the currency alone are enough for the Bulgarian government to taste the current debt. However, this dividend is long-term, and lev is not a pound. If you put so much on the market at one time, just wait for inflation! As time passed by, Ferdinand was tired of waiting. Your Majesty, Mr. Morka called and said that the fleet has just arrived at the port of Parga. A maid came in and said, "Really?" Ferdinand asked habitually. Without waiting for the maid to answer, he grabbed the manuscript and read it. After repeated confirmation, Ferdinand let go of his dangling heart. Pass my order. Order the garrison in the Ypres area, send a regiment of troops to the port of Parga to pick up the goods, and then ship them directly to Sofia. Ferdinand ordered directly. Now that he has entered the territory of Bulgaria, Ferdinand will not care about the influence. If he does not directly send the army to receive the goods, the people at the customs will find out next, and it will be bad if the treasure is exposed. Anyone with a heart can easily judge the origin of this patch of gold. When the British Empire comes to the door, it will be enough for Ferdinand to endure it. Now, Ferdinand has decided that it is better not to expose these treasures in recent years, so as not to cause disputes. Even if he wants to take it out, he will have to wait until his future is cleared up. Of course, gold doesn't matter, as long as it is smelted into gold bars. Who knows where these things come from? Could it be that with Ferdinand's status, someone could question the source of his wealth? As for other antique cultural relics, they will be kept in his warehouse as collectibles, and they will be sold to a son for his descendants in the future. Ferdinand thought to himself, this is also a return to the original owner. However, with the hobby of Indians who love gold, it is possible that these gold products will turn from gold bars into jewelry again in the future and return to their original place. After Ferdinand gave an order, under the escort of the army, the treasures arrived in Sofia smoothly in less than 5 days. At this time, in a good mood, Ferdinand personally went out to meet these heroes. Of course, Ferdinand would not admit to being curious, mainly to see the treasure. Meeting these heroes is just a practice for him to buy people's hearts. Looking at a pile of hills made of gold, the shock it brings is huge. At this moment, a sense of pride arises spontaneously. At this moment, Ferdinand seems to feel that he is the protagonist and has been favored by the power of the world. However, he soon realized that it was all too illusory. If he is really the son of plains, perhaps he is not through Ferdinand, but Edward VII, or Nicholas II, or William II! In contrast, If you want to beat the whole world day by day, the three above have a better chance. Forget it, Bulgaria. Such a great proposition to dominate the world really has little to do with them. Kargongsian walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, Your Majesty, the value of the treasure has been roughly estimated. This is the list. Ferdinand smiled slightly, took the list, and looked at it carefully. This patch of treasures was even bigger than he estimated. Gold alone is as high as more than 500 tons, and other treasures are also huge in number, including several crowns. As for which dynasty in India left it, this Ferdinand is uncertain. The total value of all the goods is nearly 100 million pounds. This figure, for the British Empire, may not be enough for them to spend in the Boer War, but for Ferdinand, apart from real estate, his personal assets have doubled. Thinking about it, the treasures in the secret room outside were only taken out in later generations, and the innermost one was not opened. Under normal circumstances, everyone is in the safest place to put the most valuable things. It's a pity that the large statues inside were all dismembered, otherwise the value would be even higher. Of course, Ferdinand didn't mean to blame at all. On the contrary, he admired Morca's approach. Only what he got is his own. If you can't get it, what's the use of it, even if it's priceless? Ferdinand is not an Indian. Why should he preserve cultural relics for them? Ferdinand thought about it for a while, and said in a good mood, First collect the antiques and relics and put them in my warehouse. As for these golds, the intact jewelry should also be put in the warehouse. All the damaged ones should be smelted into gold bars. Store it in the vault first. Yes, Karpalas replied solemnly after dealing with the treasure. Ferdinand was thinking about the issue of rewarding the meritorious officials. Is it a direct cash reward, or give them land incentives, or give them additional officials and promotions? The first thing to be ruled out is the nobility. After all, this matter is Ferdinand's private matter and cannot be said on the surface. Moreover, in order to ensure the gold content of the title, Ferdinand controlled the title very strictly. Without enough credit, it is impossible to obtain the title. Morca and others deserve enough credit, but unfortunately it can't be said on the surface. Of course, there are also titles, but they are not hereditary, they are just virtual titles. Ferdinand can still confer such titles at will. But this kind of virtual lord is not worthy of their credit. After thinking about it, Ferdinand finally decided to promote 10 people who contributed the most to the lord, and then the land and banknotes can be freely chosen. Of course, these awards were all taken from Ferdinand's personal assets, so they have nothing to do with the Bulgarian government. Just need to inform the government that now Bulgarian aristocracy has grown again. Of course, this kind of lord is not recognized in mainstream society, but it doesn't matter. This is Bulgaria. Everyone is an upstart, and they can only deal with each other. A total of more than 200 people participated in the operation, and it can be said that they are all Ferdinand's most loyal men. Of course, their lives are also in Ferdinand's hands. According to the size of the credit, everyone who participated in the action received a minimum reward of 10,000 levs and a maximum of 200,000 levis, or exchanged for the same amount of land. From the beginning of the action to the end of the hero reward, before and after, Ferdinand invested a total of nearly 10 million levs, about 400,000 pounds, and I have to say that digging treasures is also a big investment project. After thinking about it, Ferdinand could only sigh. The third brother is really a good man. Chapter 247, The Outbreak of the Russian Financial Crisis. After dealing with the treasure, Ferdinand was free again. Take little Ferdinand around every day, even on official business. The little guy also misses Ferdinand very much, and hugs him when he sees him. There were also frequent surprise attacks on him, urinating on him, or wiping his drool with his clothes, but Ferdinand was not impatient at all. Especially not long ago, little Ferdinand opened his mouth to speak, and the first sentence he said was P. However, shameless and direct default is dead. It is understandable that the child's pronunciation is inaccurate. The relationship between father and son made the two mistresses of the family very jealous. For this reason, They also divided the time for taking the baby and tried to teach little Ferdinand to learn to speak. However, Ferdinand's good mood did not last long. He had already determined that the first sentence the little guy learned was not dad, but pee. Because every time the little guy opens his mouth, he either urinates or poops. This made him very embarrassed. The previous act of pretending was a complete failure, and it made him lose face in front of the two hostess. Ferdinand has decided that when the little guy is a little older, let him get a good feel for what aristocratic education is. The education of the Saxe-Coburg-Gothic-Ohili family, even now he can still be found in the memory of the original owner. 3 summers in summer, 3 colds in winter. This sentence is not enough to describe his experience. In Ferdinand's memory, at a very young age, he began to receive aristocratic training. First learn language, noble etiquette, and then begin to receive military training when you were a little older, including music, art, history, humanities. In short, don't even think about having a few days off at the end of the year. In addition to his birthday, the birthdays of his elders, and Christmas, it is probably a holiday to participate in aristocratic society. So now Ferdinand is proficient in German, French, Russian, Hungarian, and a little bit of Arabic and Spanish, all of which were left over from his predecessor. Note, Bulgarian and Russian can be used in common. Ferdinand was fortunate more than once, but fortunately he preserved his predecessor's memory. Otherwise, with his scumbag attributes, he might not even have learned the foreign language now. After thinking about it, Ferdinand had to look at his son with sympathy. A beautiful childhood was too extravagant for him. Maybe 3 years old, maybe 4 years old, no more than 5 years old at the latest, he will say goodbye to his childhood life and start learning a lot of things. Of course, the little guy doesn't know yet. His unscrupulous father is really gloating about misfortune. At this moment, his eyes are spinning, and he seems to be thinking about something. Leisure time is always short, especially for a king. Your Majesty, the Jewish consortium has attacked the Russian stock market, Fu said with admiration for Ferdinand's precise judgment. The more people who know him, the more they admire him, and Fu is no exception. Ferdinand said lightly, as expected, our layout can also be closed. Knowing that the beginning of the economic crisis was the stock market, how could Ferdinand not enter the market and make a fortune? Long before the Jewish action, he bought a lot of stocks in batches, waiting for the opportunity to vote. Fu was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, is it too early for us to retreat now? The Jews have just started to drive up the stock price, and the Russian stock market should continue to soar in a short period of time. If we retreat now, isn't the loss too great? Ferdinand shook his head. If he didn't have the treasure he obtained before, maybe he would really be tempted to take a risk and take a chance. Now let's forget it, playing finance. He doesn't think he is a genius, more likely to be played dead. He explained, Jews have been playing finance for thousands of years, right? There may be people who can outperform them in this regard, but it will never be us. If they are tricked by them, it will be troublesome to become a blamer. It's gone. With Ferdinand's order, all his stocks began to sell quietly and slowly. But now the Jewish consortium is preparing to harvest, and is still raising the stock price. The stocks released by Ferdinand will naturally be taken over. As for shorting, a small amount is okay. A large amount, Ferdinand said, if anyone dares to do this, after the outbreak of the Russian financial crisis, Nicholas II will ask him how to rewrite his life. Don't look at how much the Jewish consortium has made this time. In the next few decades, the bane of the Russian anti-Semitic movement will be buried now. Lessons from the past 404, omitting the 50,000 character stock market situation. Taking advantage of the Jewish consortium to drive up the stock price, Ferdinand took the opportunity to make a small profit and left the market in a hurry. At this time, the stock market of the Russian Empire has begun to break through the sky, and the market has soared by 80% compared with half a year ago, but investors still believe that the stock will still rise. It is not that everyone does not understand that the stock market is already very dangerous now, but many people think that it is not yet the peak. holding the attitude of selling as long as there is another wave, looking forward to the emergence of another wave of pickup heroes. The turmoil in the stock market, the Tsarist government is not clear. However, what is now pursued is a free market economy, and the market should adjust itself when there is a crisis. The Tsarist government chose to watch all this from the sidelines! Finally, the Jewish consortium felt the time was right, and on June 2, 1899, the crisis broke out on the St. Petersburg Stock Exchange. More and more sell orders were placed, but no one was interested, and the stock price began to plummet. The volatility in the stock market soon spread to the financial market. A large number of bad loans appeared in the banks, and the run crisis broke out. There are long queues of withdrawals at the door of every bank, and of course, the efforts of competitors are indispensable! Your Majesty, the Russian financial crisis broke out. The finance minister said anxiously. Along with him were Bulgarian cabinet ministers and senior officials of various ministries and commissions, and everyone was not at ease at the moment. The Bulgarian-Russian alliance is not a simple military alliance, it is an economic alliance of the economic integration of the Bulgarian-Russian economy. There is a financial crisis in Russia, and Bulgaria does not want to be alone. Of course, the financial crisis can still be handled. This has little impact on Bulgaria. It seems that Bulgarians have little interest in the stock market. Due to the small scale, they were also affected by the Stamp Cabinet incident. As early as 1888, Ferdinand ordered the temporary closure of the stock exchange. The so-called stock market crash, for Bulgaria, everyone can only be a melon eater once. Just take a look. What about people who want to speculate in stocks? Of course it's cold. The ideas of a few people cannot compete with the general trend. Anyway, this year, it is not popular for ordinary people to trade stocks abroad, and going abroad is also a troublesome job. Especially after the Balkan War, the national self-confidence of the Bulgarians suddenly rose. Except for Austria-Hungary and Russia, other countries in Eastern Europe were dismissive. Nearby Greece and Serbia have stock exchanges, but unfortunately everyone doesn't like it. Austro-Hungary and Russia are far away and out of reach. Can't you spend a few months rushing to buy a stock? Ferdinand said with a smile. Don't worry, the financial crisis won't affect us, and the Bulgarian people don't buy stocks. Moreover, the Federal Reserve has just been established. In order to raise gold, the overseas business of United Bank and Royal Bank has been greatly reduced, and the impact will not be too great. The National Bank will never go out to play finance, right? As long as the three major banks are stabilized, the Bulgarian financial crisis will not break out. The Minister of Finance is also a fan of the authorities. With the increase in the volume of trade between Russia and Russia, the United Bank and the Royal Bank naturally followed the trend and opened a number of branches in Russia to carry out foreign exchange business. At this time, a wave of runs broke out in Russia, and they were naturally the first to bear the brunt. If anyone had a problem, the Bulgarian financial community would not be able to eat it. Of course, what he is more worried about is United Bank. Royal Bank is Ferdinand's family bank. With the support of this big family, it will never go bankrupt. Moreover, the Royal Bank of Bulgaria has a higher reputation even in Russia, and its credibility is still reliable in the hearts of ordinary people, and few people will worry about it going bankrupt. Even if there is a run, it will be the small bank that will suffer first. Very bad. Although the Union Bank is very powerful in Bulgaria, it is really a small bank internationally. At least the Russian people think so. Bulgarian business community? Is this a ghost? How powerful can they be? How many millions of rubles? Or only a few 100,000 rubles? It's a pity that he didn't know that Ferdinand was also behind the Union Bank, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. The Bulgarian business community sounds very powerful, but in fact, everyone is a newcomer, and their family is really not rich. It is undoubtedly a fool's dream to ask everyone to use money to fill the hole. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy echoed, yes, this financial crisis will not affect us too much. The real trouble is the industrial crisis that followed the financial crisis. At present, after the Russian finance has been hit hard, Many companies will go bankrupt directly because of funding problems. At that time, there will be a large number of unemployed people, and the purchasing power of the unemployed will be greatly reduced. The Russian market will shrink significantly in a very short period of time, and our exports of industrial products to Russia will be in big trouble. Chapter 248, Ethnic Issues. What should come is still coming. Although he has been prepared for a long time, Ferdinand is not in a relaxed mood now. This financial crisis has come at a bad time, and now Bulgaria is busy with big immigration? Now they have to deal with the economic crisis again. For the government, their work pressure is too great. You must know that in order to ensure the smooth progress of the immigration work, Ferdinand did not even come up with the 3-5-year plan that he had already prepared, just so that the government could concentrate on the immigration work. You must know that after the Balkan War, the population of Bulgaria has theoretically exceeded 10 million, reaching 11.43 million. In fact, in addition to the original more than 4.3 million people, there are also more than 1.8 million Bulgarians distributed in the Balkans, which can be regarded as their own. Bulgaria has always been regarded as their only motherland, with the highest loyalty, and other minorities still need time to digest. Among the remaining more than 5 million people, more than 1.4 million people are deeply influenced by Bulgarian culture and are easy to assimilate. They are mainly distributed in Macedonia and East Thrace. The former is the hard work of successive Bulgarian governments, harvest. The latter is the fruit of Ferdinand's efforts after he succeeded to the throne. These more than 1.2 million people have been substantially Bulgarian, so it is not difficult to assimilate. They also identify with Bulgaria very much. All of them have changed to Bulgarian identity cards, which is basically digested. In addition to these people, there are also some people who joined Bulgaria in the Balkan War because of their hatred of the Ottoman Empire. They are a combination of interests and joined the big family of Bulgaria. These people are distributed in a wide area, basically everywhere, including Albanians, Armenians, Macedonians, blacks, Serbs and other ethnic minorities, a total of more than 1.2 million people. Of course, the Negroes and Serbs have been given to Nicholas I by Ferdinand, and he newly established the Kingdom of Montenegro, which is composed of these two nations. Among these people, many people shared some interests after the war. The representatives were volunteers in the Constantinople War, and they were bought by Ferdinand. As long as Bulgaria remains strong, they won't be in trouble, especially those who participated in the Battle of Constantinople, were basically intimidated by the Bulgarian soldiers, and they spontaneously cooperated with the government's work. They were not troublesome. There are more than 3 million people left, and nearly 2 million are diehards. Simply put, they have different religious beliefs and refuse to convert. They are all targets of repatriation to the Ottoman Empire. This is still based on the premise that Ferdinand had already expelled 1.8 million diehards in the Balkan War, otherwise this number would have been even greater. Since their leadership was swept away in the Balkan Wars, they are now scattered all over the place, without a leader, and there is no big mess. The real trouble is the millions of other people who, on the one hand, are close to Bulgaria in their beliefs, while at the same time sticking to their own cultural traditions. The expulsion of Ferdinand was reluctant to stay, and now the government has no time to spend with them, and slowly assimilate them. More importantly, they have all ethnic groups. Many of them have relatives and friends who have given up their persistence and joined Bulgaria. The government also has to consider the feelings of these people. Originally, according to Ferdinand's established plan, the immigrants were dispersed among them, using time to influence them, and assimilate them subtly. This time would take at least several years or even decades. Now Bulgaria really doesn't have enough time to do all this. When the economic crisis comes, and they have to emigrate again, who can take care of them? This is forcing Ferdinand to be ruthless. Of course, the Bulgarian government did not clearly understand this problem, mainly because according to the standards at the time, these people were considered great people. People honestly go to work, pay taxes, and go to church to worship without breaking the law and discipline. But Ferdinand knew that nationalism had not erupted yet. After the First World War, nationalism exploded, and it would become a big problem, turning into a liberal fighter in minutes. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "The decline of processing and manufacturing exports to Russia has become a foregone conclusion, but this problem is not difficult to solve. The government now informs domestic enterprises to prepare for transformation, cut some production capacity in the short term, and start to switch from foreign trade to domestic sales. As long as the dozen or so big domestic companies hold up, Bulgarian industry and commerce will also be stable. The most troublesome is the issue of ethnic resettlement. In view of the current severe situation, there is a loophole in the ethnic integration plan we formulated before. Once the economic crisis breaks out in an all-round way, the government will definitely have a big move, and resettlement will be carried out. Now we have to find a way to remove the unstable factors in advance." Everyone was stunned, obviously not keeping up with Ferdinand's leaping thinking. Prime Minister Constantine was the first to react and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, are you going to start Plan B?" In order to solve the ethnic problem, Bulgaria has formulated 3 sets of plans, code-named Plans A, B, and C. Plan A, a gentle national integration plan, after expelling the stubborn elements, through the natural exchange of economy and culture, the national integration will be realized subtly. Plan B, forcefully unify the language, writing, customs, and religious beliefs of the whole country through laws, expel all dissidents, and use force to eliminate dissidents when necessary. Plan C is based on the fact that the previous 2 plans have failed, and the direct use of forces to forcefully promote national integration. Since it cannot be assimilated culturally, it can be eliminated physically. Plan C is basically only useful in the era of nationalism. Now the upper-level people of all ethnic groups in the Balkans have been killed almost, and the fish that slipped through the net will not dare to emerge. There is no leader, and those who dare to rebel, there are really not many people. These 3 methods, in the Balkans, have great feasibility. The most crucial reason is that among the 11.4 million people in Bulgaria, the Bulgarians are the majority of the remaining people, minus the 2 million people who were expelled. In other parts, there are many ethnic groups. There are more than a dozen ethnic groups, large and small. The number is only tens of thousands, and the number is only 700,000 or 800,000. Except for the Bulgarians, there is no ethnic group with a population of more than 1 million! Not to be expelled. More importantly, quite a few of these peasants have no national consciousness, and no one can determine which nationality they are, so they have been Bulgarianized. That's right, just use legal means. We don't have to spend so much energy, and we can take out the hidden dangers in the shortest time, Ferdinand said after thinking about it. After thinking about it, Prime Minister Constantine said fiercely, "Indeed, the workload of the government is already huge. If the economic crisis breaks out, we will not have the energy to deal with these problems, might cause us a lot of trouble. That being the case, then our cabinet will immediately formulate a detailed law and submit it to Congress for approval." Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction, and Constantine's act of jumping out of the black pot was very much in line with his wishes. As the greatest monarch in Bulgarian history, how can he do such a tainted thing? As soon as this law was promulgated, Bulgaria did not say that blood flowed into rivers, and it was just a small problem to cut off 800 heads. There will also be tens of thousands of people who will leave their homes and embark on the road of no return to the Ottoman Empire for inheritance. Then, the Bulgarian Congress once again used their high efficiency to let the world appreciate what is called super speed. Immediately after the cabinet meeting, the next day, an extraordinary session of the Bulgarian parliament was held to consider the issue of Plan B. There is no doubt that those who can become members of Congress are all great Bulgarians. The formulation of fully Bulgarian laws is in line with everyone's views. Naturally, they agree with them. As for other ethnic groups, of course they are represented. After the Provisional Congress approves Plan B, the specific details will be left to the cabinet for tossing. and they can be tried and revised as they go, and then reported to Congress for review. It is also euphemistically called to adapt to local conditions and facilitate timely processing. In fact, members of Congress have jobs, are very busy, and are not professionals. It is too embarrassing for them to study the legal provisions. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed, and a Bulgarian language and religion law has been released. The contents include: 1. All Bulgarian citizens must use the Bulgarian language in public places, such as schools, governments, hospitals, and stations. Any public official in the Bulgarian parliament, government, army must be proficient in the Bulgarian language and script. 2. All Bulgarian citizens must believe in God, which one can choose at will, and religious persecution is prohibited, even if it is a single turn of each branch within a day. It is legal. The content is not much, but the scope involved is very broad. The standardized use of the first language is enough to make it difficult for other languages to survive in Bulgaria, and it is simply impossible to not speak Bulgarian. The second religion is even more powerful, and directly makes the no place to live. If you convert to God, is our? Then these 2 decrees were immediately implemented in Bulgaria. Ferdinand thought that the nationwide turmoil had not come, and most of the people had an indifferent expression. Except that some areas rebounded greatly, but they were already under military control, and they were supposed to leave. Ferdinand didn't care about their lives, and the changes were bloody suppressed immediately. In other areas, most of them are talking about it, as if they are protesting with their mouths. No, it should be venting their dissatisfaction, but few are willing to sign up and leave. Well, in fact, Ferdinand was wrong, otherwise he would not have made such a big circle to let the cabinet take the blame and Congress endorsed it. Cultural traditions may be very important to scholars. For ordinary people, Bulgaria is a holy place, where they can eat enough. Since they heard that the consequence of breaking the law is to be deported to the Ottoman Empire, everyone decided to keep silent. Whoever loves to go will go. They want bread anyway. In contrast, religious belief is the key. But they originally believed in God. In their view, Bulgarian law is nothing more than emphasizing religious freedom. Chapter 249, Winter is coming. The promulgation of the Bulgarian language and religion law has a two-sided impact. In the short term, it will help stabilize the domestic situation in Bulgaria, accelerate the integration of various nationalities in the country, and promote the economic and cultural development of Bulgaria. In the long run, it also restricts the entry of foreign immigrants. At least immigrants from countries with different languages and scripts must first consider whether their own language can pass the test. Its pros and cons. But now Ferdinand doesn't care about these things. After the completion of the future national integration, the law will be revised. The most urgent task now is to digest the meat eaten in the stomach first, and convert it into the strength of Bulgaria's advancement, rather than let it rot in it and make a stomach exclamation mark. What should come will still come. After the outbreak of the Russian financial crisis, major banks have shrunk their money supply and collected loans in advance to deal with the run-on wave. A large number of Russian companies first suffered heavy losses in the stock market, and then banks tightened their lending. In August, many companies went bankrupt because of the broken capital chain, and the Russian industrial crisis broke out. Affected by the industrial crisis, a wave of unemployment broke out in Russia, with millions of newly unemployed people in a short period of time. The economic crisis is coming. After entering the late 1919s, the economic ties between countries in the world have become more and more close. After the outbreak of the Russian economic crisis, import and export trade began to shrink, and other countries in the capitalist world were also affected. Subsequently, France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Belgium, the United Kingdom, the United States, Italy and other countries followed suit. During the same period, Japan in the Far East also experienced an economic crisis. The 15th economic crisis of capitalism has fully erupted, and no one of the major industrial countries in the world can survive alone. Bulgaria is no exception. After the outbreak of the Russian economic crisis, Bulgaria was the first to be affected, and its export trade was directly halved, and it continued to decline in the following months. In the second half of 1899, the total export trade volume of Bulgaria was less than one-third of that in the same period of the previous year, and a large number of enterprises engaged in export trade were facing bankruptcy crisis! At the year-end summary meeting in 1899, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy said with a frown, "Your Majesty, this is the economic report for the past 6 months, and the situation is very bad. And because the economic crisis is spreading to the world, our export trade will continue to decline in the next year!" Although it was well prepared, Bulgaria's economy is still affected, especially the export trade. The world's economic environment is not good. Who can the products produced be sold to? What plans does the cabinet have? Ferdinand asked blankly. Prime Minister Constantine frowned and said, "In the second half of 1899, Bulgaria experienced its first negative economic growth in nearly a decade, down 3 percentage points from the same period of the previous year." Affected by this, the annual economic growth rate in 1899 also slowed down significantly, hitting a record low in the past 10 years, with an increase of only 3.3%! Affected by the global economic crisis, the government expects that the export trade will not improve in the coming year. In response to the economic crisis, the government will continue to increase investment in public infrastructure in the next year, mainly focusing on road traffic and rural water conservancy projects. At the same time, the government has decided to exempt industries affected by the economic crisis and take measures to stimulate domestic demand as much as possible. Government agencies and enterprises, from now on, under conditions, all purchase domestic products, and at the same time call on the general public to buy domestic products and support domestic production. Ferdinand nodded. The cabinet is still very pragmatic. Bulgaria is not a European and American country. There is no saying that the government cannot intervene in the market economy. Since the economic crisis has come, the government will definitely use administrative measures to intervene. If the market is allowed to take effect freely, even if the national bourgeoisie in Bulgaria is not wiped out, there will be few left. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "This is not enough." After the outbreak of the economic crisis, in order to alleviate the economic crisis, the major industrial countries will definitely conduct dumping, and we must take countermeasures. Calling on the public to support domestic products can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If the products of Western European countries are not only cheaper than ours, but also of better quality, it would be unreasonable to ask ordinary people to buy domestic products for a long time. What better measures do you have? The question posed by Ferdinand stunned everyone. In fact, the measures taken by the cabinet in this economic crisis were already used in the last economic crisis, 1890 to 1893. It's just that the economic crisis at that time had little effect on Russia, and Bulgaria was backed by the Russian market, which made it easy to get through. This time is different. The Russians are too busy to take care of themselves. Bulgaria can only rely on themselves to tide over the difficulties. After hesitating, the Chancellor of the Exchequer said, "Your Majesty, let's increase the tariff." Ferdinand was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the Minister of Finance to think of this solution. Now the domestic market in Bulgaria has increased significantly compared with before. If trade protection measures can be taken, it can indeed play a certain role. But Ferdinand still shook his head and said, "No, now the global economy has been hit. Once we raise tariffs, countries will surely follow suit, and then we will shoot ourselves in the foot." That's right. In the current world situation, once the tariffs are raised, Britain and France have vast colonies, and they can get out of the economic crisis immediately, and other countries will be miserable. Why did the United States take protectionist measures during the Roosevelt New Deal? That's because the Americans have turned America into their own back garden, backed by the American market. And of course they can take trade protection. Before that, Americans were honestly taking the free economic route. How could Bulgaria be an exception? As far as the domestic market of Bulgaria is concerned, it cannot support the rise of an industrial power. Even if it does, Ferdinand can't do it. Industrialization is bound to be accompanied by a lot of exploitation of interests. There is no international market sharing, and it is all passed on to the domestic people. Isn't it forcing them to rebel? How about we expand the ports in the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea? The Minister of Industry said hesitantly. Ferdinand's eyes lit up. He understood, and said excitedly, "Okay, let's do it like this." I have to say that this method of the Minister of Industry is very good. That is, it blocks the dumping of Western European countries to Bulgaria, and does not break the rules of the free capitalist market. It is impossible to increase tariffs, but I can always demolish the port. Anyway, no matter who protests, it will take time for the port to be demolished and rebuilt. As for whether it is reasonable or not, this is the Bulgarian government's own business. We think that the port is too small and needs to be expanded, or that the port is broken and cannot be navigable. Whether other people believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Besides, we haven't demolished all of them, and we still have a hole. The Mediterranean Sea and the Aegean Sea can't get through, so let's go to the Sea of Marmara. Ports in the Mediterranean are not normally navigable, and to trade with Bulgaria, either by land or by way of the Sea of Marmara. The cost of going over land is too high, and it is estimated that the Austro-Hungarian Empire can still do it. The Russians who travel by sea in the Dardanelles have to pay customs duties, and they have to pay it again when they arrive in Bulgaria, so the cost will go up. At this time, everyone seemed to understand something. Prime Minister Constantine said excitedly, "The ports left over from the Ottoman Empire can no longer meet our increasing import and export trade needs. In order to promote economic development, we must rebuild coastal ports." Offending Western European powers, Ferdinand is really not afraid now. Anyway, as Mountain's younger brother, the Russians have always opposed Western European forces entering the Balkans, and will resist the pressure for them. Britain and France have their own colonies to vent fire, and there is not much market demand for Bulgaria. The trade between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Bulgaria has always been completed by land, and there is no pain. This loss, the real interests are affected by Germany, Italy and other countries. The diplomatic pressure of these countries, Ferdinand said that it does not matter. Even so, the winter of the Bulgarian economy has come, and the export trade volume has dropped sharply, and many companies have begun to fall into the situation of making ends meet! In order to survive, many SMEs are forced to transform. So a scene that shocked the world appeared. A small company engaged in international trade turned into a construction company. One by one, urban white-collar workers turned into construction site managers, and brought their employees to become a member of the Bulgarian road construction army. Ferdinand had to be thankful that it was the end of the 19th century, and we had not yet experienced the era of pampering, and everyone could still sit in the office and go to the construction site. Anyway, jobs are saved. As for engineering quality, now that the car is just emerging, is it too early to popularize it? What is being built at the moment is what is commonly known as Mao Road. There is neither asphalt nor concrete. It only needs to be filled and compacted. Anyway, they are all horse racing cars, and the quality requirements of roads are really not high. When cars become popular in the future, I want to be more stable than these roadbeds. And then I will add more ! Thatcher of Tos is one of the construction site army, commonly known as contractor. Originally Thatcher of Tos was the owner of a textile processing factory, mainly engaged in international trade, but after the economic crisis broke out, his products could not be sold. Due to the Bulgarian labor protection law, he cannot lay off employees without reason. Now that the products cannot be sold, and the production has been temporarily stopped, it is impossible to support people for nothing, right? It happened that Bulgaria was engaged in infrastructure construction again, and the savvy Thatcher of Tos went to the Industrial and Commercial Department to register a labor service company. Then the textile worker became a construction worker, and he also officially became a member of the foreman. Through his previous contacts, he successfully infiltrated the team of the construction army. Bolon, hurry up for me, haven't you eaten? It's just not as good as the engineering team next door. Not even the female workers, Thatcher Toth roared angrily. No way, the labor service company really can only make some hard money, especially the Bulgarian government's project, which has stuck all the expenses. In addition, there are mostly female workers in the textile factories, and the labor force is limited. Now the labor service company of Thatcher Toth can only be maintained. Compared with the previous international trade, the profit is far worse, so the fire is also rising. But Paulin ignored him and continued to work unhurriedly. Recently, he has become impatient to hear these words. Not only him, but basically the few male workers in the factory are the targets of his rants. Compared with other construction workers, their work efficiency is far less than that of Thatcher of Torrent, Sri Lanka's heart expectations. If you ask female workers like this, it will damage the image of Thatcher Toth himself, and it is easy to be regarded as a harsh employee. After all, women's physical strength is generally poor, and they cannot be demanded by the same standard. For Thatcher Toth, who aspired to be in Bulgarian high society, there was no blemish on his moral upbringing. As for men, it doesn't matter. You are worse than your peers. It's understandable to scold you a few times. Anyway, as long as you don't deduct your salary, everyone can accept it. Chapter 250, The Origin of the Nation. In the novel version, facts have proved that Bulgaria's new economic policy is still very effective. Through the government's strong intervention in the market, the government has increased investment in infrastructure, and finally saved jobs. Although many companies have gone astray, and many national capitalists are forced to work as subcontractors, but this is only a small section. Compared with the current wave of unemployment in European countries, the Bulgarian people are still lucky, at least they are all and work. In the second half of 1899, the global economy was amidst the wind and rain. After entering 1900, the economic crisis really exerted its strength. It lasted for 6 years of prosperity. Many industries in the capitalist world were faced with a large amount of overproduction. The Russian financial crisis was at least the fuse. None of the major industrial countries in the world can survive alone. Basically, the more developed the industry and the more prosperous the economy, the greater the impact. Among them, emerging countries suffered particularly severe losses. Emerging countries, including Bulgaria, did not catch up with the upsurge of dividing up the world, and their domestic industrial and commercial products lacked sufficient markets. Everyone has to think about grabbing more land for their plows with the swords in their hands. Therefore, this economic crisis will also have a huge impact on the future world pattern. Newly rising countries have made different choices one after another. Bulgaria has just entered the threshold of an industrial country, and the total industrial volume is not very large. Ferdinand has weathered the crisis by tapping domestic demand and trade protection measures, and the government has also stepped up investment in infrastructure. In addition, the large immigration consumed a lot of materials, and Bulgaria took the lead in getting out of the economic crisis. By the end of 1900, once again embarked on the fast lane of rapid economic growth. In the economic crisis, the Germans made the same choice as in history, robbing the British traditional market in Europe. Although after the outbreak of the Anglo-Boers War, the German business community was doing it, but there are still some scruples, and now it is even more excessive. The Germans have just been put together by the British, and with the heart of revenge, the unscrupulous European continent snatched the British market share. It was by robbing the British market that the Germans got rid of the economic crisis, and the total economic volume surpassed that of the British in the early 20th century. Of course, this refers to the total economic volume that exceeds the British mainland. If you add colonies, the British Empire is still the world leader. Therefore, later generations also regarded the Anglo-Boers War as the turning point of the British Empire from prosperity to decline. The Italians also made the same choice. Unfortunately, the limited industrial strength failed in this round of competition. The time to get out of the economic crisis was a little later, and they could only continue to be at the bottom of the powers. In order to get out of the crisis, Americans they have also embarked on the road of expansion. Open doors and golden dollar diplomacy are their signature policies. Japan intensified the invasion of its neighbors, and got rid of the economic crisis by plundering its neighbors! Your Majesty, there is an accident in the Far East. Our embassy in Beijing has sent a message that the Boxer rebellion broke out within the Qing Empire. The situation may be out of control. The missionary mission intends to send troops to intervene. Foreign Minister Medvedev said flatly. The changes in the Qing dynasty have little to do with Bulgaria. The rising Bulgaria has not yet been able to reach out so far. If it were not for the Russian Far East strategy, it is estimated that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not even be interested in paying attention. Ferdinand's cheeks trembled slightly. His heart was very uneasy, and he recovered quickly. What should come will still come. How can you think so much? Anyway, he has no way to persuade the corrupt Manchu King government, let alone settle the European powers. Pay close attention to the development of the situation in the Far East. But don't join in. Bulgaria doesn't have much interest there, and it's not worth our participation, Ferdinand said in a flat tone as much as possible. Since he was powerless to intervene, Ferdinand simply went out of sight. Of course, Ferdinand has no ability to interfere in the matter of the eight-power allied forces, but he is still capable of not letting Bulgaria join in. Ferdinand is now almost certain that the war of eight-power allied forces of aggression against China is bound to break out. If you look at the economic crisis, you will know that the capitalist world is in need of a vent, and the Manchu government just happened to deliver it by itself. Time passed quickly, and in May 1900, at the request of the mission, the 8 countries of Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria, Italy, Japan, and the United States mobilized 426 navies from Daegu, and swaggered into the city of Beijing. This action angered the vast number of patriotic people, and the situation began to get out of control. As the situation worsened, on June 10, the 8 countries formed a coalition force of 2,100 troops to attack Beijing under the command of the British East Asian Fleet Commander Seymour. They were heroically resisted by the people, and the first wave of the coalition attack was used by the patriotic people. Life stalled. However, on June 21, the Manchu government issued a bizarre edict for declaring war. It neither stated who the country that declared war was, nor submitted it to any embassy. It was then understood by various countries to declare war on the whole world. The edict of the declaration of war event. The 50,000 words are omitted later. Everyone can find it. The result was his Inchu Treaty. The British fiddled with the Southeast mutual protection, the Russians occupied the Northeast, and the two hegemons between Britain and Russia began to compete in the Far East. The actions of the Russians in the Northeast blocked the expansion of Japan. With the support of the British, the contradiction between Japan and Russia began to intensify. Due to the contradictions between the great powers, the countries could not reach an agreement on dividing the Qing dynasty, and finally had to compromise. The American proposal of opening the door and preserving the Qing dynasty became the consensus among the countries. For safety's sake, it's better to stop. After Ferdinand received the news, he could only sigh and let it go. At this time, the immigration work in Bulgaria has come to an end. It lasted for 3 years, starting in 1897 and ending in 1900. During the period, the Bulgarian government emigrated more than 4.26 million people from the Ottoman Empire, and also sent more than 2.67 million people to the Ottoman Empire. This number far exceeds the estimate of the Bulgarian government. If it were not for the language requirement, Ferdinand estimated that several million more people would come, and few ethnic minorities in the Ottoman Empire would not want to run. As for which ones are the real Bulgarians, it is no longer important. Anyway, the Bulgarians are a mixed race, and no one can tell how to divide them. Now Ferdinand's method is to use cultural heritage to divide. Anyway, as long as the culture is similar, and the identity of Bulgaria can be counted. At the same time, there was also good news from the cultural circle. The compilation of history of the origin of the Bulgarian nation was completed, and Ferdinand personally participated in the review and proposed revisions. This work dates back to the 2nd century BC. The ancient Bulgars who migrated from the western regions of China to Eastern Europe were a mixed race of the Slavs, and then in the following years they mixed with many ethnic groups, and finally formed the Bulgarian people. These are all true, and some exaggerated methods are used later, and some historical stories are used to prove that all ethnic groups in the Balkans are part of the Bulgarian ethnic group, and everyone has the same ancestor. It was only under the conspiracy of the Ottomans that it gradually split apart, and then the direct ethnic conflicts of various ethnic groups were provoked by the Ottomans. In short, all the responsibility is thrown to the Ottoman Empire. Oh, no one can answer this question. From the perspective of blood, it seems that everyone is really related. As for the division of ethnic groups, there are endless debates. Believe it or not, Ferdinand believed it. Then this history of the origin of the Bulgarian nation has become an enlightening reading for Bulgarian students, and they have been brainwashed since childhood. Moreover, under Ferdinand's instruction, this history of the origin of the Bulgarian nation quickly spread throughout the Balkans, including Montenegro, Greece, Romania, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and even the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire. In Bulgaria, it was regarded as an Enlightenment book, and it was also a novel, and Ferdinand did not explicitly say that it was a history book. Naturally, it cannot be done abroad. In order to spread it, it is spread in the name of novels, and it has also caused debates among scholars from all over the world. Anyway, it's the father who says the public is right and the mother-in-law says the mother is right. This is what Ferdinand learned from later generations. Just like the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was directly regarded as the official history by many people, and a bunch of experts came out to study it. As long as someone believed it, Ferdinand's plan was successful. In addition to the history of the origin of the Bulgarian nation, there is a series of histories of the origins of the Balkan peoples. In short, everyone has been withdrawn from the relationship, and the Ottoman Empire has always been loyal to the villain. In order to spread the novel version of the history of the origin of the nation, Ferdinand ordered people to adapt it into plays, fairy tales, and movies, and spread it to the world from Bulgaria. According to the book, due to the changing times, pure-blood races have disappeared in the Balkans. Today's Bulgarians, Greeks, Romanians, Armenians, Serbs, Negroes, Macedonians. These dozens of ethnic groups are all born from the same origin, and they split up under the conspiracy of the Ottoman Empire. Going a little further, Russians, Ukrainians, Poles, Germans, Hungarians. We are all close relatives, and the Eastern European nations are one. Obviously, the latter is all nonsense, but it is precisely this nonsense that has prompted the widespread of the history of the origin of this nation. Because these contents are in the interests of the ruling class, both the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire are multi-ethnic countries, and less than half of the main ethnic groups are. According to the history of the origin of the nation, everyone is a family, or at least a close relative. Then many ethnic problems have been solved. So under the joint force of the ruling class, the novel began to turn to history gorgeously. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.